That's good coffee. I need a coffee sponsor, don't I? You need a coffee mug. You need a coffee mug this holiday season. If you don't have a coffee mug, order one from me. How do you do that? I probably need a good method of doing that. I looked into Shopify, but it's yet another monthly expense. And you're like, okay. So for now, shoot me $40 on Venmo at BrianEngelman, and I'll mail this out to you. Includes about $10 in shipping. I just got to guess where I'm shipping this to. In the United States. In the United States. In the United States. Oh, yeah, I did a episode of The Unhappy Hour yesterday. I did 3 shows yesterday. Yesterday was a long day, yo. Let's put this stuff up on the screen. I know I'm not doing the intro, but since I started off telling you about the coffee mug, I want to put on the screen how you can shoot a donation, and I will mail this out to you. Ask Kenneth. Kenneth got that mug lickety split. And now it sits up on the shelf like a trophy. Like a trophy. Well, it's a major award. Question of the day, what's that for? It's a major award. Come on, you know what it is. Type it in the comments. It's a major award. Now it sits up on the shelf like a trophy. This device moves slow motion these days. I press the buttons and it does not react quickly. But I guess such is life. You get better at pressing buttons and then things don't move as quickly. You're great at moving quickly, but you don't understand which buttons to push. Like that's age versus wisdom versus knowledge versus not atrophy, but lifespan, aging atrophy, burnout, wear down, wear out. Kenneth, I got a mug for radio, I does. I told him, see, get a load of this. It's the finest cup you're going to find, see? Says the New American Media. It's red on the inside. Like you read the news. TNAM, because the news always matters. Thanks for finding us today. Right here on the TNAM Daily Show. I do like the snap, though. There we go. Thanks for finding... I'll go like this. Thanks for finding us today on the TNAM Daily Show. What's TNAM stand for? That stands for the New American Media, I tells you. Get a load of this, see? Bap, 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 bap. That's like a Tommy gun if you didn't. Bap, 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 bap. No, I did not have too much coffee. I'm just having a wonderful time. Trash Panda, I'm married. I sure know which buttons to push. Here, let's put the chat up on the screen. Hello, everybody. Marion Trash. Yes, hello. Howdy, TNAM family. The New American Media, because the old American media has failed. Marion Trash Panda. Kenneth. John. Droopy Lake Leon. Uh-oh, what happened? What did I say? Did I say something? I legitimately mean this. I don't know what I say sometimes. I remember people gave Alex Jones so much grief, and I believe it was a deposition for a divorce. I don't think it was with I don't think it was Sandy Hook related, but I think he said something like, I play a character. See, he doesn't believe what he says. See, he's deep state. See, he's a shill. See, he's an asset. He's Mossad. Everyone has opinions. Everyone has life figured out. No, they don't. I totally get what he means. Actually, I don't know what he means because I can't be inside of his skull. Talked with him a couple of times. I should book him on the show. God, that'd be a fun chat. I should book Alex. But when you enter, I should do a show where I show you all of the behind the scenes stuff. How we put the show together. We, the proverbial we. When I get excited, I like to refer to myself and several other people. All right. Whee! Sometimes we put our hands into the air. Hey, look, there's behind the scenes. I'm wearing green. I don't normally wear green because it would mess with the green screen. Look at that. Yeah, green screenage. It's a mirage. It's not reality. No, it's not. But it is reality. It's the reality that we create. Look at that. OHIO. Number one team in the nation. All right, what was the visual? What did I say? I don't remember what I said. Honestly, I don't remember. Talking about coffee? Trash Panda saying, so low that I get grass burns. I did just share something about Ken Burns. So we'll put that up. That's on our X feed at American_media_. Everybody, you got to follow us in all the places. Oh, how's it hanging so low I get grass burns? Then you got the visual. There we go. See, we're connecting all the dots from the conversations. Okay. The lickety split. Is that Blake's the lickety split? Is that Blake's bar? Which one is lickety split? I think someone refers to Blake's bar as lickety split, but what, isn't that another bar? Yes, welcome to another Nimbus production. Well, Nimbus is not here right now. Did feed him a little late. He's napping. He'll be back in a little bit. I saw the replay of yesterday's show, and I'm just sitting here holding little Nimbus. 19 years with that guy. I mean, it changes you when responsibility changes you. And yeah, we've had our ups and downs, and he communicates how he communicates, and he gets certain ways, I get certain ways, and we try to figure it out, you know. It teaches you a lot. It's important. You know, shame on the deep state media for saying Americans shouldn't be having kids. Shame on the school systems that were saying, oh, the earth's overpopulated. We're all going to die. There's no point in having a family or a career or anything. Everything's going to fall to shit. So just be a nihilist, dude. Just be a nihilist. Nothing matters. There is nothing. Nothing. Like, what a miserable sack of shit they've been peddling to us for decades. We're kind of designed to build. And part of that is building families and building culture. And a lot of that's been changed intentionally. We've been hated, marginalized, replaced, discriminated against. Oh, boo-hoo for you. You're a guy. Boo-hoo for you. You're a dude. Boo-hoo for you. You're white. You want to hear about real problems? Here's the secret. Everybody's got real problems. But making every day about complaints instead of actions and solutions, that's a bigger problem. So we're going to get to talking about a bunch of that, some interesting activity up in Dearborn, Michigan. We'll talk about that. Hello, David. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Kenneth says, we love Nimbus. We do. He's our official dude. He's our official mascot. Like I said, he'll probably join shortly. And like sometimes he'll jump, but then sometimes he just sits there and I'm like, buddy, I don't know what you want. So I brought a chair right now. I'm like, do you want to sit right here? Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. And then sometimes he just waits for you to scruff him, pick him up, and just drop him into the lap. And you're like, hey, bud. Sometimes he'll tolerate it for a while. Sometimes he just wants to walk on the desk. I don't know. Anyone with a cat or cats will tell you they just do what they do. Some of it's predictable. Some of it is not. But I'll tell you what is predictable. Me, Brian Engelman. Me, the New American Media. Every day, we take a look at what's going on in the world and we discuss it. We talk about it. Sometimes we let the videos speak for themselves. Sometimes we add original, unique, transformative commentary. But we got to think. We got to think together. We got to strategize. We have to mobilize. We have to prioritize with our eyes and our ears. Bunch of little trash pandas here. Yeah, we got a couple of mascots. We got cats. They do what they do. Yes, Mary. Look, I know that Congress has voted to release the Epstein file. By the way, my name's Cash Patel. I know that Congress has voted to release the Epstein files, but look, we're not going to re-victimize the women in these videos. We're just not going to do it. By the way, there are no videos. That is an eyeball exercise, isn't it? Kat Patel. That was Kat Patel. On that note, broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere east of the Mississippi. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Wednesday, November the 19th, 2025. And as I told you, this is the TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media. On today's program, we're going to ask if the Epstein thing has boomeranged on the Democrat deep state. I'm fully aware that the deep state includes many rhinos, Republicans in name only. That was my rhinoceros. I don't know if they snort, but I felt like I should make that noise. But the deep state, how do you get bribed? How do you get blackmailed? Was it just, we don't even know what we don't know. Was the whole situation frazzle-dazzle? Was the whole situation all consenting, aged 18-year-olds? Or what was the grooming? Get them down there. We'll take a picture. We'll do some modeling, but then you can't leave. And then, well, if you do this, you do that. And then you're stuck in it. And you're trapped. It's bondage and slavery in modern day. Epstein going back to Iran-Contra. I mean, that goes right back to Ollie North. The drug cartels. Getting crack into all our neighborhoods. The Reagan administration. I mean, like, what are we talking about here? Was Epstein an asset for Israel? For the deep state, the CIA, the NSA, pick your three-letter agency. What was the story? Disgraced former financier. Oh, financier. Is he, though? Or is he just a mob boss who gets off on power control and debauchery and making other people their property? A slave owner. Was the situation with President Trump, did they trick him? Let me ask you that. Were Trump and Elon able to trick all the normies into demanding the Epstein files? Well, when Elon said Trump is in the files, Trump is on the list, well, you know, I've long said, what does that mean? Your name appears in a document? Oh, no. That doesn't do anything for me. I'm not buying into that. I'm not convinced that means much of anything. We're already seeing it. Larry Summers, Harvard. What word did he use? He didn't say embarrassed, ashamed. Well, we got a clip from inside the class where he's there talking. This is about to get weird quick. The Clintons are refusing to show up. Isn't that the same thing that Peter Navarro, Steve Bannon, like weren't there Weren't there a lot of people around the Trump orbit penalized, charged, indicted, kidnapped, thrown into a cage because they didn't cooperate with a panel that ordered them to show up and testify? Well, if it's good for the goose, is it good for the gander? I don't know. But on today's show, we got a lot to get to. David saying everything is going to be redacted, I'm assuming. Oh, yeah. I was in the process of posting one of those redaction. And then like an alert came up and I went off topic. I need to make sure I post that. Probably, you got to follow the New American Media in different places. You got to follow us on Instagram, the New American Media, X at American_media_, all the places. We put different content in different places. Marion says, yes, David, they probably had to buy a case of Sharpies to delete it all. Hillary will take old Billy behind the woodshed. Iran Contra clockwise. Okay, you say Planet Burp, but let me add one point. I got a good friend of mine, and he used to be a fan of the big burps. This was back in college, and dude just barf. It would be arf, arf, like burping arf was the sound. And so we named a project Planet Earth. Planet Arf is what it is. Planet Arf. It's a fantasy football league that we co-manage. And I'm still trying to win that league. Maybe this year is the year. We shall see. Planet Arf. And yeah, that was a burp. Anyway, lots of inside baseball on today's episode. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Rumble Rants, Super Chats. We're going to begin dumping all. We're going to rifle through the rubbish like a bunch of good little trash pandas. Separating fake news from fact here on the TNAM Daily Show, a division of our Agree to Disagree podcast here on the New American Media. Here we go.
Guide to the Truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
Just noticed something. I really do need to make sure before I launch the show that the show is monetized. I don't know why every show isn't automatically monetized, why I have to go back and add an extra step. YouTube is back up and monetized. That is very helpful. Very helpful. Thank you all to helping make that happen and bring that back. Super appreciative of that. But yeah, still going through the process. I'm back to 2017 now. Well, not quite, because there's so many different subcategories, but I'm going through, and I just found our documentary on the 2016 Republican convention where President Trump was nominated by the party in Cleveland, Ohio. Oh my gosh, the people we met and interviewed there. Blake and I went out. A lot of people in that video. If you've never watched that documentary, you should go. What I need to do is I should put all of the TNAM documentaries into one spot. I should go back to back to back to back, put them all in one video. Hurricane Helene, help on the way. Football equals family. Story of the Cleveland Browns' perfect winless season parade. Declassified, the unreleased J6 interviews. The 2016 Republican Convention documentary. I don't know if there's a name to that one. But I should make one video that's just many hours long, and it's just all the documentaries we've made. I love making documentaries. I don't always love filming. Definitely don't want to edit. Definitely don't love the editing part. Something about the editing. And I can edit, and I'm good at editing, but I'd rather be an editing supervisor and let someone else handle the nuts and bolts of it. Not that I want to kick back and not do the work. It's just like there's things that you can be better at hitting a baseball than you are throwing a baseball. Oh, you're just not good at baseball. No, you're better at some things than others. But yes, thank you, everybody. Okay. I got Planet Burp on the stage. Terrific. All right. Let's jump into the news. Hit like, hit subscribe. Let's see what people are talking about. Share the screen on Instagram. Follow us at the New American Media. All right, take a listen. K-Sock conservative Kristen Sokolov. Am I following this account? Yes. Democrat exposed the plan for 2028, and if successful, Republicans will never win another election. Highly acclaimed. What is a Citizen Free Press now endorses ending the filibuster rule. After what Carville said, we have absolutely no choice. So take a listen to anyone that says, should we, shouldn't we end the filibuster? Look at what's coming down the road. These people have lost their minds. And if we don't head them off at the pass, this is where we're headed.
Talk to Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Alito, Justice Barrett, Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Gorsuch. I might be forgetting one. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. A Democrat is going to be elected in 2028. You know that.
No, I do not know that. Why would the country ever go backward?
Know that.
No.
It's going to be a Democratic House.
Why would we ever do that? No.
It's going to be a Democratic Senate.
No, we're not going to do Democrats as Senate. No. Why would we ever go backward?
The Democratic president is going to announce a special transition advisory committee on the reform of the Supreme Court, that we could have our third branch of government has lost the faith and trust of American people.
According to who?
This president would are going to do everything alone. He's going to appoint a blue ribbon, maybe Judge Ludick and the dean of just the usual fucking suspects, all right? And they're going to recommend that the number of Supreme Court justices go from 9 to 13. That's going to happen, people. That's going to happen to you. They're going to win. They're going to do some blue ribbon panel of distinguished jurists, and they are going to recommend 13, and a Democratic Senate and House is going to pass it, and the Democratic president is going to sign it, because they have to do an intervention so we can have a Supreme Court that the American people trust again. So just keep.
What is he talking about? We all have our problems with the Supreme Court, but they're finally getting a couple of things right. We got to get some rulings on birthright citizenship. Actually, I'd love to see the full list of what's up for debate right now. Let me see if I can check Grok.
Keep that in the back of your mind. And I would bet a lot of money that that's what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. A lot. I want to talk to Chief Justice.
Let me see if I can find it. Let's ask Grok. Grok was down yesterday, that Cloudflare glitch or cyber attack. Not entirely certain what it was, but Grok was down. What cases are SCOTUS considering ATM TLDR version? SCOTUS is Supreme Court of the United States. ATM is at the moment. TLDR is too long, didn't read. Let's see what Grok has to say. Yeah, I can put that on my to-do list. The documentaries in one area. Yeah, just make like a 7-hour, a 15-hour video. Some of these, it's hard to figure out what is a documentary. What is a woman? Okay, already argued November 3 through 12. Trump tariffs case. Can the president unilaterally impose broad tariffs under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act? Big economic and foreign policy fight. RICO v. United States. Fugitive tolling for supervised release. I don't quite follow that one. Fugitive tolling. Hensley versus Fleur. Government contractor immunity from state tort suits, military related. Landor v. Louisiana. Can prisoners sue individual officials for money damages under religious freedom law? Fernandez, United States. Rutherford, United States. Consolidated sentencing reduction cases. What counts as extraordinary and compelling reasons for compassionate release post First Step Act? Several procedural cases, time limits on vacating void judgments, appellate jurisdiction quirks. Collateral order doctrine for contractor immunity appeals. Ham v. Smith, December 25, upcoming. Death penalty, how to assess intellectual disability to block execution. Plus 30 to 40 other granted cases on guns, transgender, religious, but not yet argued. All right. Well, I guess the tariffs are probably the number one thing on here. But James Carville is a very high ranking. I mean, he's been kind of thrown out of his party because the party's gone crazier. I think he's matching their crazy energy, though, if that's what he's advocating. But you need to know what they're up to, and that's what they're up to. That's what they're planning on doing. So to the people that are saying, oh, filibuster, we can't get rid of the filibuster. We're going to get steamrolled if we don't fix this country and fix the voting. It's gone. I am conservative in nature. I don't like making changes, but based on the seemingly irrefutable evidence that the Democrats plan to break the filibuster and go bonkers, we need to do it first. Mutually assured destruction, perhaps. Maybe this is our only chance. Maybe this is the only chance we've ever had to kind of rebuild the American Republic. I don't want to squander it. If that's what Carville says they're going to be up to, you better believe them. Believe them when they tell you what they're doing. Looks like I lost a couple stories because I talked too long. Can I go back to any of these? President Trump stops the ABC reporter from asking any more questions and calls for their license to be revoked.
Your company, your crappy company, is one of the perpetrators. And I'll tell you something.
So why not just sign it down?
I think the license should be taken away from ABC because your news is so fake.
And that's ABC, ESPN, Disney. They've ruined ESPN. They've ruined woke Disney. ABC, from Jimmy Kimmel to the other stuff they're doing. I mean, it's unwatchable slop. And you still have a bunch of boomers that think they're watching the news, and they're not. They're watching deep state Democrat, anti-Trump, anti-MAGA, anti-common sense propaganda. So is he right to call them out? I think so.
So wrong. And we have a great commissioner, the chairman, who should look at that, because I think when you come in and when you're 97% negative to Trump and then Trump wins the election in a landslide, that means obviously your news is not credible and you're not credible as a reporter. So I've answered your question. You should go and look at the Democrats who received money from Epstein, who spent their time. Larry Summers was with him all the time. That creep of the fund guy was with him all the time. What's his name? Who? Reid Hoffman. I don't know Reid Hoffman, but I know he spends a lot of money on the radical left.
Where's their funding coming from?
Reid Hoffman, in my opinion, should be under investigation.
Wasn't Reid Hoffman the one that was behind the E. Jean Carroll lawsuit? He funded that, I believe.
He's a sleazebag. And those are the people, but they don't get any press, they don't get any news, and you're not after the radical left because you're a radical left network. But I think the way you ask a question with the anger and the meanness is terrible. You ought to go back and learn how to be a reporter. No more questions from you. Who else do you hoax? And ABC.
He says you're being rude. Yes, Reid Hoffman did provide funding for E. Jean Carroll's lawsuits against Donald Trump. Hoffman, the LinkedIn co-founder and major Democrat donor, funded parts of Carroll's legal efforts through a nonprofit he primarily backs called the American Future Republic. Funding helped cover certain costs and expenses, not Carroll's personal fees, which were on a contingency basis, starting around 2020 after Carroll already filed her initial defamation suit in 2019. Hoffman defended the funding. Trump's defense said it showed political bias. Okay, so that's Reid Hoffman, people. In the news. Speaker Johnson torches Democrats for suddenly pretending to care about the Epstein files.
And transparency, or ensuring justice, or protecting victims of this unspeakable tragedy, the Epstein evils.
Unspeakable tragedy. There's more than one of these guys. You're aware of this. This is the tip of the iceberg. And this has been going on forever. Don't talk about it like it's a tornado or a flood. This is very organized, well-funded, disgusting, demonic infrastructure.
And how do we know that? Because the Democrats had every one of the Epstein files in their possession for the 4 long years of the Biden administration. The Biden Department of Justice had the files the entire time. And not a single one of the people who are so loud and animated right now, they never said anything about it for all those 4 years. None of them held press conferences. None of them demanded the release of the documents. And under Biden's DOJ, when they prosecuted just Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, not a single one of these Democrats or any of the proponents of the discharge ever made any noise about that at all. So it's fair for the American people to ask the question, why now? Why suddenly are they so interested? They have such an urgent interest in the Jeffrey Epstein matter.
We all know.
The truth is simple and straightforward and obvious for anyone who is willing to look at it objectively. Clearly, this is a political exercise for Democrats and a few others, sadly. And it is as deceitful and dishonest as their pointless stunt to shut down the government. Same idea.
And a few others, sadly. I don't know if he's referencing Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know if he's referencing Thomas Massie. I don't know. But I appreciate them pushing to get the information out. I didn't understand why Trump made it seem like there was a hoax and nothing's happening and there are no files. And he sure looked guilty, which I did not appreciate. I think many of us looked at that and had concerns. Also being concerned that the Democrats are going to try to frame Trump for the 117th time and 118th time. Once again, mutually assured destruction. Well, you're implicated, so you can never talk about it, so we're protected. Because you can't talk about it, because then it would take you down. Well, not if you didn't do the stuff that y'all did.
Behind this. Democrats are trying to use the Epstein matter as a political weapon to distract from their own party's failures. And in a desperate attempt, they're trying to somehow tie President Trump to the scandal. President Trump has nothing to do with it. He has said himself he has nothing to hide. And that's clearly what they've been trying to do. They're trying to attack President Trump. This is what they've done. They weaponized the justice system over the last several years to go after him, and this is their latest attempt. And they don't have a platform or a principle to defend on the Democrat Party side. So they put all their eggs in this basket. And that's why you hear endlessly about Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. Everything's about Epstein. Now, this was an unspeakable tragedy. We said that. And we have great compassion for the victims. And I'm heartened that I met with the victims. Our House Oversight Committee members met with the victims. And they deserve justice. It has been too long delayed. Not just justice for what they were made to endure, but also we need answers on why it took so long for the Department of Justice itself to do that job. And transparency, or ensuring justice, or protecting victims of this unspeakable tragedy.
Yes, that reset. Unspeakable tragedy. That makes it sound like it's an earthquake or something. Ex-Harvard President, Clinton Treasury. Hold on, what? Okay, they messed up this headline. Ex-Harvard President and Clinton Treasury Secretary. Got to change the screen. There we go. Ex-Harvard President and Clinton Treasury Secretary Larry Summers. Oh, the Clinton Treasury Secretary, Larry Summers. Deeply ashamed of Epstein relationship and will step back from public life. Democrat backfire. Former Harvard President Larry Summers, who also served as Treasury Secretary under President Bill Clinton, stepping away from public life after emails revealed a long-term relationship with convicted criminal Jeffrey Epstein. While the relationship between Summers and Epstein had already been publicized, emails released last week showed it went beyond the professional, per the New York Times. Emails released last week showed a cozier relationship that included Dr. Summers seeking romantic advice and trading banter with Mr. Epstein over several years. The communications stretched to 2019, long after Mr. Epstein had pled guilty in 2008 to charges related to soliciting a minor for prostitution. In 2019, Epstein advised Summers on dealing with a potential love interest while she courted another man. I didn't want to be in a gift-giving competition while being the friend without benefits, Summers wrote in the email. She's smart, making you pay for past errors. Ignore the daddy I'm going to go out with, the motorcycle guy. You reacted well. Annoyed. Shows caring. No whining showed strength. Epstein responded. Summers admitted he felt deeply ashamed of his actions and will be stepping away from his public commitments. I'm deeply ashamed of my actions and recognize the pain they have caused. I take full responsibility for my misguided decision to continue communicating with Mr. Epstein while continuing to fulfill my teaching obligations. I'll be stepping back. I'll be stepping back from public commitments as one part of my broader effort to rebuild trust and repair relationships with the people close to me. Yeah, he's only ashamed he got caught. Okay, Shadow of Ezra is taking issue with Mike Johnson, saying, well, redact, redact, redact.
All right. Number 5, national security concerns, okay? The discharge requires the Attorney General to release within 30 days, quote, classified information to the maximum extent possible. This ignores the principle that declassification should always rest, and always has rested, with the agency that originated the intelligence. Why? So that they can protect their critical sources and methods. It is incredibly dangerous to demand that officials...
Yeah, but here's the thing. If the methods to gather information is this heap of shit, torch it all. Well, but it's effective. But fuck you if it's effective. Double-barreled middle fingers if it's effective. Maybe that's not what he's saying. But it sure kind of, it hints toward, well, you know, it works. We don't want to, like, you know, we got you have any idea how much sway we've had because we've trapped all these people? Can't stop that. Yeah, you can. Because the stories are way worse than a 17-year-old underage escort the stories circulating around is we're trying to figure out what exactly are we even talking about here? We don't really know. Well, some say if you knew. It would make you ill.
Or employees of the DOJ declassify materials that originated in other agencies, in intelligence agencies. All right?
Shadow of Ezra. Thomas Massie also claims that Speaker Mike Johnson intends to discredit victims by inserting an amendment that shields wealthy and powerful men who have long avoided justice. Was this dangers of the discharge petition if not amended? Innocent persons risks disclosure of non-credible allegations, creating new victims. I mean, that is part of it, right? Like, we just by simple implication, if there's no there, what are we smearing people for?
Thank you. You give
Thomas Massie speaks.
me hope. You give us hope. There is hope here. We fought the president, the attorney general, the FBI director, the Speaker of the House, and the Vice President to get this win. But they never, they're on our side today, though. So let's give them some credit as well. They are finally on the side of justice. And as Rose said, don't muck it up in the Senate. Don't get too cute. We're all paying attention. If you want to add some additional protections for these survivors, go for it. But if you do anything that prevents any disclosure, you are not for the people and you are not part of this effort. Thank you. You give me hope. You give us hope. There is hope here. We fought the president.
So yeah, some people are questioning Massie and his motivation, but this is moving forward. You know, I how much am I supposed to bang on the table? I don't know what's inside of this. I don't know what we're even arguing about. It's hard to have definitive opinions about the things. Donald Rumsfeld famously said, there are known unknowns and there are unknown unknowns. Lots of implications, a lot of innuendo, lots of guilt via proximity. I'm not really into guilt via proximity. Knowing someone, being around someone, talking to someone doesn't mean that you're like business partners with them, that they've got dirt on you. I just, this is a very toxic thing. So I don't know. I don't know what I don't know. I'm just mainly watching it and commenting on what I'm seeing. I'm sort of past banging on the tables.
Why wait for Congress to release the Epstein files? Why not just do it now?
You know, it's not the question that I mind, it's your attitude.
This was the beginning of this interaction. I wanted to give you the beginning.
I think you are a terrible reporter. It's the way you ask these questions.
There you go. That was just the intro part. All right, David Harris Jr. shares this and says, elected Democrats appear in a new video urging military members to defy orders from President Trump and Pete Hegseth, sparking major backlash. Yeah, this sort of sounds like insurrection, a coup, treason.
Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly. Representative Crystal.
They have music in it. Does it have to have music?
Officer.
Former Navy.
Music means I can't play it. Anyway, the gist is that elected Democrats appear in a new video urging military members to defy orders from President Trump. Insurrection button. Let's see another comment. Treason button. Ooh, I got one. Threat to democracy button. Sam Shamoun on why Muslims refuse to debate Christians. Okay. I mean, you're used to it at this point. Like, all my stories are not clumped together in one particular thought thread. I find interesting things. I share interesting things. We talk about them. Patrick Bet David.
To debate it, that's a high-level scholar, known Muslim debater?
That's hard. So it would. I think it would be my first debate with Chibrali. I think that's the only one credible. Everyone else tried to make a name, but it didn't go too far. There's not many great Muslim debaters, even today. They're popular ones, but that doesn't mean they're great.
Who were the popular ones?
Daniel Hakikaju, very popular. Muhammad Ajab exploded. He's very popular.
Would you debate him?
Absolutely.
You would debate Muhammad Ajab?
Absolutely. In fact, one thing, though, I have to share because I know.
It says Mimi Hijab chickened out. It will never happen. Even money was offered and he refused.
I
don't know who this Shamu guy is.
Bring down Islam. You have to know what to debate. This is the problem with many Christians who set up debates. They don't know what to debate. If you want to see Islam, you have to know what to debate. And when you propose...
They muted out the word destroyed. Huh.
These debates, they'll try to make 10,000 excuses not to debate them because they'll know it's the end of the...
Such as what?
The one thing I always start with before I debate a Muslim, what did Muhammad say?
Hang on. What did Muhammad say?
About the Bible.
It's
called the Islamic dilemma. Islamic dilemma. We put a Muslim in a dilemma. What's the dilemma? Well, just like my New Testament confirms the Old Testament. So as Christians, we can't attack the Old Testament. We're stuck with it. So when they tell me, what about these in the Old Testament? I can say,
about these wars.
Jesus told me the Old Testament's God's word. So I got to join with the Jews in defending the Old Testament, right? Sometimes it's hard. But if I believe Jesus and I believe in his lordship, he told me the Old Testament's God's word. It's not the Vedas. I'm stuck. You know, we love you, Lord, and you didn't make it too easy, right? And we have to deal with all these, wipe everything that breathes. Muhammad put them in a similar situation. All throughout the Quran, Muhammad said one of the proofs of his prophethood is that my Quran confirms your scriptures. It agrees with them. No, it doesn't. My Bible contradicts your Quran. That means the Quran is false. But see, the Muslims see that and say, oh, you must have changed the Bible. But the Quran never says it's been changed. They try to take a verse here and there out of context. And but you read the context, it'll either refer to the misinterpretation of the text or a particular group in a particular area, but not the entire community itself. So once I debate that, anytime they attack the Bible, I go, oh, so you agree Muhammad is wrong. Why? He said my Bible is not changed. You said it is, so that means he's wrong. So are you going to renounce Muhammad? See, this is how you have to do it. But then they'll come back and say, if they say, well, no, the Bible is right. Well, Muhammad is wrong again. Because my Bible says that what the Quran says about Jesus is wrong. So Islamic dilemma. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. See, once you do that, everything else falls in place.
So you would debate him. Who have you?
Interesting. This debate must be had because America has changed under the forced migration policies of Barack Hussein Obama. And for 20 years, the NGOs, the teachers' unions, the media, the deep state media, the Democrat Party, all sorts of groups pushing to dump non-citizens into sovereign nations, to water down those nations and change them from the inside out. Not with people that want to assimilate into the culture they're showing up into, but to form enclaves and try to conquer that nation with their ideologies, their culture, their traditions, their laws, their customs that are antithetical to places like the Bill of Rights. Well, like the United States, like America with the Bill of Rights and the civil liberties that are protected therein. We're going to talk about a dilemma for everybody involved. David says they just tested the emergency broadcast system in Ontario about 30 seconds ago. I did just watch a Netflix movie that was about a nuclear launch that ended in Chicago. You know, Netflix and Obama are thick as thieves. Producer credits. Okay. A lot of end of the world stuff from Obama. You wonder what's coming. The Cloudflare takes what did it take offline? X, Amazon, all sorts of sites that we use or sites that we need. What if the power just goes out and doesn't come back on? What comes next? What does that look like? Are we ready? Are we prepared? Trash Panda chiming in. Hey, David, what's that all about? Or a boat. Or a boat. David says that dude... Oops, sorry. David says that dude knows his stuff about Christianity and Islam. It's time. Now or never. Discuss, debate, draw a line in the sand. There's not a compatibility. These are Lego blocks that do not stack. One remains and the rest are built upon that foundation. Either America is the foundation that the rest of it's built upon, or someone starts a foundation within that structure and then grows to remove, replace, destroy anything in its way. That's what we're talking about here. Jesse Waters talking with Tim Pool. They're talking about the godsend it has been that President Trump has been bringing U.S. manufacturing back for working Americans. Democrats have nothing to stand up and compete against that.
Bad for me because in 2020, I actually was a very big supporter of the Democratic Party. I donated the maximum to Tulsi Gabbard. She's now a Republican alongside Trump. I hear Trump talking about tariffs. I understand this. I am a business owner. I own a skateboard company. We make all of our products in America, and I know what it means for an industry to outsource those jobs. And I agree with these tariffs because it's been a godsend for the manufacturing in this country, real Americans to get work, to benefit our culture. And when I look at Democrats, what are they talking about? They've got Mamdani talking about free buses and faster buses. He has no authority to do that. Chuck Schumer is infighting with Democrats, but the socialists are likely going to take over that party. I don't recognize them anymore. And it's strange to me that after all of my years, I'm going to be 40 in a few months, the Republicans are the party of the working class and of the manufacturing jobs. I wish we had real political competition in this country, but we just don't.
All right, so it looks like the Republican Party may be competing against the socialists. It looks like Chuck's on his last legs. And like Gavin Newsom, of all people, is like the one semi-normal Democrat that's like...
Nothing normal about that dude. That dude is weird beyond belief. Chuck Schumer. Gargoyle.
Like keeping everything at bay. I mean, is this what we're facing?
I'm pretty confident going into these midterms now. The past couple of weeks are a little worrying with the infighting on the right with some of these foreign policy issues. But, today it seems like Trump is back on message. It's sad for me because in 2020,
some of these, I think he was talking about Israel.
I actually was a very big supporter of the Democratic Party. I donated the maximum.
There we go. That's a new one. Yeah, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Trump, that whole thing. But he's better about it now. All right, here's Representative James Comer destroying Democrats' latest anti-Trump hoax on the House floor. This is shared by the GOP Oversight Committee.
Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chairman of the House Oversight Committee, I've always believed that sunshine is the best disinfectant. For years, the American people have demanded transparency about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's horrific crimes and about the federal government's failure to protect the victims.
Yeah, but it's not just failure to protect the victims, the federal government's involvement. That's where I think Trump's going, shit, what am I got to burn down the CIA, I got to burn down the FBI, I got to burn down NSA or whatever agency involved. You mean the same agencies that tried to frame you and throw you in a cage for the rest of your life or explode you in Butler? There's no proof that Thomas Matthew Crooks, who totally acted alone, had anything to do with government three-letter agencies. It's a bold strategy saying something like that definitively that we couldn't possibly know. That's a bold strategy. Bold strategy.
The House Oversight Committee is conducting a thorough review of the federal government's investigation into Epstein. Our work goes far beyond the legislation before us today. We are committed to accountability, transparency, and justice for the American people and for the survivors of these appalling crimes. To date, the Oversight Committee has released more than 65,000 pages of documents, issued 13 subpoenas, and conducted interviews with 2 key witnesses, both of whom were Republicans. The Trump administration has provided us with Department of Justice materials and access to suspicious activity reports. Unfortunately, throughout this investigation, Democrats have chosen to manufacture yet another anti-Trump hoax instead of pursuing justice. They have mischaracterized witness testimony and selectively released documents complete with targeted redactions in an effort to smear President Trump.
Yep, that part is the hoax.
For example, former U.S. Attorney General Bill Barr, who oversaw the 2019 Epstein investigation, stated clearly under oath that the prosecution team found no evidence that President Trump committed wrongdoing. Despite this simple and straightforward fact, Ranking Member Robert Garcia, moments after that deposition, tiptoed out and publicly claimed that, quote, Barr could not clear Trump of wrongdoing. That was a lie, and we have the transcript to prove it. I invite the media to read the transcript. When the Oversight Committee interviewed former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Alex Acosta, Democrats whipped themselves into a frenzy trying to manufacture a gotcha moment, but they failed. Mr. Acosta dismantled the Democrats' narrative. His testimony confirmed there was no contact between President Trump and Mr. Acosta and no connection between President Trump in the Epstein case. Next, Democrats resorted to selective leaks and doctored documents to mislead the American people. Oversight Committee Republicans have posted 65,000 pages of documents we have received to date. Democrats, by contrast, have released fewer than 1 dozen. In their latest selective leak, Democrats released just three of the 23,000 pages of documents from the Epstein estate. And they made redactions to 2 of those emails that changed both the context and the meaning of the 3 pages they released. When CNN called them out for their deceptive redactions, Representatives Stansbury and Crockett tried to blame Republicans for their own edits, for the Democrat Oversight Committee edits. After Democrats released only 3 emails, Republicans released over 23,000 pages. And what did Democrats say in response when we released every single document that we got? They claimed full transparency was meant to, quote, disorient or distract from their manufactured narrative. These are the same Democrats who chant, release the files every day until the files contradict the story they want to tell. That is the definition of hypocrisy. In contrast, full transparency exposed how Epstein appears to be TDS patient zero. The emails reveal a journalist coached Epstein to blackmail then presidential candidate Donald Trump.
The gentleman is recognized.
The files also show that a House Democrat colluded with Epstein during the 2019 oversight hearing to discredit witness with a vendetta against President Trump.
In Congress texting with Epstein to take out Trump. How could you view this as anything other than another contrived political hit job by the deep state Democrats? Oh, their system of abuse is under scrutiny. Damn right it is.
And unsurprisingly, Democrats have been silent about their colleagues' coordination with Epstein. Another email shows Democrat fundraisers invited Epstein to an event or to meet privately with Hakeem Jeffries as part of their 2013 effort to win a majority. So Hakeem Jeffries' campaign solicited money from Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we found in the last document batch. The files underscore why former President Trump must appear for his deposition. We've subpoenaed him. To date, the Democrats have done nothing to help us secure his appearance. I support full transparency. The Oversight Committee will continue to work to get the truth to the American people and to get justice for the victims. That's our goal of this investigation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Well said. I tried to type well said and I just typed W. Yeah, but President Trump did not do an excellent job explaining what was the hoax about this. It seemed very sketchy for many months. All right, here's Chris Cuomo occasionally making sense.
The left is saying it's all about the victims. I don't buy it, okay? It wasn't about the victims wanting transparency and you wanting it for them during the Biden administration? Or before that, when like only 2 of you ever asked about it? Oh, wait, hold on. The Maxwell investigation was still going on. We couldn't release anything. Who's going to believe that? So no other investigation could go on of other people at the same time that Ghislaine Maxwell was being investigated? Really? Anyone supposed to believe that? The left is saying it's all about the victims. I don't buy.
No. We will never believe the deep state Democrats ever again. Make that a button. Platoon? Nope, button. There we go. Marjorie Taylor Greene has thoughts. She's been all over this.
I proudly rise today in a bipartisan effort to release the Epstein files finally, after 5 administrations have covered it up.
Jeez.
Earlier today, I attended the press conference where the survivors, they're not victims, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse and sex trafficking told their stories. And they told stories about how it started back in 1991, 1996, and they continued on through the decades. And they told stories about how they told someone and tried to get help. They told the FBI and they weren't listened to. And they told law enforcement and no one did anything. And these women don't just number a few. These women number around 1,000 women. And they are victims of something that's unthinkable. And this should have never, ever happened. This was the biggest fight I think I've seen in Washington, D.C. This is my 5th year here. And this was a fight that we should have never had to wage. It should have been the easiest thing for every single member of Congress. It should have been the easiest thing for the Speaker of the House. It should have been the easiest thing for the President of the United States to release all the information, every single file, on behalf of these American women. These American women aren't rich, powerful elites. They do not have someone paying for their airline tickets or paying for their trips or paying for their expenses every time they try to do something to get this information out. These are your average Americans. And you want to know what the Epstein files represent, the cover-up represents to average Americans? It represents the failures of the federal government and Congress to the American people. And that is what people rose up about in 2024. They wanted and demanded transparency from their government and for Americans finally to be put first. And today, with this vote, we are finally putting these victims and these survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and the cabal of rich, powerful elites that expands not just here in the United States of America, but to other countries as well. We're putting them last. And that is exactly what Americans want. You see, for far too long, Americans have been put last. And they're sick of it. They're sick and tired of it. And this is why they don't trust Congress. This is why they don't trust the government. And here's the problem. All of these women who have suffered in shame for years and years and years, women who were terrified, women who were intimidated, women who were threatened, just like Virginia Giuffre. And now she's dead. And these women should have never faced that, for this information to come out. And we, especially the 4 Republican members of the House of Representatives, we should have never faced intimidation and threats for us to get this vote to come to the floor. Never forget, there were 4: Thomas Massie, myself, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert. We had to sign a discharge petition, and we had to fight through intimidation, and we had to endure it for months to push that discharge petition finally to 218 to get this vote to come out. This is what the American people are sick of, and rightfully so. Now, where does this go from here? The question will remain: will the Department of Justice release all the information? Will a judge in New York release the information? Will the CIA release the information? And will foreign governments release their information? Or will this continue after this vote today be a cover-up? A cover-up of the rich, powerful elites that bond together in sex and human trafficking abuse and all types of global business that enriches them but never serves Americans. The American people will know, and the victims, actually the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, will know, because they know the list of names. And I remain dedicated to my promise to read those names here on the House floor if those women ever find them in a place that it needs to be done. I yield back. I proudly rise today.
All right. Why on earth has this been so difficult? We're living in a cuckoo clock with all this stuff. You know, but how long has this been going on? I said this is just the tip of the iceberg. This isn't just one guy in one island and a couple of people. This probably goes back to time immemorial. That being said, what if humanity goes way far back, ancient civilizations that got wiped out? You know, the ones with human sacrifices and slavery and abuse and all those sorts of stories. What if there's nothing new under the sun?
I got up this morning after my crazy dream. I went to the gym. I put on this documentary on the Sumerian Kings list.
Sumerian Kings list. This is Brett Weinstein talking with Rogan.
Because I've been really fascinated by this. It's a really loony thing that they found in Iraq and in several different sites, and it varies slightly. But it's all this list of people who ran the earth for tens of thousands of years. That's what their reign was, like tens of thousands of years. And then there's this huge flood. And then afterwards, the timelines become way more realistic. It's like 100 years. Then he ran for, he was the king for 50 years. But they have it documented to like 8 kings over the entire course of their civilization, including the places that these kings were ruled, that actually exist. Like, these are ancient cities that are actually built on top of even more ancient cities that are below them. And these people, when I got up this morning after my crazy dream, I went to the gym, I put on this documentary on the Sumerian kings.
I really wish Instagram, like in these cases where they clip them and separate them, why don't it just autoplay to the next one? I really wish it would, but I don't run Instagram yet.
These bizarre kings lists, they're trying to say that this was an actual human being. This was an actual human being that lived that long. I don't know what that means, but they're the ones that have all this crazy stuff with the Anunnaki and from heaven to earth came, and that they had an understanding of stuff that was like way beyond what we thought they were capable of. They have Pythagoras' theorem. They had that 1,000 years before Pythagoras. which is weird because this civilization sort of pops up out of nowhere.
Well, there is.
That's why I bring up God a lot.
Okay, well, hold on. I want to get back to God, but I will just say that there is this increasingly fascinating thread about a recurrent disaster cycle and the possibility that sophisticated civilizations get erased and that we rediscover. Exactly.
Yes.
And I,
these bizarre
I wish that was a crazy story. It sounds like it should be, but I will say the evidence is far too compelling to dismiss it. So I think we have to be open to that possibility. And, we seem to be heading into one of these catastrophic upheavals, which is something, while we're busy dicking around with climate change, which is not what we're pretending it is, we are not dealing with this hazard to our civilization and figuring out how...
Yeah, the ecology has been widely misinterpreted and weaponized.
Right.
How to protect ourselves. I wish that was a crazy story. It sounds like it should be, but I will say...
Brett Weinstein suspects ancient advanced civilizations existed and got wiped out. The evidence is far too compelling to dismiss. The Anunnaki. It's this list of people who ran the earth for tens of thousands of years. Their reign was like tens of thousands of years. Then there's this huge flood. Afterward, after the flood, the timelines become way more like, he was a king for 50 years. What are some comments? Read the Bible and you'd realize there's plenty of supernatural events. Noah's flood, plagues in Egypt, Sodom and Gomorrah, parting the Red Sea, the sun and moon standing still, Elijah taken to heaven in fire, all in Old Testament before we even get to the plethora of miracles Christ performed. These people are looking for purely earthly answers to ethereal heavenly questions. Joey says, I've been preaching this for years. Aliens were here before humans. They've been here for thousands of years, or we're the aliens. We are the aliens. Craig says the micronova is coming. The mud flood, basically the same thing as Graham Hancock's ancient apocalypse idea. Lucano says the flood wasn't of water. Oh, okay. They're saying, what, liberal tears? Nope, it was mud. Another Stein telling us our origin story. Now, Tartaria, is that about to go mainstream? If it wasn't a flood of water, where did the mud come from? And doesn't it take water to make mud? We all have the capability of reaching these levels of longevity, but it's gate kept. It has to do with cellular regeneration via acoustic resonance and diet. At a baseline, we were designed to live for an average minimum of 1,000 years. Euro says, here's what happened. God sent the angels to rule over these various kingdoms of the world. These angels became corrupt and demanded worship. Paganism ensues. Ideas like emperor gods, divine royal lineage stem from here. Another detachment of angels decide to come here and mate with human women. And they trade secrets, technology, with men for their women. This is where the sudden explosion of advancement comes from, the offspring or Nephilim. These angels, Elohim, are the Anunnaki, not space aliens. The giants, mighty me of old. Half-breeds of angels and men, not a new discovery, has been in the Bible for over 2,000 years. Love this topic. Comments. David said, in my opinion, it's time for action that's tangible with Epstein and such. He doesn't need the drama. He needs to see the arrests. Kenneth jumps in. Hey, baby, how about some Anunnaki? I did it all for the Anunnaki. Come on. Trash Panda, been going on from the first day our government was formed. Abuse and corruption, maybe. David, how about some Pleiadians? Yes. Isn't that where I'm from? Isn't that where we're from? The Seven Sisters Lodge of Philadelphia, where Ben Franklin attended. The kite in the sky, as I call it. The cluster formation that you can't really, if you look at it, you don't see it, but if you look off to the side, then it comes into resolution. Trash says it looks God to me. Good to me. Anunnakis can't swim? Well. Anunnakis can't swim. Or chefs. What is the truth? This is part of the problem with the past. Yeah. I mean, we know how misreported the current is. Not water current. We mean like the current day events are widely misreported. Why would we believe the past? That's a tough one. Trash had a full-size Nova. A Chevy Nova. David, master builders 2,000 years ago, and today we build ugly buildings. For real. Anunnaki get drunk on sake. Just like so many build bridges in the United States, who actually built them? Who actually did it? Rod Benson says, if you think the general population is smart enough to see what's around the corner, just remember during COVID that people believed that no symptoms was a symptom. The lack of evidence of something is evidence. That's where we were at a few years ago. And it was difficult trying to make sense of those conversations. Yeah, the same people who trusted the science said shopping at your local mom and pop store was dangerous. Shop alongside hundreds of other people at Walmart. Hey, that's perfectly safe. But not small shops for reasons. But if they release the Epstein list, most of Congress will go to prison. Your terms are acceptable. What is that? This guy says, normalize wearing thobes in the West.
No.
Can't play the song? How about no? How about freedom? How about music and sports and achievement and attractiveness and wonderful feats? How about no to this? How about don't change America like that? A lot of stories like this in the feed. This is a big topic today.
Future is ours.
This guy here, this Islamic feller, claims the future is his.
Every ideal nightmare of a Muslim Europe will come true. They can be as mad as they want. I don't care. America will be a Muslim country. Russia will be a Muslim country. Islam will enter every house, inshallah. But we have to be a part of that change and never, ever apologize. We're unapologetic. Never, ever compromise. We're uncompromising.
When people say that Islam is not compatible with Western society, with a pluralistic society, this is exactly what we are talking about. You have this imam who is just casually saying in the UK out loud that America is going to become a Muslim country, Russia is going to become a Muslim country, that Islam is going to enter every house. Now, I don't know about you guys, but when I hear that, I don't think of a missionary project. I don't think of Islamic proselytizing. I don't think of him referring to Muslims converting people over to Islam through love and acceptance, which, by the way, is not really a large factor in the growth of Islam. It's primarily driven by high birth rates. But he's clearly not talking about faith or a personal belief. He's referring to a political takeover. His language is the language of conquest, and that is the language of people who think that the West is weak enough for them to come in and replace. The United Kingdom, where this imam is saying this, proves why they feel so bold enough to say this. Look at what's happening there. Nobody in America gets told any of this, but in parts of London and Bradford and Birmingham and Luton, the police won't even enforce basic laws if it risks community tensions. They have totally redefined the definition of Islamophobia to include race when Muslim is not a race. Their politicians have no backbone. They have no spine. They have entire neighborhoods where extremist preachers literally have more influence than the parliament. There are schools where kids are bullied for being too Western. Politicians as well as police and authorities have openly admitted that they don't talk about this. They don't say a word because they're terrified of offending the wrong people. It has gone
in the comments, wake up Canada as well.
Beyond the idea of diversity. It has become a cultural surrender, and I'm sorry, the UK's done. There is no recovering from what has happened to the UK. And I already know that people are going to come in and say, oh, well, this imam doesn't represent all Muslims. Obviously, I know it doesn't. Most Muslims, or at least a lot of them, don't want any part of this ideology of the takeover, but this is the strain of political Islam. This triumphalist, we're going to dominate the West mindset is very real, and pretending that it doesn't exist.
And if someone says, I want to come inside of your home, I want to walk inside of your doors and take over your home, how do you handle that?
This is, again, exactly how the UK got...
That's exactly what the UK did not handle properly.
Caught flat-footed in the first place. Every warning was dismissed as racist or Islamophobic until the...
And look, it worked for a while. It doesn't work anymore, but it used to work.
Reality became too obvious to hide. And by the way, since the 60s, the UK's public opinion have continuously shown that they reject the influence of Islam in their society, and that they think the immigration policy has been horrible, and they think that too many people have been coming into their country, and their politicians did nothing. And I'm sorry, but this whole, we're never going to apologize, we're never going to compromise, never water anything down in our religion, it's not religious devotion. It is, again, political absolutism. That is a vision of society where pluralism does not exist, where you cannot disagree, where you do not coexist with people, you overtake them.
The future is ours.
So either it is the future being his or it's not. I prefer America. I prefer our Bill of Rights, our Constitution, our civil liberties. No exceptions, no compromise. Who is this person? I just found this account. It's Murr. Okay, I guess this is Murr.
Oh my God, y'all are making it so hard. You're making it so hard. This is why they didn't let us vote. Because you guys don't use your fucking brains. Oh, in case you guys didn't know, 80%, over 80% of women in New York voted for Mamdani. Over 80%. Over 80% voted for a man that won't eat a pig because it's dirty, but is okay marrying off 8-year-old girls to grown men. That's who you voted for. Women voted for that. 80% of women voted for a man that is okay with using violence against women, that sees women as less than. That religion castrates young women so that they can't feel pleasure.
None of these are compatible with America. None of these policies. It's not compatible with humanity. We all have rights. We all have the autonomy to live our lives free of molestation. In the regard I'm using that word is not in an Epstein way. I know it's right up against that topic, but free from hindrances, free from bother, free from totalitarianism, free from being told what we may and may not, shall and shall not do.
Women are not allowed to go outside without a man being present, okay? And you guys are all worried about, oh, if Donald Trump gets elected, it's going to be Handmaid's Tale. Do some research. Do a little bit of research and you'd realize that Handmaid's Tale, yeah, it's based off the Islamic religion, but they wanted it to be easier to swallow for dumb Americans. It's based off
religion, but author Margaret Atwood was inspired by events in Iran following the 1979 Islamic Revolution, which established a theocracy and reduced women's rights. So The Handmaid's Tale isn't about Christians. It's about Islam.
The Islam religion.
Wow, Margaret Atwood, apparently. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that.
And Sharia law.
Sharia means law. So when you say Sharia law, you're just saying law. A little
bit of research would have told you that. But yeah, let's go vote that man in. Jesus Christ. If there's ever a vote to take away women's right to vote, yep, because y'all are fucking it up for everybody. Oh my.
Okay, I did not. Let me ask Grok. Was Handmaid's Tale about Islam? No. It's a dystopian novel set in the near future, United States, renamed the Republic of Gilead, where a totalitarian regime overthrows the government and establishes a theocracy based on a distorted extremist interpretation of Christianity, specifically drawing from Old Testament biblical stories, Rachel, Leah, and their handmaids, Bilhah, Zilpah in Genesis as justification for forced surrogacy. Then it's Grok says, influences from 79 Islamic Revolution in Iran. Atwood wrote the novel in 84-85, shortly after the 79 Islamic Revolution in Iran, which turned Iran into a theocracy that severely restricted women's rights, imposed strict dress codes, and religious police. She acknowledged this as one real-world influence. Well, okay, then you could have said that in the first, like that. Yes, Islam was one real-world influence. I don't know why Grok led with no. It's clearly the opposite when I'm reading this here. Red robes, white wings worn by handmaids visually echo some conservative Islamic dress. The overall idea of a modern society suddenly becoming a religious dictatorship drew from Iran's shift. In the book epilogue, academics even reference a fictional history book titled Iran and Gilead, two late 20th century monotheocracies. However, Atwood emphasized that these are illustrative examples of how theocracy opposes women, not the core subject. She explicitly pushed back against the claims that the book is only about Islamic countries, saying she had everybody in mind and that Gilead is built on America's own historical and religious foundations. Some readers in the Hulu adaptation highlight visual or structural parallels to certain Islamic theocracies. Gender segregation, modesty enforcement, religious police, leading to debates or accusations of Islamophobia. Atwood and most literary analysis reject this. The scripture quoted in the book is from the Christian Bible. Rituals are Christian influenced, and the regime leaders are white American Christian nationalists. Parallels exist because fundamentalist extremes across Abrahamic religions, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, can look similar when taken to authoritarian levels, but the story is unambiguously about a Christian takeover of the U.S. In short, it's a warning about religious fundamentalism in general, but specifically imagines it happening through Christian extremism, not Islam. Atwood's own words, the book shows how oppressive systems can't happen here, except they can, using a society's own traditions. Okay. So, like, she clipped out one sentence that appeared to be what Grok said, but it was a part of it. But no, I think they're mainly trashing Christianity, but they also, the author also references Islam in there. Libs Meme Central. A white liberal says, "We're on the same side." He bumps him or does something to him and say, "Hey, we're on the same side." Masked Muslims say, "No, we are not."
There's no need for that. We're on the same side, bro. No, we're not. Yes, we are, bro.
We're on the same side, bro. No, we are not. Yes, we are, bro. Bro, when they tell you they're not on your side, you might want to listen to that.
There's no need for that. We're on the same side, bro. No, we're not. Yes, we are, bro.
And then another guy says no.
There's no need for that. We're on the same side, bro. No, we're not. Yes, we are, bro. There's no need for that. We're on the same side, bro. No, we're not. Yes, we are, bro.
No. So don't let people tell you that you're on the same side. Queers for Palestine. Are you out of your mind? All right. Governor Greg Abbott designates the Muslim Brotherhood and the Council on American Islamic Relations CARE as a foreign terrorist organization.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, designated the Muslim Brotherhood and Council of American Islamic Relations, CAIR, as foreign terrorist organizations. And everybody is cheering for it. My only question is, why did it take so long? He's been governor for 10 years. And it took him 10 years to do so. The same with the southern border. He's been governor for 10 years, and it took him 8 years to do something 2 years ago to secure the border. Why are Republican politicians always so reactive to everything that is going on? Why are we always the last ones to mobilize? Why are we always the last ones to get involved? He could have done something on the southern border 8 years ago. 7 years ago, 6 years ago. No, he got in office in 2015 and he waited until 2022 or 2023 to actually do something at the southern border. Remember the buoys and the razor wire and all of that stuff.
I remember.
And everybody's cheering for it. I'm sorry, is it that much to ask to have higher standards and have an expedited reaction to what is happening in our country and our communities? Hey, listen, if you want to support my work, link in bio for my online store, my merch.
All right. Immigrateful is the account. Texas making moves. Nicki Minaj speaking out. She speaks out every now and then. I believe she's got a bit of a checkered past where she would drug and rob people as part of her sex work as a stripper prior to Hollywood propping her up. But look, she's right here talking about Nigerian Christians being targeted.
In Nigeria, Christians are being targeted, driven from their homes, and killed. Churches have been burned. Families have been torn apart, and entire communities live in fear constantly, simply because of how they pray. Sadly, this problem is not only a growing problem in Nigeria, but also in so many other countries across the world, and it demands urgent action. And I want to be clear. Protecting Christians in Nigeria is not about taking sides or dividing people. It is about uniting humanity. In Nigeria, Christians are being targeted, driven from their homes.
I'm going to ask Grok. Did Nicki Minaj drug and rob people? I think she spoke about it. No. Hold on. No, Nicki Minaj, real name, Onika Tanya Maharaj Petty. Never been accused of or admitted to drugging and robbing people. Rumor stems from a widespread mixed-up with her longtime rival, Cardi B. Oh. Cardi B did that. 2019 resurfaced Instagram live video. Cardi B openly admitted that during her time as a stripper in New York, she would lure men to hotel rooms with the promise of S, drug them, and then rob them. She later described these actions as things she did for survival, but said she was not proud of them and never glorified them in her music. Okay. I think that he popped a Molly because look how he's sweating. I'm going to let my people rob him as soon as it sets in. Clearly a fictional rap boast. Cardi B, yes, admitted to drugging and robbing men. Nicki Minaj, no evidence, no accusations, no admissions. It's a persistent online mix-up. They're both attractive lady rappers. I think they're both black. I don't know. Is Cardi B Latina or something? I don't know. I don't care. But they're both buxom, non-white lady rappers who got popular roughly around the same time. Okay, so I'm glad I checked that. I have no motivation to lie. I have no motivation to mislead. We all misremember stuff. And John, you talked about how this is a classroom. I'm the teacher, right? Or I mean, we've all talked about it, but yeah, I want to double check. If I get something wrong, I want to quickly reverse course and clarify. What's up, Nimbus? How you doing, sir? You just had a little lunch, licking his chops. Maybe he's going to groom over here. Here, bud. Come here. Where are you trying to get? I can't. Yeah, if you change where you're at. So I'm trying to help my buddy. All right. He can't use his back legs to scratch now. He's got a creaky hip. It's like he'll try to scratch and he'll fall over, and it's like, oh, bud. It's like I'll try to scratch for him, and like sometimes I get the right spot, and sometimes he's like, no, and then he'll bite me. Like, his bites are usually no big deal. Anyway, I'm glad I clarified that. Thank you, Nicki Minaj. I'm just going to say thank you, Nicki. Can we please get more entertainers to denounce this and call attention to this genocide? No good. Also, really bad stuff happening in South Africa if you're paying attention. Jesse Kelly.
Jamal Osman, he's a member of the Minneapolis City Council. Huh? He just won
Minneapolis
re-election. His platform was restorative justice programs for low-level offenses, violence prevention programs.
Hey, that'll make your community safe. Oh, wait, I mean the opposite.
And alternative responses to 911 calls. You know exactly what kind of guy this is. He ran for office and got elected on a pro-crime, pro-rape, pro-theft, pro-murder stance. Let all the criminals out. They're just misunderstood because he's a communist. He was just carjacked. He was just carjacked by a couple teen hoodlums. And I kid you not, called the cops, of course, called the cops. And this is what he says afterwards, quote, I'm not a legal expert, but there has to be some kind of consequences with this action.
Oh.
If individuals know they can get away with this kind of heinous behavior or crimes, they're going to continue to do it again. Oh, wow. That is so sad. Were you, by chance, afraid? Did you feel fear when a couple young thugs came up to you and pointed mace in your face and then stole your car? That is a real shame. These violent criminals,
what could have prevented that?
They hurt people, don't they? That's too bad that happened to you. I feel terrible, absolutely terrible for you. I'm lying. I actually think it's hilarious, and I'm thrilled that happened to you. And you know why I'm thrilled it happened to you? Because you want it to happen to other people.
Yep.
I, in fact, wish that this kind of thing, I wish every person who pushes restorative justice in this ridiculous commie gobbledygook, I wish every one of them would have their car stolen. I find it to be the funniest thing in the world. I will gleefully report on this every single time, purely out of spite. But if I have to be honest and try to make myself sound like a little bit of a better person, I want you to learn. I want you to care what innocent people go through because of your scumbag, dirty commie policies. Jamal Osman, he's a member of the Minneapolis City Council.
Important is that
He just won.
Some people, actually, I'll put that in the comments. For some people on the left, this is the only way that they will grow up and learn about their backward, dangerous, reckless policies. Hey, Nimbus, do you want to come up? Buddy boy, you want to come up? I'm going to try to scratch where he's getting at. Where are you trying to get to? I don't know where you're aiming. I'll just scratch everywhere on your head. Am I getting it? I'm trying to. I know this is compelling content, me off screen scratching my cat's neck, but I assure you, it is helpful for him, and that's what counts. You can come up. Wee. Hey, guy. Yes, we'll be right here. No biting. Thank you. Let's get you on camera. Hi, bud. All right, well, good. Glad that happened. Because
Democrats have had...
Because some people will only learn by going through the goofiness of their own policies. All right, here is Jim Jordan blasting Democrats for their dishonest use of these files to hurt Trump.
Spent 6 months talking about Epstein, even though they had 4 years to do something about it. Now, why would they do that? Maybe it's to go after President Trump. For the past decade, there's been one constant for Democrats: go after Trump.
Mm-hmm.
They spied on his campaign. Then it was Mueller. Then it was impeachment 1. Then it was impeachment 2. Then it was all the lawfare. Then it was a 43-day shutdown. And now it's Epstein.
Oh, and the
And by the way,
insurrection hoax.
the same party that did all that, they were also the ones who were texting with Mr. Epstein during a hearing where Michael Cohen was their witness in another effort to go after the president. Think about what the Democrats did last week. The Democrats released an email that the Oversight Committee had obtained from the estate, an email from Mr. Epstein to Ms. Maxwell. When the Democrats released it, they redacted the victim's name, something we all support. Except in this case, no court had ordered that name redacted, and the victim had already went public. So why black out her name? Because she had said in her book and had testified under oath that she never saw any wrongdoing by President Trump. Democrats have had spent 6 months talking about Epstein, even though they had 4 years to do something about it.
Okay, so that part of it is a hoax. Mr. Nimbus purring. How about Chip Roy? Is he the one person that didn't vote for this?
United Republican Party and a bipartisan supermajority is going to pass a bill to increase transparency regarding the egregious abuses by Jeffrey Epstein, a goal that anyone of conscience desires. That is, in totality, an important statement to check the rich and the powerful. Remember how we got here. After decades, it was President Trump's Department of Justice that indicted Jeffrey Epstein in July of 2019. It was President Trump's DOJ that arrested and indicted Ms. Maxwell.
Forgive me, it's not Chip Roy out of Texas. The one person that didn't is Representative Clay Higgins of Louisiana. Higgins explained his opposition by arguing that the bill in current form could harm innocent people, such as witnesses, family members, or others mentioned but not criminally implicated by broadly releasing investigative files without sufficient privacy protections. He noted he would support it if the Senate added amendments, and he pointed to ongoing House Oversight Committee work as a better path for controlled releases. A small number of House members, 2 Republicans, 3 Democrats, did not vote at all, but they are not considered as voting against it. The bill now heads to President Trump for signature. He has indicated he will sign it. Okay, there we go. Sorry, Chip Roy is not the one I was thinking of. That's Clay Higgins.
It was the Republican-led Oversight Committee, through 13 subpoenas, that has released 65,000 pages of files in just 10 months. Meanwhile, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have largely ignored this issue. It was Democrats who redacted an email to mislead the American people about the truth of a witness that exonerated President Trump. It was a Democrat, Representative Placette, who literally texted with Jeffrey Epstein as we questioned Michael Cohen. It was Democrats who shut down the government, resulting in the delay of swearing in of members. A united Republican Party and a bipartisan supermajority is going to pass a bill to...
There we go.
How do you feel about the country
This is World War II. Okay.
that you worked so hard to stay free, to keep free?
The real World War II hero and how he views America today.
The truth?
Yeah.
I feel like a foreigner in my own country lots of times, and I don't like it. It makes my heart real heavy. And
that echoes what that guy in Good Morning Britain said. We've lost our rights. It wasn't worth it.
I just hope we can pull out of this. There's too much Hollywood going on in Washington all the time. The important subjects they don't cover. So the thing is, I hope all the guys will rally up and we'll go back and straighten it all out.
How do you feel about the country?
Interesting context. All right, this guy, Stu Peters, talking about Charlie Kirk. Turning Point donors and allies are recommitting after Charlie Kirk is gone, he claims.
In the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's death, the very people that he did not want influencing Turning Point USA are influencing Turning Point USA. And it's people like Tyler Boyer, the chief operating officer at TPUSA, who secures all of the Jewish donors that Charlie Kirk was refusing to align with. Charlie Kirk just couldn't fire him. Tyler Boyer is more than just a gay little Mormon. He's actually a longtime political operative. His Mormon mission took him to Russia, at which point he developed ties to these shady Ukrainian orphanages that are so oftentimes connected directly with child sex trafficking operations in war-torn countries. And you remember who else was directly tied to Eastern European orphanages? Erica Kirk in Romania. What are these people doing? Do you find that to be just a little bit weird? At 22 years old, is this the type of thing that you were into? And that's not all when we talk about Boyer's background or his involvement in Maricopa County, Arizona, because in 2020, he faced a whole litany of criminal charges related to fraud and forgery and other criminal schemes. He didn't just lose his wife and kid over having gay sex before scrubbing any evidence of their existence from the internet. They say that he embezzled more than $50,000 worth of Republican Party funds, as well as violating election laws. Now, fast forward to 2025, and Boyer, as the chief operating officer at TPUSA, oversees hundreds of millions of dollars and even the construction of an American orphanage in Chicago. How the hell does that even work? None of this is normal. Normal young men don't hang around with vulnerable children in destitute, war-torn regions of the world. They just don't.
Well, I mean, missionaries do, pastors do, preachers do, youth outreach do, like some do.
And in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, he's growing even more powerful within this TPUSA ecosystem. He doesn't want us talking about it. So much so that Boyer sent me a DM on X demanding contact information from my lawyer. He doesn't even want his name mentioned. He doesn't even want public information that you can go through and find on Grok, because once people start digging in, he's terrified of what they might find. Whether it links him directly to the betrayal of Charlie Kirk or opens up a completely different can of worms, or both. Yeah, no, he cares, and he wants my lawyer's contact information because...
I don't know this guy, Tyler Boyer. I'm not like super deep into the TPUSA world, but The scrutiny is through the roof.
Again, we're over the target. Nothing that we have been told about this assassination adds up. Nothing. So you can be in my DMs requesting lawyer contact information, but I'm not going to stop digging. I'm not going to stop searching for these answers because...
And music comes in, so I go away. Did we play this Comer clip or was it a different Comer clip? I think it was a different clip, so we'll play this one.
Colleagues' coordination with Epstein. Another email shows Democrat fundraisers invited Epstein to an event
Representative Kentucky.
or to meet privately with Hakeem Jeffries as part of their 2013 effort to win a majority. So Hakeem Jeffries' campaign solicited money from Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we found in the last document batch. The files underscore why former President Trump must appear for his deposition. We've subpoenaed him. To date, the Democrats have done nothing to help us secure his appearance. I support full transparency. The Oversight Committee will continue to work to get the truth to the American people and to get justice for the victims. That's our goal of this investigation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Yeah. There you go. So what is this? This is Pierce Morgan, Cenk Uygur, discussing why Trump's base is upset and that MAGA has split.
Start with Epstein and get to the split in MAGA. So, guys, we keep talking about it like it isn't solved. It's solved. He was working with Israel. He had an Israeli spy, an intelligence officer, stay with him over and over again for weeks on end. Every email from Ehud Barak's emails and drop site news shows that Epstein was doing everything he could to help Israel. So, and why? Oh, Trump's uncomfortable. The Democrats are uncomfortable, but yet somehow they don't release it. Why not? Because the one thing that both parties serve is Israel. Who has enough power to kill someone inside an American prison and have the videotape not work and the guards be off? Intelligence agencies. Obviously, this is already solved. So now the connective tissue. So the reason why Trump's base is upset is because the core of the promise was America first. And now they have Trump get into office. First he says, no, I'm not serving you guys. I'm not releasing the Epstein files. Then he says, okay, nope, I'm going to bomb Iran and I'm going to do whatever Israel wants. Israel is first. Then it goes.
That seemed very strange.
Way beyond that. Then it goes, okay, I don't care about affordability anymore. Hey, tax cuts for the rich.
When did he say he doesn't care about affordability? I don't know what Cenk is talking about there.
Subsidies for oil companies. And
yeah, we want more oil production at lower rates. Like we want more oil. The gas costs are down, right?
All the things that never put Americans first, the donors first, whether they're oil companies, pharmaceutical companies, or the Israeli lobby. So Marjorie Taylor Greene comes along and she says what MAGA's been saying all along. So now what you guys have to understand is that Trump's voters, in my opinion, and I'm curious what you all think, are in three buckets, right? One is independents who listen to Rogan, Young Turks, Theo Von, Tim Dillon. Those guys just hate the establishment. And they'll vote for anyone who's an actual enemy of the establishment and a populist for the American people. So those guys are already gone. I mean, you see it in the younger voters. Trump used to have an 8-point lead. Now he has a 55-point deficit. So an independents and the young are gone.
A 55-point deficit? What are you talking about? In what universe are people saying, yeah, more Democrats, please?
Then there's a bucket in the middle, which is true MAGA, the original MAGA, America First. And I disagree with their social issues, etc. But that's Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, Tom Massey, etc. And then the third bucket is Trump loyalists. The ones who say, oh, yeah, of course, everybody's eating cats and dogs, and Trump couldn't wait to release the Epstein files, and this was all a trick and a chess game and all that. Those guys are hopeless. Trump could say anything, and they'll believe it. And in fact, the rest of the Trump voters are now looking at them like, are you guys nuts? Like, wake up to what's going on here. The establishment is screwing us, and it turns out that Trump is part of the establishment. So I'll start with Epstein and get to the split in MAGA. So, guys,
I don't know. What did he say? Trump was up 9 and now he's down 55. He's saying that there's a 64% swing in young people. I don't know what universe is being referenced there. That doesn't seem very accurate to me. Tell me if I'm wrong.
No, I wasn't expecting that.
You're white, you're privileged, you're...
Oh, there's music here. I can't play it. This young white lady tells Charlie Kirk, you're white and you're privileged.
Christian. How can you argue these things when you don't understand what, like, an oppressed individual, like, you know, is going through?
White privilege is a myth and a lie and should be completely destroyed. It's rooted in racism. It is a racist ideal.
It is. It's a hate whitey program. Hey, let's go get them. Oh, look how privileged they are. Go get them. Let's go get them. No, that's some awful stuff. Should be denouncing that, and he did. But I can't play more because there's music in it. But like I said, when I see Charlie Kirk, I share it now. Because you thought you're going to silence him by taking him out? Nope, we're going to talk about him more. You did that, not me. All right, DHS.gov is talking about dangerous criminals.
Twice in the past 3 days, people have used vehicles to try to stop your operations. And we came up with some statistics from DHS that I thought were just stunning. Since January the 20th, against CBP, there have been 71 vehicular attacks, a 58% increase over the same period in 2024. In terms of ICE, 28 vehicular attacks since January 20th. That's a 1,300% increase over 2 in the same period of 2024. It's getting to be a regular occurrence, and it's extremely dangerous.
John and Sandra, it is. It's staggering. But, you know, I think that there's something that the viewers need to know. And those attacks started or almost coincided with Governor Steen's heated rhetoric. It's starting again here in North Carolina, here in Charlotte. His heated rhetoric where he said that we were racists and that we were not conducting our operations in a lawful manner. Very soon after he said that, we started seeing the violence. So I put a lot of the blame on our elected leadership here in North Carolina, especially that governor that says those things that are outright lies.
Twice in the past 3 days, people have used vehicles.
Things are getting weird out there. I don't know if these are all staged or not, but this is Porch Pirate Revenge.
Oh no. You've got to be kidding me. What the hell?
Oh, it's in my mouth! God! What is... Oh, gotcha! Oh, heavy! Almost to the truck!
All right. It's probably fake. But it was kind of fun. Okay. The government says the earth is overpopulated. Yeah, the government is overpopulated. How about that? I like that one. I don't know what's on here. What people think rebellion looks like, riots in the streets. What it actually looks like is breaking away from their manipulation campaign. When your tinfoil hat becomes a crown of knowledge. You have an idea how you got sick? Watching the news. Your mind is the real cage. You know what I'd really like to see go viral? Basic human decency. All right. I like that one. The government says the earth is overpopulated. The government's overpopulated.
We have to learn how to love and hate correctly again. I guess I'm saying I'm not interested in the constitutional rights of people who have declared war on me, my country, and the very freedoms that they hide behind. The Christian is never commanded to love the barbarian horde storming the city gates. You do not want the enemies of mankind to know you by your sweet, castrated, toxic empathy love. You want them to fear you. because if they do not fear you, they will not hesitate to hide behind the freedoms that others bled and died to give you and weaponize those against you to kill your babies, steal your children, sexually mutilate the next generation, and eventually make evangelism illegal. We just need to take the left's playbook and mimic it for righteousness, I guess is what I'm saying. We have to
co-opt it. Co-opt leftist tactics button. All right, so Muslims and Christians are clashing in Dearborn, Michigan. Here's Nick Shirley.
I believe they're going to cancel the 6:30 City Hall meeting because everybody's chimping the fuck out.
And this is Jake Lang, who we filmed get released from January 6th. He was in the DC Gulag, and we filmed him getting released.
They're chimping the fuck out. I don't have bananas. Chill out. I don't have bananas. This is not America. This is an insurgency. They are taking over our country. They're taking over our country. They want us all dead. Let's go.
It's wild what's happening right now. People are pushing. Wow. This is Dearborn, Michigan right now.
Yes, this is Dearborn, Michigan. Any racist is not welcome. No races here. If you can't be peaceful, but every race is welcome. If you're a racist, you're not welcome. Every race is welcome. 1, 2, 3. Our president is a pedophile.
I believe they're going to.
This is Michigan. This isn't London. This isn't Iran.
Why do you hope that? You hope he gets killed because you don't like him? What? You hope he gets killed because you don't like him? Yeah? Is that what Muslims believe? Oh, well, you're a Muslim, right? And you believe it. Why? Do you think maybe it's a value problem? It seems that way. You're not representing your people very well right now. Yeah, so you want him dead because you don't like him. You want him dead because you don't like him. Yeah, right, yeah. Get the fuck out of here. Get away from me. How many people you got? 10,000. Yeah, suck my dick. Okay, I'm a liar. He just said he hopes Jake gets Charlie Kirk. You hope I get Charlie Kirk? Yeah. Say it again. Welcome to Dearborn, guys. Welcome.
This guy's threatening to end them. Welcome to Dearborn, Michigan. Political violence. Journalist Sam Higbee assaulted by an unhinged leftist in Dearborn, Michigan for reporting on their protest.
Stupid. Because they are stupid. All right. Sir, why is he not welcome on a public sidewalk?
Get the camera out of my face. Get that camera out of my face, or I will take it from you. Okay.
Look at that crazy hair and look.
Phone right here. Is this his phone? All right, guys. He just got pepper spray for attacking and assaulting someone. No, you're not gonna get your phone. Actually, you get it. Here you go. There we go. Yep.
Journalist assaulted.
Come on in.
You guys hang up here.
No! Why did you do a disgusting fuck pepper spray? No! Why did you pepper spray? Why did pepper spray? What did you do?
Everybody back up.
I got it.
Flush this.
Right there, that's okay.
Keep them close, try not to rub them. All right.
Feel stupid. Because they are stupid. All right.
More leftist violence.
Hi, I'm Jade.
Jade Warwick here with Jake Lang.
Warwick with the Warwick Report. So what's your name? Why are you here?
My name is Jake Lang. I was pardoned by President Trump, and I'm fighting for Christian America. We cannot bow to Islam. Our countries will be destroyed, and we already have a great example. Europe. Europe is gone. Europe is not Europe anymore. Rome, the center of Christianity, just had a Muslim organization start to run for government over there called Nuru, Muslims for Rome.
Yep.
So there is going to be a Muslim takeover America if we don't make a stand now. And that's what me and hundreds of patriots are here today doing. And may God bless them and keep Dearborn a Christian country, a Christian area, and our America a Christian country.
Okay, I'm just curious with the burning of the Quran. I saw that there was a brawl. What happened?
So I went to put the lighter fluid on the Quran. This is not the Quran. This is the Holy Bible, the written word of Jesus Christ. And Muslim pepper sprayed me, attacked me, and then I fended him off with the bacon here. This here is my secret weapon right here. Keep that tucked in. So, these people, they're violent, they have no impulse control. That's the problem. They don't understand in America we have a First Amendment right, and we can burn any book. They burned the Bible many times, especially during 9/11. They were burning Bibles in the street, chanting Ali Akbar, and our country, our own country, we can't even burn a Quran. We can't even wave around bacon without being assaulted. Cam Higbee is in our tour bus right now, resting up because he got a whole entire pepper spray can in the eyes.
So I heard a lot of people have been pepper sprayed. Who is doing the spraying?
There is little jihadi Muslim insurgents running around with pepper spray without any aggressive action on our part, just getting whoever they can. And I was able to block it, and I got, if you see my neck here, it's all red. It's inflamed, but I got pepper sprayed a lot in prison and on January 6th, so I don't really react to it as much anymore. Yeah.
Okay, so what is your main concern with Dearborn being over 55% Islamic?
Well, it's setting a precedent that they can come in here and dominate us in our own country. And when they have all the cities, I mean, right here, turn around, right there, Arab American National Museum, that's a mosque right there. This is City Hall. That is like a humiliation ritual to the American people here. When you have all of these different Arabic signs, when you have the language change, this culture change, the food change, the way people dress, what is part of this is America anymore? You can't name one American thing about Dearborn, Michigan.
Yeah, and Anthony, I was just chatting to him the other day, or actually this morning, sorry, let me start that again. Anthony, I was just chatting to him like about an hour ago, and he said that there is no Sharia law in Dearborn, but then he went back on his word and said, oh, well, there is Sharia law because the women can't dress how they want to dress. So how would you approach that conversation with him?
Well, Anthony Hudson doesn't deserve a moment of my time because he's a coward. He's a traitor to our country. He's a cuckold, and he's already shown his character. Coming from the prison environment, when you have somebody that claims to be on your side and they're a traitor on you, that usually doesn't, you don't wake up in the morning when things like that happen. Okay. So I really revere respect between men, and if you're going to stand beside me and say that you're here with me and then turn and go prostrate before the Islamic regime here, that means you are a dishonorable man, and I will not shake your hand. I will not be anywhere near him. I will not be anywhere near him.
How do you feel about all these men now trying to flank you and have a conversation with you?
A conversation? He's coming masked up, looking like a terrorist, a wimpy, pathetic terrorist, hitting his vape like he's, come on. That's haram, brother. Don't you know that? That's all. You probably own a smoke shop. Shut up. I don't. I own a barbershop. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. All these guys, they preach one thing, they sell alcohol right out in the back of all the convenience stores.
Okay, I'm going to head out. Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Hi, I'm Jade Warwick with the Warwick Report. So what's your...
She ducked out of there, and I'm getting out of here.
For what purpose?
Representative Anna Paulina Luna. Oh, I got more on Dearborn. There's more coming on Dearborn, which is why there's more to it. Enclaves trying to fundamentally transform the United States of America. In 5 days, we're about to fundamentally transform the United States of America. Here is Anna Paulina Luna.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
The gentlelady from Florida will state her inquiry.
I was wondering if the Speaker of the House of Representatives can explain why leadership on both sides, both Democrat and Republican, are cutting back-end deals to cover up public corruption in the House of Representatives from both Republican and Democrat members of Congress.
The gentlelady has not stated a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, but I think the American people know what happened tonight.
Yeah, the Plaskett censure failed because House leadership exchanged that censure failure for the withdrawal of a vote to censure and refer Corey Mills to House Ethics for investigation. The swamp protects itself. Lame. This is Orem Police Department. Take a listen.
But Orem PD has a drone unit active and professional, and that police department, I will tell you right now, is awesome. They get it. They were there, they helped both on the soft side and the hard side. And so I started asking questions like, do you guys have a drone unit? Yeah, good. Do you have an MOU or a mutual aid agreement with the school? And they're like, yeah. I said, did they call you and ask for assistance? No. I'm like, why wouldn't you call?
I think that's your job. Like, am I crazy? Or is that his job? Is it his job to call and to see things through if Charlie's paying him for executive level security?
But Orem PD.
So I don't know if this guy came out all that well during this. The clips I've watched, I don't know. Seems a little concerning. A little suspicious. So is Candace. All right, this is Cam Higbee, the guy that was assaulted. He goes in front of the mayor of Dearborn while addressing the Dearborn City Council. There's anti-Islam protests going on in the city. Dearborn has fallen. Take a listen. Cam Higbee.
I'm a journalist. I'm not a protester. This is my badge. Okay. Today on the streets of Dearborn, I was pepper sprayed, maced by protesters because I asked them simply why they were harassing and touching another individual who had stated repeatedly that he was only on their side of the street to talk to them and have a dialogue. My phone was smashed. You can see the broken camera right there. They stole $50 out of my pocket, and they stole my microphone receiver. I went and I told one of your officers, badge number 3668, that this had happened. He told me there was nothing that could be done about it unless I went to the station. I told him, I can't go to the station. I'm working. I'm doing my job. He said, I'm working too. I said, yeah, and your job is to protect me and all of the people that are out here today, okay? So we said that I could go into the station later. I told him, you're never going to catch the guy if I go into the station later. He's going to leave. He's dressed head to toe in black bloc. I filmed the whole thing, but he had a mask on his face. You'll never, ever get an opportunity to arrest that person ever again if you don't go and get him right now. He said, sir, I can't leave my post. 5 minutes later, I caught him in the parking lot on a personal phone call, okay? Repeatedly today, I watched people that are in this room get attacked by other people that are in this room. I watched your officers not respond to those attacks repeatedly. Then I saw somebody who was in this group, which again, I'm a journalist. I'm just documenting what's going on, and I'm here to tell you what's going on. I saw somebody in this group get arrested. I asked the officers, habeas corpus, please articulate probable cause for arresting this person. They refused to. I asked name and badge number. They refused to give me their name and badge number as a member of the press with my badge clearly displayed. They would not tell me why they were arresting this person. They just did it, okay? Yesterday, I was exploring Dearborn. I came here just to document this from Seattle as a journalist, okay? I was exploring Dearborn. I walked up and down Michigan Avenue. There wasn't very many people out. Then we wanted to hear the call to prayer that we've heard so much about. So we went to a mosque. And at that mosque, I was followed by a drone. If I moved forward, the drone moved forward. If I went backwards, the drone went backwards. I went to a gas station, and that drone waited outside of the gas station, just above the door, for me to leave so it could begin following me again. I was followed by vehicles, and I was followed by individuals on foot. There was a lot of talk in here today about sexism. So I'd like to quote the Prophet Muhammad. Okay? One of my favorite quotes from the Prophet Muhammad. A woman's testimony is worth half that of a man's due to the deficiency of her mind. God created two sexes, one superior and one inferior. That's why your women wear hijabs, because they're inferior to men. That's why in most Muslim countries they can't leave their homes without permission of a male guardian. Is my time up?
You have 30 seconds.
You had 30 seconds.
Oh, 30 seconds.
Yeah,
okay, great.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I shouldn't feel like a dhimmi in my country. That's what I feel like in Dearborn, Michigan. It doesn't feel like home. I feel like a dhimmi, a second-class citizen, which is what Christians are in the majority of Muslim countries. Dhimmis. Second-class citizens. in the policing in this city, that's exactly what happens. And I know rank and file officers in pretty much every city usually want to take care of these problems. I'm a journalist. I'm not a protester. This is my badge. Okay. Today on the streets of Dearborn.
I don't know what badge she's referencing, because journalists don't need badges any more than you need permission to use your First Amendment rights. Oh, you need concealed carry for your Second Amendment. Where's that in the founding documents? That's something made up. That doesn't say we have the right to keep and bear arms as long as we file paperwork and beg for these freedoms from the people that are temporarily in charge. That's not part of it. I don't know what the badge part is, but yeah, enough is enough. It's time to start having these conversations.
Who do you think, I guess?
America first. This is Myron talking with Candace about Charlie.
I know you said the people around him, but who do you think is the most responsible? Why would they want him gone?
I think Charlie was not allowed to be anything but a Christian Zionist. And he was changing in the last few weeks. When I look at the timeline that I put together, some weird stuff, this Egyptian plane that was started tracking him, everything began ratcheting up after Tucker Carlson hit the stage. And
in July.
Mm-hmm,
oh yeah, I was there for that. Yeah.
That pissed
him off.
That was a something.
Yeah.
So I think Charlie was done, as Megan showed the video. He was telling Tucker to go max. All of the things that they lied about, we've now proven. And why were they lying about it? That's why this is the thing. Why lie if you have nothing to cover up? That's my common sense here. You only lie because you have something to cover up. No matter what the lie is you only lie because there's something that you're hiding. So if they had all come out right when Charlie died, if Seth Dillon, who pressed Charlie in the Hamptons, was like, oh my gosh, my biggest regret is the last time that I saw Charlie, I was being such a jerk about the Israel. They were so stupid. And this is a reminder that you never know when you're going to see somebody last. It would have been like, oh, okay, nothing to see here. It was like a full court press effort to lie about everything. Josh Hammer, he never blinked on Israel. He was on the text message chain where Charlie said 48 hours before he died that he was done with the pro-Israel cause. Why lie? That's my question. And I don't like the silence from Turning Point employees. I know for a fact one of them, who I'm not going to name, has a text message from Charlie the day before he died saying they are going to kill me.
Wow.
Now, he was not referring to the trans lobby when he wrote that message.
Yeah.
So why not present? If you are his friend and you're interested in the truth, why wouldn't you tell the public that? Wouldn't you just come right out to the public and say, hey, I don't know what happened, but like Charlie thought they were going to kill him. I do not like the way Turning Point is behaving. I've made that clear, and nobody is going to emotionally manipulate me and tell me that it's all good now. And to attack Turning Point would be to attack his legacy.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie told me years ago that he had, which I shared the messages. He was having a ton of visions and was telling me that Turning Point was going to be the death of him. He knew he was going to die young. And strangely knew that I was going to be the only person to defend him. Right?
What?
I showed the messages.
Yeah.
I showed the messages.
They tried to say it was fake, and you pulled it up, and yeah.
So it's we're here. We're here now, and I'm going to defend him. I'm going to figure out what happened.
Who do you think? I guess.
Wow. Cover and reveal it all. Jeez. He sort of knew. Back to Dearborn. All hell breaks loose as Patriots confront Muslim terrorists in Dearborn, Michigan, says Patriots Mindset. This is Jake Lang. Oh, there was that kid. He came in and punched him in the face in the red hat. See him? Little commie coward. Harry on camera.
I was punched harder by Capitol Police Officer lady, so it's okay. Hey, yo, guys, hey.
Sucker punch. Dude weighs about 80 pounds. Little sucker punch. Let's see if he gets arrested. This is the guy that Cam Higbee said what he said about in front of, what was that, city council, the city meeting? Cam says it looks like Dearborn police want the National Guard deployed in Dearborn. We don't adhere to Sharia in the United States. My recommendation is to start enforcing the laws we have in this country, tagging President Trump and
I'm just going to make a
press secretary. Here we go.
recommendation to you. If I was you, I would start arresting people as soon as they touch people, because if you don't, you guys are going to be the reason Trump deploys the National Guard here. That's not a threat. I'm just telling you, you don't want to be the reason that happens. Because if you don't police like you're supposed to, he will do it. I promise you he'll do it. You know how he is, officer. You know how he is. I'm just going to make a recommendation.
Yeah. What is President Trump waiting for? Dearborn in focus. Hey, David, this is for you. This is Jack Posobiec saying MAGA wants victory, not drama.
MAGA wants victory, and the theater kids are the ones who just want drama. All right? It's really as simple as that. Do you want to win? Where were we 10 years ago? Where are we now? What would things have been like if Kamala Harris had been president? Or, dare I say, Hillary Clinton been president? Because remember, go back 10 years. Who was the heir apparent? Who did it look like before Donald Trump got in the race in 2015? Who was it that looked like was going to win? Jeb Bush.
Ooh,
you remember him? Jebbers. It looked like Jeb Bush is going to get in the race. That's right, Jeb Bush.
Low
And
energy. Jeb Bush.
We would have had a contest between Jeb Bush and Hillary Clinton, and Hillary would have steamrolled him. She would have absolutely steamrolled Jeb Bush. Everybody knew it. Everybody knew it would have happened, and she would have been the first female president, and Hillary Clinton would have been in the White House, probably for 2 terms. That was your alternative if Donald Trump didn't come down the golden escalator in one of the greatest moments in all of American history. So you need to lock in out there. Now, people want to say, oh, well, Jack, this is just constructive criticism. That's fine. That's totally fine. People want to course correct. People want to say you need to focus more on the domestic and not the foreign. I get that. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. But what I'm not for is the drama. I'm not for these dramatic, performative eruptions and, oh, you're not really MAGA. Oh, you're not really. And you get these people, by the way, who weren't here early on, who then come in and say, oh, you have to say this, this, and this, and then you're MAGA. And, oh, you can't talk to this person and this person and this person, or you're not MAGA. And it's like, yeah, that's not what MAGA is about. MAGA is about freedom of speech. MAGA is about people coming together against the establishment. That's what MAGA is about. And that's why Donald Trump did what he did. And that's why he's been as successful as he's been, and he's had the success that he's had. It's really as simple as that. And I get it. The base of this country, the base of this movement, they care a lot more about the turkey in your Thanksgiving dinner than they do about the turkey in the Middle East. That's America first. That's how I define America first. That's how America first has always been defined. Putting the American people first, not corporations, not the GDP, not the stock market, not any of that nonsense. It means putting the American people first. MAGA wants victory, and the theater kids are the ones who just want drama.
Yeah, victory is way more important.
My main issue here
Dearborn, Cam Higbee, this is the guy.
is that you said I could go into the station later and file a report. He's in black bloc. You're never going to find him again. You will never find him again. The detective will not find him. I promise you. I've been in this situation before. You're never going to find him. He's masked head to toe. You will never find him again. Yeah, that is shitty police work. It's lazy. So you know that a crime happened, and you're gonna let it slide because why?
Ignore it.
Then go arrest him. Okay, find me somebody who can. Okay, yeah, find the police report after he's gone and you'll never find him again. This is lazy police work. You are a lazy police officer. Or you just don't want to get him. One of the two. Yeah, I'm going to be reporting that police officer to the I'll get his name and badge number real quick. Before we leave, I'm going to get his name and badge number.
Welcome to overthrown blue cities that don't believe in law and order.
Oh, I thought he couldn't leave his post. He's gone. He's not even here anymore. He said he couldn't leave his post. We're going to go right over there. We're going to say hi to him. We're going to get his name and badge number before we leave. Hey, officer! Who couldn't leave his post. Here he is running. Officer! Officer who couldn't leave your post. Can I get name and badge number real quick? Officer, you said you couldn't leave your post a second ago. That was a lie. Can I get your name and badge number before I leave? Name? Okay, thank you. You can leave your post to take a personal phone call, but not to make an arrest, apparently.
Unreal.
Violent attack, you can't leave your post. Personal phone call? Oh, there we go. My main issue here is that you said I could go into the station later.
That's what happens when Democrats run your city.
What?
They don't take care of the violent crazies. And the cities just devolve into chaos.
Was Arctic frost, and why was Arctic frost?
Well, Arctic frost is serendipitously the name of an orange tree that happens to also grow in Florida.
It appears to be cheekily named in the same way that Operation Crossfire Hurricane was named after the lyrics in the Jumping Jack Flash Rolling Stones song, where Jumping Jack Flash is a movie starring Whoopi Goldberg about being chased around by British spies, just as Trump was chased about by British spies with Russiagate. Arctic frost appears to have been an operation to rid the country of the orange man, the orange trees, basically removing all support for Donald Trump. Root and branch, targeting 430 different GOP officials, as I believe Ted Cruz said, 20% of Senate Republicans, Trump's media allies, political allies, civil society organizations like the Conservative Partnership Institute, wiretapping, secretly getting their cell phone communications, including the official phones of sitting senators, including those on the Senate Judiciary Committee, which is supposed to oversee FBI at all times in order to ensure the FBI is not abusing or overstepping in its authorities. So this would be effectively like a defendant spying on the secret communications of the judge who's going to rule on his case and determine his innocence or guilt. It had music in the background, so I had to read it for you. Ashley Melton, how is it not the biggest story in America that the Democrats were text messaging with Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing to get Trump? It's insane. Hakeem Jeffries refusing to answer questions about Epstein.
Her texts with Jeffrey Epstein were not illegal, but in your view, were they appropriate?
That's a good question. What police department allows beards? Well, the ones in Dearborn, looks like. No, Dearborn, Michigan, not Stillborn, Michigan.
Odysee Plaskett is not accused of violating any House rule, any law, any statute, and she's clearly and unequivocally denounced Jeffrey Epstein. And I think what the survivors fought for today is the type of transparency that came out of the House, went through the Senate, and is now on its way to Donald Trump's desk, where hopefully he'll sign it into law, because at the end of the day, all the American people are asking for is just the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, which is why these Epstein files that Donald Trump and his administration has been hiding for months need to be released.
But do you think it was appropriate for her to be texting with Jeffrey Epstein 11 years after he pleaded guilty?
I mean, I have not had a conversation with Stacey Plaskett to discuss this issue because we've been focused today on making sure that there was a decisive vote as it related to the Epstein files and the release. I'm thankful for the work of Representative Massey, of Ro Khanna, but most importantly, the survivors.
Do you plan to talk to her about it?
I think that we successfully defeated a resolution that lacked any basis, was not credible, and was being brought by an individual who was trying to weaponize this issue to reinvigorate his own failed gubernatorial campaign in South Carolina. It was rejected on a bipartisan basis on the floor today. That's the end of the story.
Yeah, I was just asking if you personally believe messaging with Jeffrey Epstein, who was at that point.
Wow, she's asked 3 different times. I've never seen this Caitlin Collins. I've never seen her actually trying to pin someone down on something, especially a Democrat. I don't watch, admittedly, I don't watch a lot of her stuff, but this is kind of...
A registered sex offender is appropriate for a member of the House Democratic Caucus.
That's the third time you've asked me this question, and I'm going to give you the same exact answer.
There you go. Look, that's hilarious. That's exactly what I pointed out. That was the 3rd time. She pushed back on it. He's getting a little upset by it.
Our focus today is on making sure that the Jeffrey Epstein files were released. If you want to have a conversation with Stacey Plaskett about it, I'm sure she'd be willing to talk to you.
The White House has been highlighting an email that I'm sure you've seen today that Jeffrey Epstein got in 2013. They say it shows you were soliciting money and dinner from an Epstein. The email was not...
There you go, soliciting money from Epstein. Did we play this whole thing or just part of it?
Everything that makes America great. President Trump, send ICE. Send ICE.
He says send ICE, and then this dude gets up to leave.
Into Dearborn. These people have overstayed their visas. They're H-1B chain migration invaders.
Oh, okay, sorry. No, I played Cam Higbee at this meeting. This is Jake Lang. They're H-1B overstay, H-1B invaders.
And they have come to this country to destroy our way of life. We know exactly your laws in your book about lying to our faces, pretending to be Americans, wearing your suits. But that doesn't happen anywhere else where you guys are in charge. There are 53 Muslim majority countries, and in all of them, it is tyranny, destruction, it is shithole living. We have to call it what it is. You guys don't live like we do. We don't want you in our country. We will come and eat your shawarma in Somalia, okay? We don't need it here in Michigan. We don't need it in any part of America. We have a right to self-determination. Our founding fathers fought and died for our posterity, for white Americans. Amen. And we're being driven out. You come here and you marry 4 or 5 women and you outbreed us. You change the laws. You make all of our country look like the places that you fled from. We don't want you here. Respectfully, get the fuck out of my country. I don't want you here. Get out of here. I don't want you here. I don't want you here. This is our country. And the people, the veterans, the World War II veterans, that's blood has soaked for our constitutional republic, are taking a look around Europe. They're taking a look around America, and they're saying, what the hell did we fight for? We have been taking...
I've showed you veterans, 100-year-old veterans in both England and America saying, what did we fight for? We've lost our freedoms. We've lost our country. It was not worth it.
Taken over without a single shot fired. You guys are outbreeding insidious parasites on the American way of life. You will never look like us. You will never eat like us. You won't build buildings like us. You are nothing. You can build nothing. Just like President Trump's great American friends have said. You guys are not us, and get the fuck out. America first. America only. God bless America. Jesus is king. 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 Let me grab my... Jesus is king. Jesus is king. Christ is king. Put your hands on me. There's no reason to put your hands on me. Jesus is king.
Christ is king.
Christ is king. Everything that makes America.
I've been around these guys. I know some of these players. That I think that the black dude that was walking with him, I've interviewed him multiple times. I'm forgetting his name. He had a cowboy hat in Chicago. These places blur together a little bit for me. Chicago, Milwaukee, DC, Bronx. What's up, man? Come on. Come on. Okay, you can stay down. Oh, I forget the dude's name. But Olia Scootercaster, I reference her. That's Freedom News. I believe she's the one doing... Oh, yeah, that is her up at the top there. It's all a production. It's all theater, but also read the comments. Nikki by the Sea says, are American cries going to be ignored like British voices are ignored in the UK, especially when a Muslim mayor told an American man that he wasn't welcome in an American city? Citizen Caller says, people will say Lang is just a rabble-rouser, but right now we need people like him making a fuss, creating a scene, and waking people up. Here we are. I mean, I was there the day he got out of prison. I think I got several questions with him. God, I don't even know if I posted that video. I do have a bit of a data dump of things that found footage that should have been released that maybe wasn't. I need to pick the day and just sit down for 12 hours and go through it all. It's just feels daunting, so I don't. I don't know if I put that out or not. I gotta check. All right, this guy, we've played him before. What's his name? Anti-Islam activist Ryan Williams could be facing terrorism charges after being detained at London's Heathrow Airport late Monday evening. He's accused of making fun of Muslims and calling out the migrant invasion in Europe. I'm sorry, when is making fun something you can't do? After a lengthy interrogation and seizure of his laptop and cell phone, UK's free speech cops just released him until a court date is determined.
Terrorism, Schedule 7. But what did you actually do for them to suspect that? They said it was my social media post.
They can take the Sharia law and shove out.
There's only one culture that pours acid on women's faces. So, yeah, against mass migration and Islam. Exactly.
Leave the goats alone.
So I had to give them all my passwords for my phone, all my passwords for my social media, all my laptop. They've taken all my phone's laptop, everything, banking, everything. I was saying the truth that Prophet Muhammad slept with a 9-year-old and married a 6-year-old, which makes him a pedophile. So that's what I was saying. And now I'm getting investigated for terrorism. This is way worse than I could ever have thought. I thought I'd just be a normal criminal, like being done for hate speech, but I don't want to get done for being a terrorist. That's something different. So I mean, the consequences are more severe. Yeah, well, if I go to jail for being a terrorist, that's a lot worse than just hate speech.
That's
They let you out? Yeah, but look, terrorism, Schedule 7.
Not quite sure how we ended up in this situation. Why, when I went back, did it not go back? Oh, there we go. Conversation on multiculturalism on Timcast.
I just need to pause right there. And
by the way, be very careful traveling to some of these backward countries like the UK now. Be very careful.
We tried that with Liberia a long time
We did. This is
so
true.
this
multiculturalism. We tried that in Liberia.
This
the
idea has been known for a long time.
The Liberian Constitution almost completely is a mirror image of ours. It's almost the exact same thing, and it didn't turn into the United States.
Oh yeah.
So
that doesn't make sense. How's that possible?
Well, it takes a certain kind of people that are looking for the type of government that we have. And it's like you've said before, the Constitution, it doesn't make people love the Constitution. right? If your Constitution is in the people and they believe in the Constitution, if you have a population that doesn't believe in things like property rights, no written Constitution is ever going to make them believe in property rights.
I mean, it doesn't work because America is not an idea; it's a nation. It's a people with a shared heritage and that recognize and understand that their rights don't just come from
democracy. I just need to pause right there and say we tried that with Liberia a long time ago.
We did. This is
so
true.
This idea has been known for a long time.
The Liberian Constitution almost completely is a mirror image of ours. It's almost
from parchment, right? It's not just the Constitution. It's from God, and it's a shared belief in that Creator and those specific rights that are bestowed upon them, and they come with duties, right? And I think for a long time we've had this post World War II consensus that like America is an experiment. It's a city on a hill. You had the George Bush second inaugural address where we're going to take this to the world, right? That's a failure. Neoconservatism was one of the most, I think, misguided and destructive ideologies that seeped into the right in just like American political history, and it's done untold damage. You've lost treasure, you've lost lives, and you've lost purpose. And for a long time, people talked about America as a melting pot. Multiculturalism does not produce a melting pot; it produces a pressure cooker from parchment, right? It's not just the Constitution; it's from God, and it's a shared belief in that Creator and those specific rights that are bestowed upon them, and they come with duties, right? And I think for a long time we've had this post World War II concept.
Yeah, there are core values or there are not. You either assimilate or you don't.
Finally,
Turning Point USA takes a stand in Dearborn, Michigan.
there's some more people standing up against the Muslims that are trying to take over Dearborn, Michigan. Watch this.
Noah Mullins, Grand Rapids Council. I have the privilege of serving as the Turning Point USA chapter president at Grand Valley State University in Allendale, Michigan, and I have traveled home tonight to speak with you because of how disturbed I am by recent events in this city. On September 8th, 2025, leaders of this city made their allegiance clear. Osama Sablani is a terrorist sympathizer, full stop. I speak on behalf of Americans everywhere when I say that renaming the corner of Warren Avenue and Chase to honor this individual stands against everything this great country represents. Americans do not stand by silently when Hamas and Hezbollah terrorists slaughter innocent men, women, and children. Neither does Mr. Sablani. But instead of denouncing these terrorist organizations like Americans should, he describes Hamas as freedom fighters and describes the former leader of Hezbollah as a hero. I was born in this city and I no longer recognize my beloved Dearborn. On September 9th, Mayor Hammoud decided to add insult to injury and rebuke a Dearborn resident who brought to light this very issue. Mayor, know that your rebuke of me will fail to make me yield and that you have revealed your true nature to all of us. As if these two events weren't enough, the city has also decided to not enforce their own noise ordinances by allowing the Islamic call to prayer from local mosques at times as early as 5:30 a.m. Men and women across America are waking up to the state of our city, and all eyes are on Dearborn. I'm a 22-year-old man, but I am willing to give all of myself, and even my life, to the defense of my land, my people, my Lord, and my future wife and children. My future wife and children deserve to live in a safe and prosperous Metro Detroit like I did growing up. If our region is to continue down the path of Dearborn and Hamtramck, what will become of us? Will our culture be diluted and erased like we are currently witnessing in Europe? The peoples of Europe are the siren call to us here in America. Do not let Islamic culture dominate our own. This is the unfortunate scenario we find ourselves in, but I am proud to be one of the many voices that will warn my fellow countrymen of this impending threat, starting in the city I was born, Dearborn. This city put the world on wheels and helped make the state of Michigan the powerhouse that it is. How then does it fall from such grace? It is because we have let this city be overrun by so-called leaders who don't adhere to the Christian and American values that made the West the greatest society the world has ever known. I will certainly use my voice to defend our way of life, and it shall not be silenced in life or in death. In ending, I say to those of you who will slander my character and drag my name through the press for what I have said here tonight, know this. To be Islamophobic is to fear Islam, and I will never fear it. As the great Nathan Hale once said, I only regret that I have but one life to lose for my country. May the Lord Jesus Christ bless all of you, our great nation, and our brothers and sisters across the sea in Europe. Our Lady of the Rosary, pray for us. Thank you.
Thank you. For more content to help you with your Christian walk, be sure to follow, like, and subscribe. Finally, there's some more people standing up against the Muslims that are trying to take over Dearborn.
Yeah, not fear. That phobic part is not the right explanation. That's not the right terminology. It's always been an interesting phrase. What is this? Viral anti-Islam activist detained at UK airport facing terrorism charges for criticizing Islam. See if this is a different perspective on that same case.
I just got off the airplane with Ryan Williams, also known as Korean Bacon Guy.
Korean Bacon Guy. I wish they didn't have music back here because I'd like to play this clip.
Proud to be an Islamophobe. There's only one culture that makes
He's wearing bacon on his shoulder.
women cover their faces so other men don't rape them. Leave the
Yeah. If you have to make women cover their faces so you don't abuse them, that's a you problem, not a woman problem. That's a you problem. Control yourself.
low.
Right as we went through customs,
I want to play this, but it's got music. I don't want to mess with it.
Authorities were waiting and they apprehended him.
All right. Well, anyway, watch that on our Instagram feed. AOC, the new leader of the Democrat Party. Take a listen to her.
They're learning is that Democrats are weak.
The lesson that they're learning is that Democrats are weak, she says.
And that next time we just need to hurt working people and working Americans more to get them to fold. And I don't want them to learn that lesson.
Democrats hate you, folks. They absolutely hate you with a passion, and they've shown it time and time again. Using your pain, not as something to fix, but as a political currency, they can cash in to divide, conquer, and gather as much power as possible at your expense. They don't care about you. They're enthralled by how your struggle can be weaponized to justify giving themselves more control over your life. And that's exactly what we're seeing with AOC here. She's upset that Senate Democrats ended the shutdown because, in her worldview, the real problem isn't government dysfunction. It's that working Americans didn't suffer enough to produce the political pressure she wanted so she could get what she wants out of the deal.
The lesson that they're learning is that Democrats are weak, and that next time we just need to hurt working people and working Americans more to get them to fold. And I don't want them to learn that lesson.
Democrats hate you, folks. They absolutely hate you with a...
Oh, no, we learned that lesson because for no apparent reason, you shut the government down and you used vulnerable people as a pawn. We saw you for everything you are. You don't get to blame that on us. Us. I'm not Republican. I'm just anti-Democrat. This is Representative Ro Khanna asked if Hakeem Jeffries, well, what to do since he took money from Jeffrey Epstein.
Comment on Hakeem Jeffries' campaign soliciting money from Jeffrey Epstein himself back in 2013.
It's the first time hearing about it, obviously.
Comer said it on the floor.
Well, I don't know if it's true. I mean, you're just saying it, but obviously anyone who took money from him should return the money or didn't donate the money. And I don't.
Did he step down as leader?
I have to look at what you're saying. It's the first time hearing about it, but he should certainly return the money or donate the money. And it's the first time, honestly, hearing about it.
Any comment on Hakeem Jeffries' campaign soliciting money from Jeffrey Epstein himself back in 2013?
It's the first time hearing about it, obviously.
Comer said it on the floor.
Oh, but
well, I don't know if it's true. I mean, you're just saying it, but
Ro Khanna seems to be like one of the reasonable Democrats, by the way. DC Drano says we have a new Marines video. It's a hype video that goes pretty hard. You can tell the focus has been shifted from diversity is our strength, which, by the way, that has never been the case. Shared values, shared customs, shared traditions, shared ideology, shared culture. That's what is cohesive about a community. If you have the same general guidelines on how you're going to hang out with each other, that's what makes a community, not diversity. You need to be on the same page. On a football team, you all need to be on the same page with the playbook. If the playbook is diverse, nobody knows what play they're running, and that's failure. So here you go. They shift the focus from diversity is our strength to K-ing bad guys is our strength.
For 250 years, we've had many names. Leatherneck, Jarhead, Jyree, the Standard.
I feel like those three. Dun, dun. Do you hear Nimbus purring, by the way? He's very happy that I just gave him lunch. Kenneth can AOC her making me a Manhattan. That sounds kind of good. Maybe.
But there's one name bestowed by our enemies. It depicts an indomitable fighting spirit. That we're ready at any time to go anywhere for anything our nation needs from us, with only one objective: to win. The name is a warning across time to anyone who stands against us, so they're not mistaken when they encounter a devil dog.
Damn.
Over two.
That's a far cry from dudes in dresses. Wow. Yeah, I know. I took a flyer on it. I mean, that's a government issued, that's a military issued piece of footage. I'm showing you what they're talking about. That's newsworthy. I should be covered under fair use authorization to show you a clip of that. Wow. Who is this? Avishagatheon. Who is this? Avishag. Anyway, this is about the left and the Muslims both going to Texas to try to change it.
Left and the Muslims are both going to Texas because if you can change the voting patterns of Texas and turn Texas blue, that's the end of America.
Yes.
You know, that's it. There's no more Republican Party ever from that point. You know, they've already got California. Texas has got the next biggest number of electoral college votes. The left are putting billions of dollars into Texas. The Muslims are flooding into Texas. That is exactly as Robert says. It's a stab at the heartland of America, but it's also taking the electoral college map into full account.
I would also say that, you know, when you talk about mosques springing up, this is, especially in a place like Texas, which is rather big on football, baseball, sports of all kinds. You know, the old adage, if you build it, they will come. So this infrastructure is being set up not to serve a existing population in a place like Texas, but a coming population. And already in some places it's pretty large, Dallas, Houston especially. But it's scheduled to grow. And, you know, their birth rates typically are higher than the non-Muslim populations. And so it goes back to the point that both of these guys have made, that translates at some place in the trajectory into electoral dominance. And what we're just seeing, to remind you, I think there are two Muslim representatives in the Texas state legislature at the moment, the House. And these guys have churned out, as I think, dozens of bills or resolutions, at least, that were blithely adopted by the state legislature in its session that ended at the end of May, I think. And most of the guys who were voting on these things had no idea what was in them, let alone that the object is not narrowly to honor Ramadan, which was one of them. It's to assert the dominance of Muslims in a way that, you know, there is no honoring of, you know, the feast of some Hindu god or, you know, Zoroastrians or others. It's all purposeful.
The left and the Muslims are both.
That's in Texas. Some of our regulars, they know all about what's happening in Texas.
Yes.
Is that right? Who's Dave Smith talking with Candace? They're they're being very critical and maybe even out on President Trump and MAGA. Maybe
it's occupied. Everybody can see this is an occupied administration, and I love how they're. I think right now I'm trending on X over this. So Candace Owens says she regrets her vote. You're not going to shame me for saying everything you're doing is unacceptable. Try a mom on the Epstein stuff, okay? Try a mother. If you think I care more about loyalty to the MAGA cause than I care about pedophiles in positions of power getting away with it, you are out of your mind. You must have not listened to a single second of the Candace Owens podcast. You must have never listened to a thing I've ever said.
Name drop, advertisement.
If you think that I am that blind and dumb and loyal to any person, left or right, that I'm going to go, oh, okay, we got to let you go. Yes, it's occupied. Everybody can see this is an occupied administration. And I love how they're I think right now I'm trending on X over this. So Candace Owens says she.
An occupied administration, she says. Do you agree or disagree with Candace that the President Trump administration is an occupied administration? And did the whole Epstein thing backfire on the Democrats? Agree or disagree with that? I don't know. We just got to see what's in them, huh? Or they just needed time to redact all the real stuff, all the scary, dangerous stuff, maybe. And that's going to be the accusation regardless, I think. There's going to be no amount of nothing's going to change people feeling the way that they feel about it. It just won't change. The suspicions are always going to be there. A lot of what we're going through now is just a lot of people suspicious of everything. And it's, to some degree, it's a good idea to be suspicious of everything. On another level, it's like you need some sort of North Star or guiding light, some true north to follow. It just seems like there's not a lot of that these days. And it's really complicated to try to figure out who's telling you the truth. Maybe everybody's lying. Maybe everything's true. I don't know. This is a triggered leftist harassing this reporter, Drea Humphrey, in Canada. David.
Independent media is like your only real media if you get. Excuse me.
Were you allowed permits to film on
excuse
campus?
me, sir.
Ma'am, were you allowed permits to film on campus?
Excuse me.
Were you allowed permits to film on campus?
I'm in the middle of doing a report.
That's fantastic. Were you allowed a permit by the campus, by the university?
This is a public place.
No, it's not. It's a private campus.
All right. Triggering.
On this campus that you did not receive. You're here without authorization.
All right, you guys.
Are
you kicking people? She's not kicking anyone. You guys are bullies. Move out of the way.
What a bunch of punk harassing idiots.
Hey,
ma'am, I'm asking you a question.
I'm doing.
You're a reporter.
I don't know
I'm
who
asking
you are.
A question.
Yeah, okay.
You're
well, I'm the one who asks questions. I'm in the middle. You can wait. How about this? Why don't you wait until I'm done doing what I'm doing?
No, you don't show up
All right.
on this campus.
So
I am in charge of this campus. No, you ain't, sweetheart.
Oh, anyway.
And then disrespect the people that are here.
You know, it's sad. It really is sad. Like, to be so angry about the good news that there have not been 215 children's remains, and to ignore everything, all of the evidence that suggests there has been a manipulation with the tax dollars and what are being used, and to act like it's an us against them kind of thing, to say, hey, those kids didn't die. It's like the new form of Munchausen syndrome or something. Like they get a payoff from thinking these kids were murdered. Over 100 bands made the same false claims, meaning unproven, and not a single one has found a single body to date. Yet our university students believe that it's true. They don't have the facts. They don't have the reason. They just have the narrative, and they're so passionate about it. It's sick. It's concerning. But you know what? Things like this get people thinking, right? And that's what this is all about. You know, one of the ladies said, you know, this isn't the right space. Why don't you guys just come to the university and have a debate? I would love that. I have reached out so many times, of course, to the band, to the government to have these conversations. But I would love to have that debate. So I wanted to get her name. There she is. I'm going to try to get her name because she wants to facilitate that. I would love to, maybe host that. We can have Dr. Francis Widdowson, all of those things. But I've ranted enough. There will be more at this at our special website called camloopsdocumentary.com.
So, yeah. We had a similar incident with Joel Pollack, the senior editor of Breitbart News, with the producer. I never got that guy's name, with the Comedy Central Daily Show in 2016 at the Republican convention outside the Milo Yiannopoulos Gay Republicans for Trump event. And they were trying to bully, they being Comedy Central's producers, were trying to bully Joel Pollack. Like, you can't be here. It's like, this is a public campus. I can be wherever the heck I want. A lot of bullies. The left are very, they're bullies. They're a bunch of bullies. That's that same clip I showed you earlier. Is this one edited and more of a quick fun?
President Trump, send ICE. Send ICE.
It's playing AC/DC Thunderstruck in the background.
Their visas, their H-1B chain migration invaders, and they
can't play it because of Thunderstruck in the background. Immigration without assimilation is invasion, period. Here's John Kirikow giving you some insight into what happened after 9/11. And it says here, ever wonder why Pentagon can't pass any of its audits? Well, take a listen. Okay.
My budget there was literally unlimited, and I spent millions.
Sounds like these prepaid Visa cards for illegal aliens. Unlimited budget. Unrunoutable. What is it? Unlimited funds?
Of dollars. But I took this young first tour case officer under my wing, and I told her, you're going to have the most important job in the station right now. You're going to be the head of finance. So every dollar that we spend, every dollar that we give to the Pakistanis, we have to account for it. And when the operation, in this case to catch Abu Zubaydah, is completed, we have to balance our books to the dollar. She said, okay. So as part of these operations, we bought more equipment than you can shake a stick at. Everything from battering rams to bulletproof vests to night vision goggles, guns, ammunition, secure communications, encrypted walkie-talkies, satellite dishes. And at the end of it, headquarters said, just throw it away or just give it to the Pakistanis. We don't want to bring it back. Wow. So I said to the Brigadier General that I was working with, Pakistani Brigadier General, General Mohammed, we would like to make a gift of all this equipment. He's like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. It's so advanced. My people don't have any of it. It was truckloads of equipment.
Crazy. You mean like we left a bunch of equipment in Afghanistan, without any...
Well, it's better than that.
Yeah.
It's better than that. Truckloads we delivered to him. And then a couple of weeks later, I said to the colonel, who was my day-to-day contact, so glad you guys are going to be so well equipped with all the stuff that we turned over. He said, what stuff? I said, literally all the stuff, the guns, the ammo, the battering rams, the walkie-talkies, the satellites. He said, I don't know what you're talking about. The general just took it. And I can tell you what he did with it.
Wow. He probably sold it.
To the Taliban.
Right.
Of course.
Shocking.
That
of course he
is
did.
Absolutely crazy.
Sure. Because he wants to retire in a nice big house someday too.
So not only sometimes we directly arm Taliban, sometimes we indirectly arm Taliban. And then we fight them. How smart.
It's like we're living in a cuckoo clock. But these stories are important to get a grasp on how things have been happening, how things have been falling so by the wayside for so long. It's just, this is the mentality. I think I already played you this Jim Jordan clip. A little bit more about Governor Greg Abbott in Texas. I gave you the gist of this story, but here's a report from Real America's Voice.
Governor Greg Abbott in Texas has just declared CARE, which is also one of these tax-exempt organizations, so at least is indirectly getting incredible tax breaks, allowing to grow tax-free, to do all the things that CARE has been doing. It's been the mouthpiece for Hamas and for other groups like that in this country for a long time. Their connection to Hamas was established in a case in Florida many years ago. But in addition to that, now we just learned that CARE is sending $1,000 checks and has been sending $1,000 checks to a lot of the students who've been committing anti-Semitic protests on campus. Now Greg Abbott is saying that he's going to designate them as a terrorist group in Texas. There's going to be a lot of lawsuits there. I was interested in his response when CARE threatened to sue. He said, great, sue. Now we're going to get discovery of all of your funding sources if you sue. You might want to think twice, because the last time they did that, that's exactly what happened. We found out that they were connected to Hamas. I know you like this move, Matt.
Yeah, directed to Hamas via the Holy Land Five. They were listed as co-conspirators in that case. It's kind of an issue when you look at what's taking place over inside of Texas. And Abbott made that decision, I think, for a very good reason, because now they're not allowed to buy land or own buildings over in the state of Texas.
Yeah, they've these. I've had so many viewers and other people in Texas tell me about these growing compounds within the state, and I don't care if it's Muslim, if it's break-off groups from the Mormons or what, to have a large major compound operating tax-free, operating outside the law, no-go zones like we see in Europe, that's a bad thing. This isn't a confederacy of different places. I know the Democrats want to create a new confederacy. They did that once before. They're good at that. But I don't want to see that. I have no problem with religious communities wanting to establish a church or a mosque or a community center. That's fine. But when they have these roped-off compounds where the law doesn't have any jurisdiction, that's a huge problem. Now, Governor Greg Abbott in Texas has just declared CARE, which is also one of these tax-exempt organizations, so at least is indirectly getting incredible tax breaks, allowing to grow tax-free, to do all the things that CARE has been doing. It's been the mouthpiece for Hamas and for other groups like that in this country for a long time. Their connection to Hamas was established in a case in Florida many years ago. But in addition to that, now we just learned that CARE is sending $1,000 checks and has been sending $1,000 checks to a lot of the students who've been committing anti-Semitic protests on campus. Now Greg Abbott is saying that he's going to designate them as a terrorist group in Texas. There's going to be a lot of lawsuits there. I was interested in his response when CARE threatened to sue. He said, great, sue. Now we're going to get discovery of all of your funding sources if you sue. You might want to think twice.
Okay, I think it repeated. Sorry about that. It moves really fast. Okay, so this is, I told you about this story. This is how classes start at Harvard.
Some of you will have seen
Larry Summers.
My statement of regret.
Some of you will have seen my statement of regret.
Expressing my shame.
Expressing my shame.
With respect to what I did in communication with Mr. Epstein.
With what I did in my communication with Mr. Epstein. You're not admitting to the other stuff yet. You're going to try to slink away to the private sector and hope that nothing comes of this, but I don't know if that's going to work.
And that I've said that I'm going to step back from public activities for a time, but I think it's very important to fulfill my teaching obligations. And so, with your permission, we're going to go forward and talk about the material in the class. Some of you will have seen my statement of regret, expressing my shame.
Job, please. Would you know? What's Miss Muckraker say? Having discernment and trusting God's voice is so hot right now. That's how lame it is to follow the establishment at this point in history. Understanding it's a big club and you and I ain't in it. Bigger government isn't going to make your life better. Every new department, agency, or trillion-dollar bill somehow ends up making the connected richer, the middle class smaller, and the regular people more dependent and surveilled. That's a lot. Do you agree or disagree with it? I think that's pretty well said. This Mary Truth here, she's Mary Garcia. She says, "To me, I just don't get it."
I just don't get it. I really don't. It doesn't stick in my brain.
This is a legal immigrant's point of view, saying, "I just don't understand what the other side's saying."
How you can be so ignorant about why there's an immigration crackdown? Like, do you not comprehend that we just had millions of people cross the border? Do you not know what that means in real time? I just had a family member get deported. Okay? We just had a family member get deported. So in your logic, the liberal logic, I should be furious right now. But guess what? He got deported because he had an order of deportation. If you have an order of deportation, you are supposed to get deported. As a legal migrant whose family members are A, have gotten already deported, or B, could possibly get deported, I understand the immigration crackdown. So why don't you? Because A, we're in a first world country. B, this is a law and order country. And C, this is the richest country in the world. Therefore, it should be the safest as well. Period. To me, I just don't get it. I really don't.
It's a law and order country, but only if you follow law and order. Hello, Burr. What's up, Burr? Burr's over there in Bernie Kosar territory, near it anyhow. Bernie got former Browns quarterback, football legend, Bernie Kosar. Got a potentially life-saving liver transplant over the weekend. And Burr jumps in during our live streams of the Cleveland Browns games. Welcome, Burr. Burr says, I personally feel they have had enough time to remove what they want or need to. If there was anything against Trump, they would have used it already. So now all the Bills, Hillarys, and Toms can buy freedom. Yeah. Marion says, that was a BS apology from Larry Summers. Yeah, no, I'd like to get back to work. Yeah, I regret and I have shame about just talking with Mr. Epstein. Yeah, what else were you up to, pal? He still wants to teach the Utes. The Utes? Yeah, the Utes. Oh, the youths. Okay. Burr earns? No, that's Boo earns. That's a Mr. Burns joke from The Simpsons that Kenneth and I understand. You said, but he's still allowed to teach the Utes is the issue. Uh-huh. They protect their own, and high-level academia is a massive cesspool in many places. No, not every single teacher, but a lot of them. A lot of them are violent radicals. A lot of them. Scott Jennings here. He says, I'd like to congratulate my new friend, Doss Discourse, for accidentally joining the revolution of common sense last night regarding human rights all across the Middle East. It took some guts to go against the grain, but he did it. Mazel tov. It's kind of like a checkmate move from Scott Jennings here.
To me, this is when we look our weakest, when we buddy up with people who have had abhorrent records on human rights violations, particularly towards the women in their countries.
This is a criticism of Islamic governments, is it not?
It might be.
So who in the Middle East would you say is the most progressive on women's rights and other human rights?
That's so far from my point. I don't know how we ended
You
up
said
there.
we're buddying up with people who are bad to women. Who's good to women?
My point was always...
It's Israel. We can
always,
answer it. It's Israel.
Look,
Let's bottom.
To me,
look across the Middle East. Who treats women as actual humans and who treats them as garbage or trash or possessions? Forgive me for being a modern feminist. Yeah, there's your rebuttal. Oh, you're Islamophobic. No, I'm a modern feminist. I don't understand how women are treated. I don't understand how that is permitted anywhere. I guess I'm a modern feminist. I never knew. What am I, sixth wave feminist? Which one did I want to show you here? Andrew Torba says, I'm kind of done having foreigners and dual citizens tell me what an American is. ACLU says, chain migration is an anti-immigration slur. Family reunification is how many immigrants have arrived in this country. What? Yeah, they used to be called anchor babies. And by the way, why don't you ask some people that work in the baby delivery departments about the travel tourism? You know, 2 non-Americans show up on a vacation, wink, wink, pop out a kid. Oh, American citizen. Now we get to go back. That doesn't, 2 non-Americans knocking out a kid on our soil doesn't make that kid an American. That's an issue that we're trying to get some clarification on, isn't it? But it's all baked into the illegal immigration scam run by the deep state Democrats to weaken our country, to destroy our country, to change it into something it never was. All for voting power, control, money. Jay Burton, though, responded to the ACLU and said, deportation is an anti-ICE scare term. Taxpayer-funded homecoming trip is what it's called when we return an illegal alien to his country of origin. Whoa, Nimbus, hey. Whoo, buddy, you're getting a little weak sauce here. Tommy. You can stay here if you want. You can go down if you want. Your call.
I think
was this David Kate says gay communism is being spread across colleges in Atlanta. Here's their conversation.
this has to be the funniest combinations of posters I've seen so far. So you have Refuse Fascism, which is an organization that's doing a sit-in right now outside the Capitol and around the White House and whatnot. Rainbow, right? Colors. And right next to it is Lenin with his fist up. So is this like a modern twist to communism? I think truly a lot of people do think that support all of this end up supporting this because they're under the impression that everybody's equal in a communist society, which is true. They are all equal, but
equally poor.
Equally poor, thank you, with no rights, no freedoms, no individuality. Nope. You're just one big group of equal people that don't have any rights like this. So
yeah, exactly. And it's funny because communism is supposed to be everyone's equal, but in Lenin style communism, it's a top down. So all they do is they rule you because he literally said in his book that people are too dumb to understand that they need a revolution. So we have to do it for them. We have to take the power. And do you think they ever give up power? Like, has there ever been any leader who's like, you know what, guys, I think things are good. I'm going to just disband my entire government.
Oh, Nimbus. Nimbus said, no more.
Give up all my powers so you can just keep going. Of course not.
It's the same thing every time.
Nimbus is my producer. He reached up and stepped on the space bar, which stopped that.
Regardless of how many times the
space bar. Look.
College students here will tell us that we're just voting for something new. That feels new. It's not new. It's something that's been going on for centuries, that's killed millions of people. It's just a new twist to it with a rainbow flag on, trying to make people feel good about it. I think this has to be the...
Yeah, it's shocking that there are some people that just don't get it. All right, that is what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you all for being here, a part of the TNAM Daily Show. Burr, is this your first time jumping over to our TNAM Daily Show? We're just a bunch of little trash pandas rifling through the rubbish, trying to separate fake news from fact. If you like the show, please hit like, please hit subscribe. Please be aware that we have a Patreon channel where people can subscribe and support independent journalism. We've been at it for 15 years, 1,900 videos on YouTube. Millions of views across these platforms. Please consider signing up on Patreon to be like, hey, I'll support this. I like the cut of your jib. We're also on Rumble and YouTube subscriptions. You can subscribe and become a member, whatever they call it. Everybody calls it something slightly different. But yeah, that's a great way to jump in and say, yep, once a month, we'll kick in $5 or $15, $100, $1,000. I don't know. Some people have more money than time. And we're here for it. We're trying to make sense of the interesting stuff that's happening in our world. We don't catch every story, but if we miss something, tag us on Twitter, X at American_media_. Programming notes. We had 2 shows yesterday. One was the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. This one is for Burr, the Browns fan. We talked about Myles Garrett's historic season and the chance for him potentially setting the new sack record. The Browns defense and what will Shador bring us. Also talked some Guardians, Buckeyes, and Cavaliers. Then we also had our Strictly Football show where we looked across the last week of the NFL action and broke down what we learned in those games. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing a show at 4 p.m. Eastern time, and that is going to be Strictly Football, the look ahead at the upcoming week, betting trends, and kind of set the stage for what is about to happen in the week of football. So we do a lot of different programming here. Yeah. Burr says, I did subscribe. Thank you, Burr. Appreciate you. Up there in Bernie Kosar land. Super appreciate you. Burr says, I will stop in more. Please do. If we didn't scare you away with the stories we're covering, but we're trying to cover what's happening. Trying to make sense of this. Kenneth, off the top rope with a super chat. What the buck? Kapow. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Super chat's always appreciated. Burr says, it's Amber, guys. LOL. My grandbabies call me Burr. Well, we call you Burr, too, because it's your screen name. We made John change his screen name. Well, we didn't make him. But because of the Trash Panda comment, I mentioned trash pandas. John was unfamiliar with the term. He made a graphic with some pandas in the trash. I said, no, a trash panda is a term for a raccoon. Because they look like little pandas, but they're in the trash. They're rifling through the rubbish. And I said, all right, here, we're the TNAM Trash Pandas. That's our softball team. We're a bunch of trash pandas rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. That's what we do here. But yes, it's Amber. My grandbabies call me Burr. And about Shedeur Sanders and the freaking O-line, yeah, if they give him some time to do something. Agreed. To anyone who doesn't know, Burr knows. Burr's like, stop calling me Burr. Only my grandbabies call me Burr. I'm going to call you Burr too because that's your name. All right, Amber says, it's just more fun. I've never said Burr to anybody unless it was really cold. Burr. In which case I say it 45 times. Brrr. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting a little loopy here. Shedeur Sanders finally gets first team reps with the first team offense. Maybe that would help. Shocking. But let's see what we got. Let's do the best we can. I'm rooting for him. I rooted for Gabriel. I'm not going to root against anybody on the team. Burr says, no, it's fine. LOL. Good. Because I just read it, I glance, and I move along. It's just all these now. I'm juggling chainsaws and apples and snakes and bananas. I just, you got to be careful where you catch each one, and it's a lot to juggle. But yes, thank you all for being here. Subscribe to us in all the places. Burr, are you on any other social media sites? On X, the New American Media is at American_media_. If you want our football stuff, we have 2 sites on football. One is TNAM Football for the New American Media. TNAM Football, that's our Strictly Football show. The other is the Unhappy Hour _ if you're on X. X is a very important platform. Of course, subscribe on YouTube and Rumble, the New American Media. We're on Locals, the New American Media. All the things. Find us in all the places. The Unhappy Hour sports show is on Facebook, and it goes nonstop. We got a great group there. It's a private group. As Marion said, no, juggle apples only, no chainsaws. Well, where's the fun in that? How am I supposed to navigate this minefield of topics you're not allowed to have topics on? I'm sorry, you're not allowed to have opinions on these topics. Oh, it's a minefield. Talking about CA harming kids. Talking about radical Islam. All of these things. Not to mention what happens when we talk about health and human services. It's a very touchy topic that will get you banned very quickly on the social media sites. So yeah, everything is like juggling chainsaws. You got to be very careful what you say. And like I already established at the beginning of the program, I don't know what I say sometimes, which is dangerous, but that will also be my defense because I am focused on ring lights and scrolling tickers and messages, mozzarella for you. Hey. Wow. I started off the show kind of loopy, and I'm going to end the show a little loopy. But here's the good news, everybody. I am not going to end the show. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to rebroadcast yesterday's program. So if like Burr, is talking about. Burr? Yes. For those of you in Rio Linda, California, I'm holding here in my formerly nicotine-stained fingers. Burr means amber. She's like, dude, I didn't know I was going to become a part of the show. Well, that's kind of the fun part of this show. Yeah, do. I'm over here. I can stop sharing this now. I'm over here in my bar. Burr is in the bar. And she brought her bear. Good grief. I like to get to know the regulars. I'm a bartender. We will talk to our regulars. And I serve pizza with topics on it. No, toppings, not topics. But thanks, Kenneth. And no apples on the pizza either. Although I do love a good pineapple Canadian bacon pizza. Salty and sweet. What a great combination. All right. So what I was saying is to the people who are just now tuning in, I am going to replay yesterday's program to boost the numbers, let the advertisements play to show YouTube that we're a show worth watching. I humbly implore you to maybe leave a device, maybe an ancillary device. Leave it playing. If you watch yesterday's show, let it play on something. It boosts the numbers. It boosts the engagement. It helps the algorithm say, hey, the TNAM Daily Show is worth sharing with people. So without further delay, I'm going to kick this up on the screen. Hey, look at that. Nimbus. A big part of yesterday's program as well. So for now, signing out for everybody in the TNAM universe. I appreciate you. I love you. We'll talk to you again soon. Here is yesterday's program. Thank you all so very, very, very much. We'll be back tomorrow at noon. Where's the sound? Oh, the sound stopped. I didn't mute it. Why did it mute? That's weird. I don't know how to. Here we go. Try it again. Happy 12/12, everybody. That's the alarm for 12/12. And this is Nimbus. Hi, buddy. Thank you for being here. By the way, that phone alarm is giving me PTSD, but I'll get through it. This is a fun introduction to the show. Oh, he's purring like a banshee. Do banshees purr? I don't know. But if they could, this one would. Oh, look at him reaching for my finger. Look at him doing that. He's so cute. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere out there. My name is BrianEngelman. Today is Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. And this right here is I'm looking for it, TNAM Daily Show. Look at Nimbus. He reached for my hand. He reached for my arm. Look at, you see his paw? Here it is. Well, double pause. So that's the TNAM Daily Show. I'm trying to point over here to put the New American Media logo up. Oh, there we go. Now I have a second hand where I can do that. Hey, buddy. Let's make today National Go Adopt a Shelter Cat Day. Nimbus wasn't at a shelter, but a neighbor did find him wandering the neighborhood and said, Brian, there's a cat in the laundry room. I said, okay, Ronald. Guess I got a cat now, huh? And that was like a long time ago with this guy. A long time ago. And he was being cuddly a moment ago, so I said, you know what? You're going to join me today. You are going to join me on the program. Let's set him down. There we go. let's get this out of the way. Cats on desks. It's a whole thing. They kind of love it, folks. They kind of love it. All right. So on today's program, what an intro. A cat hair in my face. Having a grand time. Feel free to check out the earlier show that we did, the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. Special guest, Zach Barris, talking about all sorts of things. Bernie Kosar had a life-saving liver transplant, and we shared on X the GoFundMe for Bernie and for the family. The family of the Browns fan who passed away, and that liver has now been given to Bernie Kosar. We shared that link on the show and talked about Myles Garrett. Can he get the sack record for the Cleveland Browns? The Cleveland Guardians' successes from last season and what they should do in the offseason. Now the free agency is starting. Kyle Schwarber's visiting the Pirates. The Pirates, they're going to be buyers at the free agency period. Well, you got to do something to capitalize on having Paul Skeens. That's kind of like the same thing going through the front office minds about Myles Garrett and the great defense. It's like, can we just get some decent offense? We'd be winning a lot of games with decent offense. This defense is fantastic. Hello, Danette, saying I'm grinning. He's a cutie. Well, I'll just assume you're talking about Nimbus. All right. On today's program, health subsidies to Americans directly. Oh, Trash Panda. Now, Bill Clinton had a sack record. Well, Bill Clinton is definitely in the news right now. You wonder why. You wonder why the Trump administration has seemingly been, I don't know, pushing off, getting some distance between itself and the Epstein stuff. You wonder why it seems like he's running cover. Maybe for the Clintons. Maybe for the Clintons? It's hard to tell. You know, it's either the Clintons or it's Israel. Or it's just none of the above. But of course, we have updates on that as well. Yes, Danette, I know you meant the cat. Or did you? I do know that you meant the cat, but I'm going to make jokes otherwise. Yeah, I mean, he'll like, you cuddle him up in one arm and he's, I don't know. It's very sweet. It's super sweet. Big fan of him. All right. What else are we talking about today on the program? ICE deportation sweeps. They are in Charlotte. Operation Charlotte's Web. Great name. Hey, we're finding trafficked kids. That's good. Bill Maher and Patton Oswalt are sparring over common sense reality in politics and a whole bunch more. So without further ado, let's jump into today's program. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show on X, share the show on Facebook, copy the link, share it through text, invite some of your smart friends to join the program. And we're going to be a bunch of good little trash pandas rifling through the rubbish, trying to separate fake news from fact on today's episode of the TNAM Daily Show, a division of the Agree to Disagree show here on the New American Media.
your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Quick reminder. Where do I scroll to do this? The cat. It just still says the cat. Brian the Cat Engelman. I've been called worse. I've been called a synonym for cat. Brian the Synonym Engelman. Trash Panda, been missing you, Danette. Trash Panda says. Question is, does Danette have earbuds yet? You have a bit of a chronic losing your earbud situation going on. Yeah? I believe that's what you said. All right. Well, yeah, and that was going to be, I almost made this the topic of the day. Checkmate Trump, ? Something along those lines. But in a way, I'm tired of headlining things about Epstein, and I did just have an Epstein headline yesterday, so I didn't want two in a row. But it could have easily been. That whole blast package. Remember the blast package? Bill Clinton had a sack record. I mean, come on. That's solid. I'm on speaker. Who's on speaker? At least I'm not on mute. Am I in speakerphone? Oh, no. Sorry. You mean the show is on speaker. Okay, cool. Excellent. You work from home now. Congrats. Is that going well? I remember you were, there was a thing that you were sifting through. Hopefully you've ended up in a spot that's amiable to your situation. That is the hope. So yeah, I did a show earlier today. Please check it out, the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. And then today at 6 o'clock, we're going to be doing another episode of Strictly Football with myself, Mike Barra, as Jim Mitchell and Ezrael Robinson. Please check out Strictly Football here on the TNAM Network. Yeah, working from home is awesome. What do I do here? But part of my work is definitely putting tip jars out if you enjoy my bartendering. We do have super chats and Rumble rants and subscriptions on YouTube, Rumble, and Patreon. Great ways to show some appreciation, as well as PayPal. That's fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. Scrolling at the bottom of the screen if you want to just press pause and shoot something over, or Venmo and Cash App at Brian Engelman. So let's get into the news, shall we? Let's start off with our Instagram stories, and then we're going to bounce over to our X feed. Oh, that was new. All right, here we go. This is Ben Berkwam, and a conversation about Epic City or Epic Warning. Steve Bannon here on Real America's Voice, War Room. Volume.
I was just in where this new proposed Epic City.
And this is where you guys are in Texas, right? Danette, you're down there. John, Marion, you're down there. We get a lot of Texas watchers, don't we now? Epic City. Thoughts on Epic City?
Is planned to be. Now they're calling it the Meadow, but people don't realize there's already an Epic City. It's called Plano, Texas. Many parts of Texas have already been taken over by jihad. And this is what's scary to me is you go to these places. I was just down there in Josephine, and you go to some of the neighbors, and they are terrified. They're either terrified or they've already left. And so there's this movement, and this all goes back to the left, radical left in America.
I was thinking about this. Okay, so Dearborn, Michigan, Plano, Texas, these places that have becoming Islamified. What does that mean? It's not just like, okay, well, you're a Christian, you're a Baptist, you're a Catholic, you're a Lutheran, you're a Protestant, you're Reformed, you're this, you're that. And it's like, I have my version of things. You know, there's certain things I'm into and certain things, whatever. That thing, the Islamification, is I am here. I want the largest family possible to multiply, to create more of me, to take over this area. And then we want to take over more area and then take over more area until the entire planet is the way that we want things to be. That's not melting pot. That's not tolerance. That is a suicide pact. That is guaranteeing a collapse of the country that allows people in that are not showing up to assimilate. Oh, there's no borders. Let everybody in. No, 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 no. You do not come in here and change the culture. You do not turn this into a narco state. You do not turn this into an Islamified 7th century civil rights violating I don't even know how to finish that. Sharia laws are not compatible with U.S. laws. We know it. All we have to do is identify it, discuss it, name it. But what do you do about it? Ben Berkwam is saying the neighbors are terrified or they've moved away. So it's okay. So they win and then they win and then they win and then they win. Then you have London. You have all of the UK. They've been invaded by military-aged men. Organized by who? Obama, the UN. Pick your favorite jihadi. Did you just call Obama a jihadi? Well, you tell me who was funding ISIS. You tell me where that was coming from. John McCain and Obama and, oh no, moderate rebels are being armed. Oh, are they? Are you arming both sides so that the bankers can get rich? One of the tales as old as time. The forced migration, resettlement, invasion. Remember, immigration without assimilation is an invasion. So to all you open border people, grow up. There is no such thing. You have guidelines, you have rules and regulations within your place. You have every right to run your HOA how you want. And if people are trying to become U.S. citizens, there are pathways you must go through. But then go through the pathways. How does that deal with taqiyya? That's in Islam where they lie to your face and they hate you and want to change you and overthrow you. And then take money from you or end you. Yeah, but that's not all of Islam. Oh. Then you unpack that one for me. I got nothing to add to that. You unpack that for me. How much risk are you willing to take that the people who are coming in to change your city, to change your state, to change your country? Think of the squad: Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. Now, there's probably a couple others. Do these people represent America? Do these people represent the values of the people of that state? Or did they figure out how to take over specific areas with their enclaves, their voting blocks, to fundamentally transform the United States of America into something it never was and never will be? What do you do? How do you stop it once it's there? How do you reverse course? What does that look like? I don't know. We know the Affordable Care Act doesn't work. What's the alternative? What's the plan to stop the out-of-control expenses? I don't know. What is it? What is the plan? I'm all ears. Very scary for Texas, says Marion. Oh, it certainly is. Very, very scary for Texas.
Weaponizing the media against people that speak up, saying, you know what, if I don't want the Muslim Brotherhood in my neighborhood, well, now somehow I'm a xenophobe.
Or a racist, or a transphobe, or a sexist, or a misogynist, or a ist, or a phobic, or this, or oh, name call, name call, name call. I'm pro-America, and the stuff that's antithetical to that, and that's anyone pushing any Sharia, that's antithetical. Oil and water does not blend. America is not your melting pot. America is a place that you come to participate in being American. You want to be a foreigner bringing foreign ideas and foreign policies and foreign ideals and foreign laws to fundamentally transform our country? Sorry, country's full. Go back. What? It's my right to overthrow your way of life. It ain't your right to do that. It ain't your right to do that. It's our right to repel invaders who are trying to change our way of life. Our way of life. Are you talking about men? You're so sexist. No, I'm talking about Americans. Oh, you're talking about white people. No, I'm talking about Americans. Yeah, but there are plenty of Islamic Americans. Okay. Dinette says we have a multifaceted war against us, and it's not just the military-aged men. It's also Israel, the devaluation of our dollar, and so much more. Oh, I mean, it's all systems go. We're out of the warning stage. We're into the hot phase. It's here. The blob has arrived. I can't believe you call immigrants blobs. Shut up. I'm hearing that little voice of like the triggered lib on my shoulder. People pushing anti-civil liberty garbage is a blob, yes. Regardless of where you're at. Regardless of where you hail from. It's not just one place. It's not just one religion. America is supposed to be a tolerant place of people who are going to respect the American way of life. Not tolerant of people who are trying to screw us over, steal from us, overthrow us, replace us. We have no obligation to go down that path. No obligation.
There is this ideology that is a death sentence for our country if we don't wake up and have the courage to call it out and stand up and say our Constitution is set to give us freedoms. It's not set to slit our throats. And that's what's happening in Texas right now.
There you go.
Right now, the Democrat Party is controlled, and I like to use stools as an example, the three-legged stool of the Democrat Party.
Well, you got a three-legged stool, but you could have just stopped with stool. The Democrat Party is similar to stool. And here's a sample. Here's an example.
The most powerful, influential
stool sample. I'm calling them poop.
Forces in the Democrat Party right now are Islamic Jihad, communism, and the cartels. And all
that's an unholy trifecta.
three of those forces are driving the Democrat Party, and the Democrat Party uses them when it's advantageous to them. But it's not, you won't see, when I say the cartels lead them, you won't see the cartel out in front of them. What you have is the Catholic Charities out in front of them. Just like in Chicago right now, all of these protests being led by so-called clergy. That's the same clergy from Catholic Charities that was profiting off the trafficking of children under Joe Biden. So you
Thank you. The Catholic Charities, the Jewish Family Services, who, by the way, were very helpful with my foster child in Los Angeles. They made a nice donation. I think that donation was so that he could pay, God, I don't even remember how much it was. I think it was north of $500, close to $1,000 maybe. Trying to remember exactly, but it was a week at camp. That shit ain't free. I remember Jewish Family Services did that. But yeah, a lot of people under the guise of compassion and fill in the blank with your positive superlatives. Catholic charities, Jewish charities, globalist charities, NGOs, you know. We got our Halloween mask and then we take our Halloween mask off. We are what we are. Making money off of this. Oh, there's a crisis. There's no crisis. Money is being taken from the sovereign citizens of the nation to replace the citizens of the sovereign nations with invaders. Uninvited invaders. Well, no, someone invited them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, not the communities. No, see, this is all very high-level puppeteering. And you saw this ramp up under who? Barack Hussein Obama.
Send out
a chance to fundamentally transform the United States, if you will. Huh. Well, you're getting your wish now, aren't you, fancy pants?
good-looking faces, but it's really the cartels that are behind it. And the same is true for the Islamic community. You have CARE go out there on behalf of the Muslim Brotherhood to try to neuter the truth about these groups. But that is who is leading the Democrat Party. We need to come to terms to that, and we have to understand there is no more compromise. It is defeat. One side is going to be defeated. It's either us or them.
It's either us or them. And yes, Islam is the blob. Its goal is a caliphate across the world. Now, you could say Christianity wants to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, the true and only Lord and Savior. You can believe differently, and that's fine. See, I've never been taught to kill the infidel that doesn't believe in Jesus Christ as the Lord and Savior, who died on the cross and rose 3 days later. Repentance and payment for our sins, our stuff we're born with, our immorality, our inability to live perfectly. If you don't buy that story, I've never once been taught to destroy you, steal from you, or slit your throat. I've never been told that. Can you say the same about Islam? Well, no, it's not Islam. It's radical Islam. Is it radical Islam or is it honest Islam? How do you want to define it? There's a question of the day in the comments section. QOTD. The type of Sharia law promoting, civil liberty violating, conquer the earth and destroy anyone who gets in our path type of Islam. Is that radical Islam or is that honest Islam? Type it in the comments. Because after 9/11, it's like, no, you can't like cast a broad net over everybody in Islam. Not everybody's like that. It's just a small select group. It's just the radicals. There's only radicals. We're not talking about Islam. We're not talking about Muslims. We're talking about radicals. But when you read the holy writings, what's radical about reading what's printed? What's printed is a guide for war. It's what's printed is a guide for a caliphate to conquer every human through subjugation, slavery, threats, or ultimate warfare. Trash Panda says, it's all the same, and you consider it evil. Marion says, I think it's honest Islam, not radical. It's just honest. We didn't write these words. So what do? How do you reverse course? Can you reverse course? And if so, how?
Yeah, just real quick on Texas. So I was just in where this new proposed Epic City is planned to be. Now they're calling it the Meadow. But
okay, that was the beginning of the clip. So we got a few stories on this topic today. Charlie Kirk. Okay, somebody took him off of the earth. So I'm going to share more about him. He says, why don't we
talk about Islam, actually?
Talk about Islam.
The religion of a billion people, that many of whom are taking over the entire European continent.
And can we put to bed when you say that word to say, oh, the religion of peace? Can we please put like that is officially retired, right? Whoever came up with that marketing strategy, that's done, right? That's never spoken without laughter or pushback anymore. That's like saying the Cleveland Indians, the franchise of competence. There's nothing competent about the Cleveland Browns franchise. Yes, we had a good draft last year. Sitting at the season 2-8. Terrible. No, but it's not a peaceful movement. It's a military ideology. It's a political strategy of domination cloaked in religion.
And we're about to have a Muslim mayor of New York City, and we have no idea what they believe or what it is. And so should Christians care about this, Nathan? I mean, some pastors say, well, they believe different stuff than we believe, and how should we think about Islam?
You should read how the first 1,000 years of pastors and thinkers in the church, like the patristics, how they thought about Islam. It's actually pretty shocking because Islam hasn't really changed all that much. It's still very militant. I think that...
I'm sorry, I don't know who this person is that's speaking. It doesn't say in the comments, but this is shared from the Charlie Kirk Show, 1776. I don't think it's a official account. I don't know. End of the day, you want the cliff notes, you want the bullet points. I see Charlie Kirk stuff, I press play. I throw it in the stack and we share it. Because fuck you. You don't get to take him off the chessboard. You don't win. No. I'm not going to stop showing Charlie Kirk content. I'm going to show more Charlie Kirk content. We all need that ideology. David says, any form of it doesn't make any sense about Islam. Danette says, that's exactly where we are now. They'll label us who stand up against this as radicals too. Oh, yeah. Look at the gaslighting of the third Obama term. They called it Biden-Harris. Make no mistake, that was Barack Hussein Obama, third term. Up was down, left was right. Right was wrong. Wrong was right. Men can have babies. Islam is peaceful. The border's secure. We have health freedom. Like everything was just a lie. Almost everything out of the leftist mouth. Communist, Marxist, socialist, Democrat, globalist, whatever you want to call it. Trash Panda wants to get the deportations up. And Danette says, this would be a good time to be a good ambassador of Christ. What does that mean exactly, if you could define that? A good ambassador of Christ. Anyway, the conversation continues about Islam always being militant. It hasn't changed.
That dismissing it as just another religion is naive. It is incredibly politically and ideologically and militantly driven in a way that, like, for example, Buddhism is just not. So not all religions are the same. So
not all religions are created equal. I've never been, not once have I ever been instructed in Christianity to wage warfare, to go conquer and destroy my enemies, to take a single-digit aged bride. Not once have I gone through any teachings that have given me any ideas like that. Not once. That's the Christianity I know. That's the Christianity I defend and support and align with.
So it's naive to kind of classify, it's a religion and it just goes in this closet. It's like Islam is not like that. I think it is a political ideology that it's a religion, political ideology that is inseparable from those two things, and it's militant.
Okay, why don't we talk about Islam, actually?
Right.
All right. Charlie Kirk. Sean Ryan here. For the first time, Charlie Kirk's head of security goes public in an exclusive sit-down with Sean, breaking down the tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Heard that bullet slap him.
Oh, there's music. He says, I jumped down on top of Charlie. I was on him, almost face to face. When I was doing that, I went down. I could see the wound. I immediately shoved my hand into the wound to stop the bleeding, and it was still coming out enough that it squirted through my fingers, and I could taste it on my lips. God. I remember pulling back away, thinking, damn, this is bad. We're doing pressure control there, and it's a carotid artery. You can't use a tourniquet. It's obviously, pray. You have 15 seconds, and from the time it happened to the time we were picking him up, some horrible realities of it, too. When I jumped down on him, he had doll's eyes. I was like, man, these are wounds incompatible with life. You knew. Oh, there's a comment. Violating that gag order like a boss. A lot of the comments are asking about the blood. What do you guys think about the blood? They're all saying, where's the blood? Where was the blood? It's weird when they're carrying Charlie to the car, there wasn't blood on anyone. What is the story with that? They said no one had blood on him. No one tried to save Charlie. No one tried to take the EMT kit when they tried to hand it to him. They were putting Charlie in the SUV. A lot of questions need to be answered. Oh, they're saying show the footage from behind that you took. No blood anywhere to be seen. Eye contact says it all. I'm just running through comments. Moments like these, I wish Sean would ask more questions. None of these guys had any blood on their hands as they were moving him to the SUV. He had zero blood anywhere, even on his white shoes. The story doesn't match what we've seen. This person, pretty sure Sean is a controlled op, and this interview just proves it. No one believes the narrative. They're saying Charlie ain't gone. No one in the security detail or his friends flinched. Nobody ducked. They knew they weren't in danger and it wasn't an active shooter. That's all they're going to say. Anyone who saw the video could see it oozing out, the blood, extremely quickly. I think they lied to give people hope, but I doubt he was alive more than a few seconds after it. Asking him, what did you hand off to that other person? Good acting, good script, probably funded by the U.S. and written by Israel, because, yes, Israel will get blamed for everything. So, yeah, lots of comments about the blood. Guy had meta glasses, recording camera angles, no footage available. The whole thing is sus. You could tell he was gone before he even hit the ground in that first video they put out. I was driving a truck at work, and my coworker showed me a video. And the first thing I said is, he's gone. If he isn't, it's a miracle. I don't understand why there's so much conspiracy surrounding it. Like, where was the blood? Why wasn't everyone covered in blood? Where was the exit wound, folks? We don't live in a video game or a movie. There are 5 liters of blood in the average person's body. That's 2.5 large plastic soda bottles. If you lose 1 bottle of soda's worth of blood, you're gone. Your heart can't pump it anymore. When the artery is completely severed, it doesn't spray. It gushes. When a bullet hits soft tissue, it doesn't make it explode. It stretches and jiggles. This is getting graphic, but I'll wrap it up on this one. It dumps a lot of energy in soft tissue. If he was shooting his grandpa's old Mauser, 30-06, it was probably using lead soft points. They dump all the energy and deform or break up upon impact. Says he worked at a butcher shop during hunting season and have picked dozens of 30-06 bullets out of rib cages on deer. If your round goes through the deer, it means you have energy that wasn't transferred to the target, so they designed them to do that. It could stop in a neck very reasonably. Well, that was a well-thought-out response, and so I'm sure they'll get ratioed. Where was the required ambulance on standby? Something's wrong in this situation. Is Sean a plant? It's a new day. What do we think? What do we think of Charlie, Kirk? What do we think of the situation? What's our latest? Any new questions? Any new revelations? Danette explains, leading with the teachings of Christ, exactly where we are in our relationship with Christ. Treat everyone like we want to be treated. Let the seeds be planted. It's not on us to make sure that they grow. Yeah, I remember Glenn Beck used to talk about something similar, and he would say, it's my job to wake people up. I got to wake people up. And it's like he said, he changed tune at some point during the housing crash era. He's like, get on, don't get on. I don't care. I'm talking to the people that are with the program. You come find me when you're ready. I can't spend all my time convincing you to hop on the boat. Like the shore is about to fall apart. Like, jump on while you still can. You don't want to jump? You don't jump. Swim out to me if you can. But we got to get going. Who is Yo-Yo Ma? Kenneth dropping a Yo-Yo Ma. What is tungsten or wolfram? That is correct. Okay, ICE is discussing a new operation here. It's going to be saving kids. Did you vote for this? I voted for this.
Fox News alert, ICE announcing a brand new operation to conduct welfare checks on the 450,000 children that the Biden administration placed with unvetted sponsors, some of whom were sex traffickers, gang members, and abusers.
Oh my God.
The Trump administration has already located more than 24,400 children, and some of these stories are absolutely heartbreaking, like this one. A 1-year-old unaccompanied minor crossed the border during the Obama administration. That little girl is now 12 years old. During her 11 years in America, she lived with a series of relatives and endured horrifying abuse. According to Fox's Brooke Taylor, she was found in the custody of 2 sisters who have now been arrested. The 12-year-old was found, quote, with injuries all over her body, extreme malnutrition, and an infected gash on her head, and zip ties around her wrist. Among those who abused this innocent child were her one. Fox News alert, ICE announcing a brand new operation to conduct welfare checks on the 450,000 children.
Oh, sorry, there's that second part here.
Time sponsor, a distant uncle that she was placed with in
Distant uncle abusing him.
2024, despite being an illegal immigrant with a criminal conviction. That sponsor, that alleged abuser, was given temporary protected status by the Biden administration. Why? Here is video that Brooke Taylor obtained of the Trump administration arresting that man just yesterday. This is just one of the nearly 500,000 children that the Trump administration is seeking to protect. And this operation comes after the administration announced that Operation Dirtbag, conducted in partnership with the state of Florida, resulted in the arrest of 230 criminal illegal immigrants, including 150 sexual predators. Here was Deputy ICE Director Madison Sheehan announcing that development.
In just 10 days, we've been able to remove, in partnership with the state of Florida, over 230 of the worst heinous criminals from their streets.
Our time sponsor, a distant uncle that she was placed with in 2024.
Our job as law enforcement is to protect the most vulnerable. Democrats will tell you that that is the criminal illegal aliens who they have let run free in our communities, but not this group of law enforcement. We know that it's the children that is our job to protect. Our job as law enforcement is to protect the most vulnerable. Democrats will tell you.
Operation Home for the Holidays.
Too much music. I would love to lead a revolution that will change. Go ahead and pull a Rupar on me. Clip that out of context. Brian wants to lead a revolution. So you say you want a revolution. Well, you know. Copyright claim. You sang a second of a song by the Beatles. I'd like to lead a revolution in how we handle copyright disputes with music, with Recording Industry Association of America, ASCAP, BMI. It's a world I used to live in. I worked at the world's largest talent agency in the Music Central department, worked in the contracts department, worked on several different desks, all that jazz. There's got to be a better way than how YouTube's handling this. Has to be a better way. I still feel like this ICE charade is a cover for the real child abusers, which is the deep state and everyone on the Epstein list. Can you elaborate on that? The ICE charade. Can you elaborate on that?
Was a U.S. Marshals led.
Okay, I can't with the music, but as part of Operation Home for the Holidays, FBI Jacksonville and our partners located or recovered 122 children across Florida and in 9 other states, ranging in age from 23 months to 17 years old. A portion of these youth disclosed experiences relating to various types of abuse and proximity to other criminal activity. On Friday, this from Toria Brook. All these are from Toria Brook. On Friday, federal authorities apprehended a man in El Campo after an event on Wharton Street led law enforcement to a Roberts Street resident.
Get out. Get out. Show me your hands. Show me your hands. Lights. All right, okay. On the ground. Thanks. I'm not fed. I'm not resisting. Not resisting. My medicine. And I got bad shoulder. Please, guys. Get up.
Kenneth, by the way, as I'm scrolling in the comments, someone's asking if have you been seeing Army and Navy choppers all over Florida? Have you seen any of that? Fighter jets too, lots of choppers. Is that normal? Just ear to the railroad track. Someone commented that. Curious if you've seen any interesting aerial activity, Kenneth. There you go. DHS and ICE agents attempting to execute an immigration warrant on 41-year-old Victor Reveles pursued him when he fled on foot, abandoning his truck and trailer. He presented them with his medication. The people inside, not him, demanded to see a warrant.
He's no son. I don't have a son. I have my 2 daughters.
My boyfriend is in the room. He's sleeping.
There's a boyfriend sleeping in the bathroom.
He's in the room. The last floor to the right.
Why don't you guys sit over?
Can you show me? Can you show me the warrant? He's not in that room, sir. He's in the last
room to the right.
This flash up is
All right. Another man inside is removed from the house as well and then questioned.
Anything to do with this, y'all? You are stupid.
Rapper Nicki Minaj.
This from Fox News. Nicki Minaj joins Ambassador Mike Waltz. Look at that at a conference highlighting the persecution of Christians in
Just set to
Nigeria.
speak alongside U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Mike Waltz at a conference addressing the persecution of Christians in Nigeria. Waltz saying, quote, "I look forward to standing with her as we discuss the steps the president and his administration are taking to end the persecution of our Christian brothers and sisters." The conference coming after Minaj thanked the Trump administration for designating Nigeria as a country of particular concern.
It's a very particular concern, but man, Fox is really going heavy with the music here. I might not be able to play this either.
For religious freedom violations. So far this year, more than
7,000 Christians have been killed in 2025. That's not acceptable. This is Islam killing Christians. Islamists attacking Christians. 125,000 killed since 2009. That's atrocious. Larger than the Ohio State Buckeyes Stadium. 19,000 churches burned since 2009. There's your genocide. No, the real genocide's in Gaza. In Gaza, you're seeing a war play out because the Gazans started a war. Nope, it's a genocide. Okay. 19,000 churches burned in 16 years. More than 1,000 churches a year have been burned. A mosque a week is going up in Texas. What do you think is happening here, people? And what is the plan? What is the plan? What does it look like?
have been murdered in the West African country. Rapper Nicki Minaj is set to speak to the president.
Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins talking about China doing new stuff.
Has said over and over that he will not leave our soybean farmers and frankly our farmers in general out in the cold on this. He has been absolutely resolute and almost a dog on a bone, making sure that our soybean farmers and other farmers are at the top of all these trade deals, and certainly Secretary Bessent has as well. So I listened with interest to Scott over the weekend with you and last week, saying we're still very confident that when the Chinese committed to buying 12 metric tons, that they are going to do that, 12 million. And so I see that moving forward. They have begun to buy a little. I think the nervousness comes in is that 12 million is a lot, and we've already, I think, just got about 330,000 out. But we'll get there, and I think the president has said over and over his relationship with President Xi is very strong. Secretary Bessent, we're going to get that deal signed. It's not even signed yet, and then we're off to the races. So I think
Secretary Rollins saying beef prices will come down by spring. How much is beef where you're at? It's like $8.99 for a pound. Is it a pound or 2 pounds? It's 1 pound of organic grass-fed beef, ground beef. Yeah, beef prices coming down sounds fantastic. My understanding before, I haven't heard a lot of people discussing it recently, but my understanding was that part of the reason why the beef prices are so high are because of processing plants. We need more places. Like that guy in the comments that said I worked processing deer and I had to remove many 20-06, shell casing or rounds from the deer. My understanding is that it was that we need better processing facilities. If that's the case, let's get on with it. Why can't we build some more of those? And part of it's probably going to be unwinding 12 years of chaos caused by Obama and his cronies trying to demonize meat. All the green initiatives that they've been pushing. $8.99 for you as well. Yeah, all right. Well, I don't feel so bad then. Really need to get like a quarter cow and just get a standalone freezer. That might be the way to go. What is this? Who is next? Comey, Ray, Pelosi. Who is next? David's always asking for the arrests. Where are the arrests? Christopher Wray, Nancy Pelosi. Who's next? Toria Brooks says Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has departed for the United States. This was yesterday, where he's likely to press for security guarantees and advanced weaponry. The Saudis want advanced weapons. Toria Brooks says, following the Trump model, UK Home Secretary Sabina Mahmood stated she is considering imposing sanctions against Angola, Namibia, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mahmoud says that part of her extensive migration reforms, as part of it, she may impose sanctions on all citizens of these countries attempting to enter the UK if they do not improve cooperation in accepting back their deported citizens. Romania, the largest Christmas market in Europe, just opened in Craiova, spanning over 280,000 square meters. That's Romania. By the way, you better have some security detail against who? Oh, those peaceful people that just want to be peaceful and not attack Christians. Oh, wait, it's opposite day. You better have security. I could do without the music. Oh, that's cool. You got Santa flying in the sky from a zip line. It's better with music. You can't play it if there's music. Music does add. Yeah, well, where's the fragile leg lamp? It's not Christmas without a leg lamp. Can only play like 2 or 3 hits of the notes. Yeah, we've lost a little bit of wonder. I'd love to get some of that back. Yeah, can we do more of this in the United States, please? That looks cool. Insider paper says Donald Trump's would-be assassin Thomas Crooks appears to have used they-them pronouns, despite being only one person, on a website known for hosting pornographic furry material, according to the Daily Mail. Split personality disorder, perhaps? I don't know who. Kevin Cork. Is he one of the guys on the... Anyway, I'm already here, so read it. For I, the Lord your God, hold your right hand. It is I who say to you, fear not. I am the one who helps you. Isaiah 41:13. All right, that's the Toria Brooke Daily Drop. Is this a duplicate? Duplicate, yes. All right, here's Bill Maher correcting Patton Oswalt. I think I have a longer clip of this, so I'm going to skip past it and get to the longer one. All right, look, I think all of the lifting up rocks and seeing the worms underneath, trying to scour the bowels of the internet, it's all important. I appreciate Candace Owens, anybody investigating the Charlie Kirk situation. This girl here, she kind of sums up the Erica Kirk thing. What is this lady? It's Lily Kate. Not super familiar with her. Yeah, well, you're following her. I follow, like, if I find one story that I share or if something looks interesting, I'll follow a lot of the time. But this really is, thanks, Obama. Erica Kirk is getting dragged no matter what she does or what she doesn't do. And I think this is laid out pretty well.
She cries, she's acting. If she doesn't cry, she's not.
Doggone music. I really don't want to be the one to read this. But if I don't read it, that piano music's going to get me a copyright strike. Sorry, guys, I don't make the rules. I wish I did. So I would get rid of this absurdity immediately. If she cries, why is she crying? It's fake. If she doesn't cry, why isn't she crying? That's fake. If she hugs a friend on stage, well, they're obviously having an affair. If she wears leather pants, she's a fake, grieving widow grifter. As if mourning has a dress code. Most widows don't have the entire world laughing at them. Erica has been met with every single one of her actions coming evidence of Candace Owens and others alike drag Erica into accusing her of being complicit in the murder of her husband. But Erica herself said, we're all trying to process this in our own way, and I appreciate that, but some grace would be nice. Nick Fuentes slammed Erica's leadership. I'm getting this vibe from her that she's very fake, a little gratuitous. Behind the rumors and behind the headlines, let me just go side by side here since I can't play it. But behind the headlines, there are kids, a community, and a widow who just had their lives uprooted. Grief is not a spectacle. It is completely human. And by the way, Erica has been treated nothing but deplorable, despicable. Give her a little grace. I think that's kind of fair. All right, libs of TikTok reporting, oh, here we go, Muslim students at DePaul University in Chicago. They're reporting this, that they choose to occupy their campus library to conduct their prayer, despite the university designating multiple prayer rooms in a mosque next door.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu liman hamidah.
What are the comments? Do we get any additional? Students were bothered and concerned. It's not a prayer, it's a passive-aggressive war. It's a show of dominance. It's a middle finger. It's a threat. It's a go ahead, try. We'll come after you if you try to stop us from doing this, and we're going to do it everywhere to intimidate you, to threaten you, tacitly, implicitly. We'll however you want to describe it. It's a threat. It's a warning, and it's a marking of territory. Is DePaul University a Catholic school? Isn't this intimidation? They're capturing territory, one room at a time, one city at a time. They have said this loud and clear. They are not hiding it. These are comments here. This is the act of aggression, not worship. Tim says, how many times do I have to say it? Our tolerance is their weapon. Walter, it's only going to get worse. Feisty, they will continue to keep pushing themselves on the rest of us as long as we continue to allow this. Big Dave says, Jesus is Lord. Super Magella says they need to be suspended. Sorry, this is disrespectful, especially since they have prayer rooms. They're doing it on purpose for negative attention and to provoke so they can play the victims. What a joke. Shout out to Deepstate. JWAP says, Christ is the only God. Repent now. The university did what already for them? I've never heard of a university giving a safe space for Christians. William, isn't this a Catholic university? Kevin says, yeah, this is their middle finger. They do it. Feisty says they do it on purpose. How triggered would they be if others prayed from a different religion? They would be beyond triggered. So it's here. Also, the looming Epstein votes are here. Benny Johnson says release it all. Here's President Trump on his call for House Republicans to vote to make the Epstein files public. Here we go.
Urged House Republicans to vote in favor of this Epstein release bill they're going to vote on tomorrow. I just want to be super clear on your position. Do you want to see that pass the Senate? Would you sign that bill if it gets to your desk?
I do want to. Here's what I want. We have nothing to do with Epstein. The Democrats do. All of his friends were Democrats. You look at this Reid Hoffman. You look at Larry Summers, Bill Clinton. They went.
Imagine being these people that are repeatedly being called out. Like, it's quite the TikTok thing going right now.
To his island all the time, and many others. They're all Democrats. All I want is for people to recognize the great job that I've done on pricing, on affordability, because we brought prices way down, but they're going way lower, on energy, on ending 8 wars and another one coming pretty soon, I believe. We've done a great job. And I hate to see that deflect from the great job we've done. So I'm all for it. You know, we've already given 50,000 pages. You do know that. Unfortunately, like with the Kennedy situation, with the Martin Luther King situation, not to put Jeffrey Epstein in the same category, but no matter what we give, it's never enough. You know, with Kennedy, we gave everything and it wasn't enough. With Martin Luther King, we gave everything and it's never enough. We've already given, I believe the number is 50,000 pages, 50,000 pages. And it's just a Russia hoax as it pertains to the Republicans. Now, I believe that many of the people some of the people that we mentioned are being looked at very seriously for their relationship to Jeffrey Epstein.
That's great about documents, but did you give the pertinent documents? And number 2, what about the videos?
But they were with him all the time. I wasn't at all. And we'll see what happens. What I just don't want Epstein to do is detract from the great success of the Republican Party, including the fact that the Democrats are totally blamed for the shutdown. You know, they cost our country hundreds of billions of dollars with that, at a lot of inconvenience. So I'm for any. I don't. They can do whatever they want. We'll give them everything. Sure, I would. Let the Senate look at it. Let anybody look at it. But don't talk about it too much because, honestly, I don't want to take it away from us. It's really a Democrat problem. The Democrats were Epstein's friends, all of them. And it's a hoax. The whole thing is a hoax. And I don't want to take it away from...
Just the phrase hoax doesn't work. Was it or was it not blackmail? Why are we being told it's not blackmail? Of course it was. Wasn't it? Hasn't been described properly. Hasn't been articulated properly. Who's in the comments? Trash saying his voice sounds rough. Oh, yeah. He's been a very busy guy, and the weather's changing.
Really, the greatness of what the Republican Party has accomplished over the last period of time. Yeah,
Mr. President, you urged.
I brought this topic up to somebody recently, and oh, did they have a negative reaction because a family member used EBT once. And if they ever did this to people, they would be out on Trump and out on MAGA forever. Really? I'll play this Steven Crowder clip for you in a second. Over to Danette. We were talking about the beef. She used to run a farmer's market, and our cattle ranchers couldn't afford it because too many of them are conglomerate owned and they charge them too much. Oh. When they try to open their own as a co-op, the regulations are so tight that most can't afford it. Rigged. And during COVID shutdown, they told my cattle ranchers not to process beef. Trash Panda. Santa doesn't use a zip line. He's a real man. That's true. Kenneth asked, does Santa Claus require an attorney? Yes. Lionel Hutz, Elf Squire, will be representing him. That's kind of a stretch, Esquire into Elf Squire, but I tried. Yeah, his voice does sound rough. All right, here's Steven Crowder talking about the abuses of people taking all this EBT stuff. EBT funds.
Soldiers get MREs and they have to pay for them.
Soldiers get MREs and they have to pay. Hold on. Why would a soldier have to pay for their MREs? I didn't serve, but you're telling me it's just not a mess hall? You don't have to pay for your food, do you? That doesn't seem to make sense to me. Call me crazy. It's a world I don't know, but just go eat.
Why should someone who's able-bodied, choosing not to work, get anything better than our soldiers? Are you aware of, like, and this is SNAP, because you mentioned this is true. If you go to Amazon, right?
All right.
SNAP EBT, okay, right here. So I pay taxes, right? And there are a lot of Americans who work and pay taxes, who are poor, low-income Americans, right?
Yes.
Not on SNAP. You get 50% off your Prime membership. You get unlimited groceries for $4.99 a month. Let me show you what's in the groceries. Lavazza coffee, $25. Rockstar, Ghost Energy. Hey, let's go down to snacks and treats. When you say choice, these are...
And that's what I was saying. Watching that lady, that video fill up. Oh, my SNAP card's back. My EBT card's back. And it was an unboxing. There were like maybe 2 or 3 pieces of food in there, and the rest were appetizers and desserts. Garbage, junk food. Then I'm sure we got to pay for the overweight stuff, the heart disease stuff, the chronic health problem stuff. Santa's attorneys. Thank you for calling the law offices of Rudolph, Dancer, and Prancer. Oh, may I direct your call? But yeah, so the person I was talking to took great offense about military food. I'm like, well, if it's good enough for the military, yeah, well, you take away choice. It's like, well, they're opting into a voluntary program. You heard the phrase beggars can't be choosers. What are we even talking about? Entenmann snack cakes and energy drinks and sugary sodas and potato chips, all junk. Okay. Maybe my parents were a little stingier than some, but you know, getting appetizers and desserts, that was not always on the menu when we were going out. I always wanted to, but it added more to the bill. Why would we do that? Why is EBT allowing that? Shouldn't it just be eggs and meat and cheese and vegetables and fruit, and like you got to cook some meals, rice and beans, and make some chili? Like, just that's it. I think everybody needs to reapply for SNAP benefits. It's going to get interesting.
These are the choices right now that tax pre-filled pumpkin buckets of assorted Halloween candy.
pre-filled pumpkin buckets of assorted Halloween candy, that is frivolous. That is not food. That is not necessary to keep people from starving.
Does that seem like helping someone with a tough break? And how do we make the case to low-income Americans that they should fund that? Because they are.
Well, a lot of them have children.
Okay, so do the people paying taxes who are working for a living.
Okay, that's fair.
Right? I mean,
okay, that's a fair point.
Because people who say it's taken from the rich, given to the poor. And you look obviously very svelte, and I'm sure you know that obesity is a problem in the country. It doesn't affect you. Probably affects me more than you. I have some that I could lose. But the obesity rate for low-income women in this country, okay, who are not on SNAP, 40%. You know what it is for those on SNAP? 57%. So working class Americans,
17% more likely to be overweight if you're on SNAP.
Americans with kids not on SNAP struggling are paying to make other people fatter.
Fatter. Got to revamp the system, it seems. Got to revamp our relationship with Mexico, too.
We had to, would we do there what we've done to the waterways? You know, there's almost no drugs coming in through our waterways anymore. Isn't it down like 85%?
It is, sir. Absolutely.
I don't know who the 15% would be. It wouldn't be you.
No, that's for sure.
No, I think it's been...
Tons and tons.
You would say that's a big signal.
Absolutely.
We have almost no drugs coming into our country by the sea, by, you know, the waterways. And you know why, okay? I mean, it's pretty obvious. Would I do...
And by the way, on my sports show, we were talking earlier about how Cleveland, that's the sports, you know, Indians, Cavs, Browns, Buckeyes, those are my teams, about how Cleveland is a border city. Doesn't sound right, does it? It is. Canada is on the other side of that lake, Lake Erie. That's a border city. 22 miles out, that's Canadian water. It's a border city. Canada's got a ton of problems. We touched on that on today's episode.
Do that on the land cars? I would look, every boat we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. Not to mention the destruction of families. These families are decimated forever. The mother, the father, the children, they never recover really from it. You know, when you lose somebody, like the way they live, if you lose them, but the way they die is horrible.
Is it something?
So when we knock out a boat and we save 25,000 lives, that's great. Now, do I feel the same way about the corridors that they use? We know every one of them. We have every one of those corridors under major surveillance. We have nobody coming in through our southern border, but we know exactly how they get their things here, how they get the drugs here, fentanyl, cocaine. Colombia has cocaine factories where they make cocaine. Would I knock out those factories? I would be proud to do it personally. I didn't say I'm doing it, but I would be proud to do it because we're going to save millions of lives by doing it.
Would you only do it with Mexico's permission, though?
I wouldn't answer that question. I've been speaking to Mexico. They know how I stand. We're losing hundreds of thousands of people to drugs. So now we've stopped the waterways, but we know every route. We know every route. We know the addresses of every drug lord. We know their address. We know their front door. We know everything about every one of them. They're killing our people. That's like a war. Would I do it? I'd be proud to. I'd probably go into Congress and say, hey, and you know what? The Democrats and the Republicans would both agree, unless they're crazy.
They are.
And they are a little crazy on the Democrat side. But we have lost hundreds of thousands of people a year, death. And that's not talking about family destruction, that's talking about death. And much of it comes through Mexico. So let me just put it this way. I am not happy with Mexico. If we had to...
All eyes on Mexico and Venezuela and Gaza and Russia, Ukraine. And China and North Korea. You know, that's just kind of my problem with America only. It doesn't take into factor that we've got to navigate a complex global situation with multiple neighbors, 4 different borders, northeast, southwest. This is very interesting. You heard about planes? Z-plane. And Charlie Kirk? Remember there was that suspicious flight? Well, Candace has thoughts on flights. And this one in particular. This Egyptian plane. But more than 60 other instances where the planes, and somebody in particular, internationally maybe, where their locations overlapped. Is that something or nothing?
That she had done an additional 15 hours of research and was able to discern that the person the planes were actually tracking for years was Erica. Not Charlie, but Erica was the one being tracked by these planes. And indeed, it turns out that she was correct. She discovered that between 2022 and September of 2025, both of those aircrafts, SUBTT, the yellow plane, and SUBND, the blue plane, showed 68 overlaps with Erica's documented locations, okay? 68 overlaps. I have since been able to add now 73 times that this overlapped, okay? And 29 of those instances also happened to include Charlie. Charlie was also present. And that's what I was stumbling upon when I was looking into this. I was like, why is this plane where Charlie is? The flights were majority clustered within 5 states, Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, Delaware, and Utah. And it's a pattern that she believes is statistically not random. I am telling you this information has been completely verified. I am showing you this on a spreadsheet now. These are all the instances in which this plane, 68 instances that this plane crossed with Erica. And I'm also going to say this includes overseas as well, okay? So my instant question becomes, why didn't Turning Point acknowledge that this plane was familiar to them? When I was taking all of these figurative online bullets, someone could have easily said something, right? That's kind of a repeat thing in this investigation. Josh Hammer lies, I get attacked, Turning Point just stays silent. They know he's lying, but they allow the lie to flow. Alex Clark lies, I get attacked, I'm telling the truth. Turning Point knows it, but they kind of allow this like Catholic thing, the lie to flow. And the influencers are allowed to lie. Nobody at Turning Point ever just steps to clarify that I'm onto something or I'm telling the truth about something. And when it comes to these Egyptian flights, the math on this is indisputable. There is less than a 0.00000001% probability, okay, under random distribution models that these Egyptian planes coincidentally landed around Erica at these times. Like I said, this plane was not just with her in America. It was also tracking her overseas as well. I flagged this because I was alarmed because I thought it was tracking Charlie. And I'm telling you that this plane, in addition to Charlie and primarily actually was tracking Erica. Now, let's get to the day of the assassination. That she had done an additional 15 hours of research and was able to discern that the person the planes were actually tracking for years was Erica.
Oh, okay.
Not Charlie, but Erica was.
What do you make of this? In the comments section, question of the day. What do you make of what Candace is talking about? These 60 to 73 instances where it overlapped. And then she said it was about Erica, but then she said a lot of these were Erica with Charlie. I'm like, well, how do you separate that out? But what are your thoughts on that? Smoking gun of sorts? A whole lot of nothing? Interesting puzzle piece? What do you think? What do you glean from this? All right, so we had a story shared by Libs of TikTok about, oh, geez, where was that other story? LaSalle? No, it wasn't LaSalle. It was DePaul. DePaul. Okay, so we're going to go from DePaul to Purdue. University of Purdue University Northwest crashed a TPUSA meeting, mocks the students, and calls them racists? Huh? What's this officer's name? Or this professor's name?
What is that?
Oh, you want to know what fascism means? Because I'll tell you. You guys want to know? Yes.
Yeah.
You have this society. Okay. So you have a situation here where you want to go into classrooms and you want to tell the faculty that they're not allowed to speak the truth about the history of this country. You want them to be, what's the word for slaves now? Involuntary employees or involuntary workers. We can't even say slavery.
We're not
That's ridiculous.
wanting to impose on the teachers. We are wanting this to be within the students. And
the students want to decide what history is.
No, we know what history is, actually. Yeah. Did you know that all of our founding fathers were actually Christian, and this country was formed on Christian values?
Yeah, why is this teacher in there harassing students? Freedom of speech for me, but not for thee. File formal complaints, each attendee. Og says always DEI. Well, I don't know that. I'd love to see her transcripts. I'm guessing not very strong. See, that's the danger of DEI. Then people start making accusations. Well, I bet you she's DEI. I bet you her transcripts suck. I bet you she sucks. I don't know how any leftist could be in favor of DEI, knowing that that's what happens in the real world. When you show people through your actions that you're going to hire less qualified people, everybody assumes that any non-oppressed person, not white, not Christian, not white twice, not straight. My whole premise is, it was so weird to say that out loud. It stopped me in my tracks. But that really is the only group that's allowed to be oppressed in 2025. But because of DEI, these comments are coming in claiming this person. Now, we're also looking at the actions. Like, what are they doing there? What are they? I didn't see anything egregious. But the conversation now, this is what happens when you allow less qualified people. Look, imagine if Major League Baseball said, look, hang on, let me keep our metaphors straight since I'm doing a football show today. By the way, hit like, hit subscribe, share the show, Rumble Rant Super Chats, by the way. We are going to have a show upcoming this evening. That will be 6 p.m. Eastern, Strictly Football, with myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, and Ezrael Robinson. That's Strictly Football at 6 p.m. Eastern. But if the NFL said, look, we need to have more Indian, what does I say, referees in the NFL. Okay. Feather or dot? Both. Okay. And then you started finding out that more qualified referees with better grades for calling the plays accurately were being denied opportunities just to say, hey, we got a couple Indian fellas, a couple Indian ladies. We boosted our numbers. And then if they have a bad game, what do fans say? Oh, that's DEI. They didn't deserve that job. Didn't earn it. They were given that because they look a certain way. What are you hiring a competency-based role, a competency-based job based on looks? And that's all race and stuff is. It's all just, it's window dressing. It's irrelevant to the job. Shouldn't matter what melanin, what pigment, what you're working with in your pantaloons. Competency is all that matters. But when corporations, organizations like, say in this case, the NFL we have to have 50% of our refs need to be Indian by 2032. You go, why? Well, because they've been underrepresented for years. You're like, nothing against an advertising campaign to go try to get people to sign up for referee school, but it needs to be based on performance, not on skin color or where they were born. That's madness. What were the comments here? Sorry, I meant to get to that earlier. Kenneth wondering if Erica is up to something. Marion says, Candace, my jury is always out on her. And Kenneth always loves asking about Ray's cyst. Well, with this healthcare distribution to American citizens instead of insurance companies, maybe we'll get closer to learning about Ray's cyst. Perhaps. All right. Thomas Massey has thoughts on the Epstein stuff. Here it goes.
Depth of the evil I didn't understand until they spoke it, which was as 14-year-old girls, they were told by a friend at high school, come over to this old guy's house, give him a massage, and you can make $200. By the way, he's got a nice swimming pool and all this other stuff. All you got to do is give him a massage. The massage turned into something else completely, and he had their phone number, and then through the shame of it, he compelled them to show up at his beck and call whenever he wanted. And this is where it gets really evil. The only way they could get out of it, of showing up and performing sexual favors for Jeffrey Epstein, was if they found another girl at their high school who would do it in their place. One of the survivors broke down in tears because she admitted, she just said, listen, I was faced with finding a girl for him to take my place or going back there and doing that, and I found another girl. And so what happens is now, people are still doing this, even after they know these are 15-year-old girls who were coerced into it by an adult man. They're saying, oh, you were a sex trafficker. You trafficked these women. But they don't, I didn't really fully grasp how evil this is. Like, it's one thing to do evil things to people, but to make them do evil things. And then once he causes you to be implicated, then you don't want to come out, because then that's what happens to you. Now, there are people asking, well, why don't these women release the names? And the reason is these are billionaires like that. So what happened is Epstein, once they got to the age of consent, they weren't exciting to him anymore. And he would traffic them to his friends. What happens is those men who have been...
Pretty gross. Pretty gross. Hear the music, so I'll mute it. Why hasn't the media shown this? Graham Allen. U.S. Marshals and the FBI saved 22 missing children. God bless our boys in blue. Well, hold on. Wait. Now you can hear.
2 children this morning.
Okay, get up. Too much music. Finding 22 missing children. Good job. A lot more to go. Representative Anna Paulina Luna says Bill and Hillary Clinton are refusing to appear before House oversight for their depositions regarding Jeffrey Epstein. Notice how House Democrats suddenly have nothing to say about it. See how that shakes out. Hey, here's an underage person who was illegally in the country and attacked an innocent woman jogging with a hammer.
This is a busy and popular park. Already this morning, we've seen several people out alone.
Hey, we talked about Plano earlier. Plano's falling apart.
On walks, police say that a woman was on a jog when a man attacked her with a hammer. This all happened on Thursday around 5 p.m. The details here, they're disturbing. Plano police tell us the woman was hit in the head with the hammer several times. She managed to fight the man off and he ran away. 4 hours later, police had a suspect in custody. They arrested 17-year-old Sergio Noe de Nova Duerte, an illegal migrant from Mexico.
Illegal alien. Don't call them migrants. Illegal. Oh, okay. It says it in the text. But what did I say about people with more than 3 names? Sergio Noe de Nova Duarte. You're on the 5 names list. You get to 5 names. I think there's I'd like to see the the chart, the graph for how many names you have versus the likelihood that you're a dirtbag committing heinous hammer attacks. I think the odds of you being a heinous hammer attacker, which is actually a pretty good name for a band, Heinous Hammer Attacker. The more names you have, the more likely it is that you're going to hit somebody with a hammer.
According to DHS, he came in on a tourist visa, and then in March of 2024, he was arrested for burglary and larceny. He was arrested under the Biden administration and was released back into the community with a notice to appear. Now, the woman was taken to the
Why would you release these people back with notices to appear instead of just finishing them?
Hospital with serious injuries, but police say it could have been a lot worse because duct tape was found at the scene. Many people in this area are on high alert right now, looking out for one another. Yeah, this is a busy and popular.
Gross. Thanks, Biden. What spirit of defiance says Gavin Newsom took office with a surplus of $13.8 billion. He'll leave office with a $46.8 billion deficit. He pissed away $60 billion on illegals and fleecing the system. Not sure if those numbers are entirely accurate. Let me ask Grok. By the way, Grok was down today. Did you have problems with Grok today? All right, let's see. Yeah, Grok was not working. Let's try to get Gavin Newsom. Budget surplus when he arrived compared to his projected budget deficit when he leaves. Grok is thinking. Grok is thinking. Hang on, TLDR version. Inherited $21 billion. He'll leave behind $20 billion annual deficits. So basically turn $21 billion surplus into negative $20 billion of a structural hole in 8 years. So that's a third of what this claimed. I didn't think that number was right. But, you know, numbers can be fudged, I suppose. So that was a cyber attack, you're saying? A lot of sites were down. It was a flaw in, what was it called? Cloudflare went down, which caused all these problems, I guess. Okay. Danette loves Candace personally. Yeah, I want Candace on that wall. I need her on that wall. Keep digging into Charlie. Hey, Ben Shapiro. According to Americultist, Ben Shapiro is now crashing out on Steve Bannon because he's praised, air quote, anti-Semite, end quote, Nick Fuentes. What does Benny Boy have to say?
Steve Bannon over the weekend, for example, praising Nick Fuentes. Again, the reason this is happening, we should point out, is because there is an attempt to glaze pretty much everybody who is on the...
To glaze? Ben, given your very well-known conversation about the WAP song, WAP. No, not a dirty Italian slur. WAP. There we say. We'll say it differently. WAP. in the comments about your wife, I don't know if using the term glaze is really where you want to be. But anyway.
Anti-Israel, and yes, Fuentes is just an anti-Semite. Anti-Semitic side, in order to shift policy priorities away from what President Trump is attempting to do.
Alex Jones had a debate with Nick Fuentes and Dinesh D'Souza. And you see right there the laziness, the lack of argument, their attitude that they just own this. Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown. It's a full takedown because the kid shows up. He's prepped. He's ready. Not only is he on point and he's always on attack, he happens to have something called facts, and he just overwhelms Dinesh. Dinesh goes back, and it shows you this old guard who has nothing.
Again, it's fascinating to watch as all these people make quasi-allies of people like Nick Fuentes. Here was Steve Bannon over the weekend, for example, praising Nick Fuentes. Again,
okay, I guess it's you know what? Whether somebody loves your Semites or hates your Semites or is neutral on your Semites, Bannon wasn't calling Fuentes a great guy. He wasn't glazing him. He was saying that in that debate, it was like he smoked his opponent. That's not pro the guy. That's pro the conversation. You're not supposed to defend O.J. Simpson if he ends his wife in a waiter. Well, in which case, you're not supposed to defend Jeffrey Dahmer because, his skin looks like mine. Or, hey, some pastor was embezzling hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, that's my religion. He's of my religion. I got to defend him. You don't defend people of your religion or of your skin color or of your anything. You just base it on how things play out. I didn't hear Steve Bannon praising Fuentes. He said that he rocked him in a debate. That's just calling balls and strikes. He can be an umpire. So many wormholes today. Wormholes or rabbit holes? Wormholes might get us to other dimensions. Rabbit holes take us to other dimensions. Okay, I guess they're the same. I view one to be intergalactic travel. Got to mute that. Tim Young says this should be the #1 story in America right now. New York Post reporting that House Democrat exchanged text messages with Jeffrey Epstein on how to hurt Trump during a 2019 congressional hearing. Oh. Plasket. A tisket, a tasket, a flower-making plasket. The AV report says the Democrats welcome 2-0, otherwise known as 20. The Democrats welcomed 20 million illegals into America in order to change the census for voting. Once again, the Democrats welcomed 20 million, it's more like 40 million illegal aliens into America in order to change the census for voting purposes. But then they say Republicans are gerrymandering. Does that make any sense to anyone? I'm going to go ahead and say no. I've got a really big show. Does not compute for me. Except that the Democrats gaslight and accuse their opponent of what they're exactly doing. I don't know the context of this from MAGA News. I don't know how to fact check this. But they're saying this is yet another non-English speaking truck driver causing a horrific accident. If you can't speak English and read English, write English, understand English, you should not be on our roads.
You wondering why Trump wants people to fucking understand English and why we're getting rid of the non-domicile CDLs? That's the reason right there.
I'd like some context. I don't know how to check it, but There's an unverified report here. Hey, here's how you sum up socialism. So if you take $500 from a worker and then go give $100 apiece to 5 lazy people, you lose that 1 vote, but then you gain 5. It's the biggest pyramid scheme in history, and it's also called socialism. Tell me, is this not what the Democrat Party, let's see, Deep State Democrat Party platform summed up nicely in this meme? It's exactly where we're at. You shouldn't throw around the word traitor very loosely. You should use it in this case. You're selling your country out for temporary power. Can I post the link to that debate? Which debate? Are you saying Tucker and who was it? Was it Dinesh? They said no. It was Nick and Dinesh. Dinesh, also from the intro to my show. I didn't have the link. I would just search, go on X and just run a search for it. The pyramid scheme is exactly true. How very sad for us. So-soism. Yeah. We're the MTV generation. We feel neither highs nor lows. Really? What's it like? Yeah. Through in a Gun says the Epstein list could have 100,000 names on it. And liberals only want to see one name. Period. Just one. They could care less. That's spelled improperly. It should be. They couldn't care less about the victims or what happened on that island. Hating Trump has become their entire identity. Sadly, I think that's true. Hey, remember when you're online on social media, remember that the people you're arguing with, they tried to tell you these 2 people were competent. Man, oh man, did we get punked.
When
Mike Benz, Cyber.
you look at, for example, the close relationship between Jeffrey Epstein, the Clinton family, and the Ehud Barak Israeli Labor Party.
The Ehud Barak Israeli Labor Party.
Is patently clear that if the Central Intelligence Agency and the State Department were to do a sweep
of all of their files, communications, there's a tiny amount of music in the background. If you got their records, a simple name trace of Jeffrey Epstein's name, a voluminous scale of the documentation, I think would be enormous. The State Department rented out a physical property to Jeffrey Epstein personally in the 1990s. The State Department. Lawyer pays not a cent for palatial East Side digs. Oh, really? This is no-cost living. Legal Eagles free ride. State Department began renting the building to Jeffrey Epstein, Palm Beach, in the 1990s. You and I can't just get the State Department as our personal landlord after seizing a mansion from the government of Iran, saying nothing of Epstein's work during Iran-Contra. Jeffrey Epstein working during Iran-Contra with both the U.S. and Israeli side of intelligence through the Adnan Khashoggi link, or through what was being done in 1990s between Bill Clinton and Ehud Barak when he was the prime minister there, to Jeffrey Epstein setting up the Clinton Global Initiative, and she goes on to be Secretary of State. For some reason, they are not pursuing this lead, and it's maddening to watch from the outside. It's maddening to watch. Button. Why are they being protected? But it goes back to Iran-Contra. That's Reagan. Goes back to Ehud Barak and Clinton. Mike Benz. All right, here's Batya Unger Sargon talking about illegal aliens. driving down the quality of life for Americans.
When Donald Trump was campaigning, he said, when we get elected, we're going to conduct the largest deportation campaign in American history. He did not say the worst of the worst.
Yeah,
and the truth is, Abby,
he did also say the
every
worst of the
illegal
worst.
immigrant in America is either working, in which case they are driving down the wages in an industry because their employers can pay them less.
This is such a great point. Why have I been alive this whole time? Bravo, Batya Unger Sargon. I don't know who's feeding her stuff, but man, I'm a fan of hers. That's how you say it. That's how you do it right there. They're either working in the United States, which drives down our wages, or they're not working, which means they're stealing through benefits. Lose, lose. I've never put it into a sentence like that before.
Or they are living off the government, in which case American taxpayers are paying for them to live here illegally. Both of those are unacceptable, which is why in every single poll that's come out in the last year, a majority of Americans support not deporting the worst of the worst, but deporting every single illegal migrant. When Donald Trump was...
That is so well said. Bravo. Is this the same clip of Thomas Massie?
There's two reasons he's flipped.
His rich and powerful friends.
Or go to his dinner party.
Oh, gone. It's got the music. He'll go to the dinner parties, saying Trump. He doesn't want to embarrass them. And they may, in fact, not even be guilty of a crime. They may just be very embarrassed that they were having extramarital sex with these women, for instance. So that's one thing. But he also thinks the intelligence aspect goes even deeper. Maybe Trump is on one plane, and he's thinking, I can't embarrass my friends. But there may be people in the administration who are career people who are thinking on another plane. Like, let's convince Trump he's going to embarrass his friends, when in reality, what we're trying to do is protect our sources and methods, which may involve trafficking. And we don't want to embarrass our partner, Israel, at this time when the popularity for their war, or their genocide, as some people say, is at an all-time low. And now we're going to find out that their defense minister, Ehud Barak, was documented with Jeffrey Epstein 36 times, probably even while defense minister. He had previously been prime minister. I don't know that he knew Epstein during that period. I'm not sure how much of those dates overlap, Thomas Massie says, but there are reasons that they want to protect them. There are reasons he's flipped, and I don't think his children, or J.D. Vance, or even Pam Bondi, or Kash Patel were read into that when they originally said all this stuff should be released. If it's a hoax, what were those binders that Pam Bondi gave out? Was she just fueling a hoax? It's Thomas Massie. Hey, next time somebody wants to call you a white supremacist, here's how Charlie handled it.
I'm a white supremacist. What evidence do you have that I'm a racist?
I was just literally watching a video of you talking about whiteness as a whole, talking about whiteness as a concept.
This is like, as I binged Charlie Kirk content in the past 2 months or so, this video is like in his top 20, his top 10 moments.
Okay, and you were trying to explain how white privilege doesn't exist.
Correct, it doesn't.
You are a white man, how do you know?
What can a white person do that a black person can't do?
Black applicants to jobs are 50% less likely to get jobs if they have a black-sounding name.
That's not even close to being true. That's not even close to being true.
That is a literal...
In fact, it's the opposite.
I'm not going to argue your lived experience. I'm not going to... No.
This is great because Charlie says, oh, wait a minute, you have to, because these are your rules that you and your goofballs always push on us. You must listen to him.
See, now you have to listen to him under your rules because a black person is going to say you're wrong.
I am. He can say I'm wrong. I know.
Come on up to the mic.
I know. I read your.
My name's Keemon Dixon. I have a really black name. Please tell me how 50% of my internships have been denied when I've worked for Senator Mike Lee, Mayor Trent Sachs, Speaker Mike Schultz.
Hold on.
I worked for a Congressman, Burgess Owens. I've actually worked on his campaign. I've worked on the campaigns of John Huntsman Jr. Please tell me how my black experience and my black name has not given me. Go ahead.
So,
take that, white boy. It just really is insufferable to listen to white people constantly talk about how black people can't succeed. That person that Charlie Kirk is speaking with, just like, well, you know, nothing's fair and these people can't do anything successful, and oh, it's because white people are bad. Huh? That dude comes in, he's like, pfft. None of whatever you just said matters to me. I'm going to go out and succeed because that's how you do it in America. No excuses, make it work. Figure out a way. Around, through, or over.
Call me a white supremacist.
Yeah, this is a top 10 Charlie Kirk chat mic drop moment for sure, because it is. The white knights. Oh, I gotta defend. I need to be offended on behalf of everybody else. Well, no, you don't. You can encourage people to succeed, and we can succeed. All right, here's Benny Johnson.
Freedom is alive and well in
Freedom is alive and well.
America. Freedom is not free. It never has been. You always have to fight for freedom. You have to fight tyranny. Charlie Kirk always fought tyranny. He fought the culture wars in the belly of the beast, in the heart of the dragon. And what is more tyrannical than a defund the police communist getting in charge of the greatest city in America, the capital city of America, the Empire City, New York City? Freedom is alive.
The capital city. I mean, it's not necessarily the capital, but I mean, it's one of the most important cities. This is a long clip, so we're not going to play it all, but let's put a moment or two here. Glenn Greenwald, FBI, Thomas Crooks, Megyn Kelly. There's a lot to unpack here. Tucker Carlson, let's take let's jump into this chat from Megyn Kelly. Take a listen.
What do you make of it? Because the FBI is now on defense, trying to defend the breadth of its investigation, trying to suggest they've done everything one would want them to do, and disputing that Thomas Crooks had much of an online footprint, though they're not specifically denying that these are his.
This is Glenn Greenwald.
I think that's the main question, right? I mean, we spent many years very critical of the deep state, of the FBI, of the CIA, for their secrecy, for their refusal to inform the American people what we have a right to know, of their propagandistic deceit of everybody for political ends. And there was a promise that when, you know, the Trump administration got elected and Dan Bongino and Kash Patel were in the FBI, everything was going to change. And now we're left about one of the most consequential news events that we have, which is this, attempted assassination on President Trump's life that almost succeeded. We're relying on Tucker Carlson and Miranda Devine and the New York Post to piece together little bits and pieces about what they've been able to determine. We don't know how much else there is in the FBI's possession that might affect the picture or change the picture. And yet we learned more about Thomas Crooks in the last week from Tucker and then from the New York Post than we have in the last 10 months since the Trump administration was inaugurated. Why is that? Why haven't they told us about Thomas Crooks? There's no trial. He's dead. They've denied that there's any conspiracy, that he worked with anybody, so there's no legal proceeding to impede. Why are they keeping all of that a secret? Why won't they even say if they have this or what else they have? I think that's what we ought to be demanding.
Totally agree. This is very odd that just now Tucker comes out with this information. Miranda Devine, I don't know. I have no idea, Glenn. My suspicion is that Tucker dropped this bomb on Thursday. The FBI was defending itself, over the weekend, since Thursday. And then Miranda Devine gets a big scoop on Monday. Do not have anything to back this up other than my suspicion that the FBI probably provided this data to Miranda. That's my guess, because she just has excellent sources inside the government. And to me, this almost seems like a head fake, almost like a look over here instead of at what Tucker did, because it's just too coincidental. that, as you point out, we've had nothing on this guy, nothing. And now suddenly two big information dumps. Tucker's, he's being honest about exactly where he got it. Then comes this stuff about he's a furry. You tell me, why would the government not have shared that? Like, truly, why wouldn't the FBI have been sharing that, the furry thing, with us? Because this FBI did share that around the Nashville shooter, you know, the young woman who was identifying as male, whereas Biden's FBI wouldn't. But this,
they always hide that for some reason.
This FBI did share those facts about that shooter. This FBI did share those facts again about the Charlie shooter. So I'm a little confused as to what may be going on behind the scenes.
Right. And also in terms of the political trajectory that Tucker outlined, and that was great reporting because it took you along the way on this political path that this shooter seemed to have traversed by virtue of analyzing his online footprint, from going from somebody on the far right, you know, ranting and raving against how Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and the squad need to be murdered and immigrants need to be murdered, you know, to something that resembles someone more on the left, very critical of Trump for his handling of COVID by not taking seriously enough, and other kinds of progressive rhetoric. I mean, it could be that at the end of the day, this is just a very confused person, could be a nihilist. But why don't we have this information in our possession? This is also something you would think Cash.
It's been a year and a half already.
Patel and Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi and the Trump administration would want the public to know. In other words, you know, you could accuse them of acting politically if the person were a conservative or on the right, just thought President Trump wasn't conservative enough. Maybe you could say, oh, well, they're on the right. They didn't want to have somebody on the right be blamed. But what about all the reporting that undercuts that and that suggests that he had a different ideology? What possible motive do they have for hiding that? And, you know, I do think that we have to be careful about embracing conspiracy theories, but the reason people do so is because of behavior like this. You know, Tucker's asking the question, did he go and get trained at the gun range by anybody? Who was this person online who seemed to be targeting him? How is it possible the FBI?
Yeah. What type of handler? What type of trainer? What was that all about?
I didn't know about him beforehand, given how explicit these violent threats were. And when you have the FBI hiding information and refusing to answer those basic questions, of course conspiracy theories are going to emerge in that, because that's how trust and faith by the American public is lost in these institutions.
Mm-hmm. The clear implication, in my view, of Tucker's piece is that the guy was recruited by somebody to conduct this horrific act. And maybe it began with this character who goes by Willie Tepes. Maybe it's somebody else. Tucker goes on to report that the FBI has made no mention of this Tepes guy in public, though they certainly know he exists, he reports. He goes on to say, just days after the shooting, somebody screenshotted Tepes's YouTube page, despite the fact that he had very few followers. And they said, you can now find this guy's username being used on a foreign Antifa website.
Oh, but Antifa is just a concept.
He also reports that Thomas Crooks's online footprint abruptly ends after his encounter with this mysterious figure, Willie Tepes. So he seems to me to be clearly implying that perhaps Willie Tepes recruited Crooks for someone, alerted someone that this is a hothead who's got, you know, some mental problems and is prone to violence. And where did it go for there? One of the things Tucker pointed out in this documentary is they cremated his body. And it was done, I think, 10 days after he died, thus getting rid of any chance to do any follow-up testing on drugs in the system, etc. And he's suggesting that seems awfully quick on a guy you knew was attempting to assassinate the likely next president of the United States. Mm-hmm. I don't know, Glenn. This whole thing stinks. I mean, Susan Crabtree, who I really trust, she reports for Real Clear Politics, and she covers the Secret Service for them. She's a totally above board reporter. And she responded as follows. Crooks was on YouTube threatening to kill government officials, and he was called out for it by another user, which is true. She says, why didn't the FBI find these posts?
Yeah, it's almost like no one was paying attention, no repercussions.
Why hasn't this ever been released? Why don't we know who that user is who called him out? That person should at least be considered a hero, she says. And then she writes, the FBI was stonewalling Senator Ron Johnson and Senator Rand Paul's staff as of the 1-year anniversary of Butler. This is her story. Like, she's the one who broke all the big news on the Secret Service around Butler. And she says the FBI was stonewalling 2 Senate offices as of the 1-year anniversary of Butler. Both Senate offices stated. One of those offices said the Trump FBI was at first cooperating this spring and even had a briefing with Senate staffers on Crooks and on Butler, etc., but then abruptly stopped doing so, which earned a triple exclamation point from me in my notes, Glenn. Something's going on here. It's not that I don't trust Cash and Dan. It's that I think they have something that, for whatever reason, they feel strongly they cannot tell us.
Right, but
whether it's UFOs, MLK, JFK, RFK, Epstein, Butler, there's always stuff they feel like they can't tell us. We need to get told. We got to figure out what's happening. Strange. Kenneth says they're going to call New York City New York Pity. Okay. I pity the fool. Who's a furry now? I mean, who's not, right?
that is sort of a metric of trust, whether the people in government do what people in government have long done, which is hide information from the American public and feed us a story that's untrue because they somehow think it's for the greater good that we be deceived or kept in the dark, when in a democracy we're actually supposed to know these things and be treated like adults, and we're not supposed to have information kept from us. Or they're protecting something that doesn't deserve protection. And let's just be very explicit about this. The last time there was a president who was murdered and Trump came extremely close, it's not like this was a fake assassination attempt or one just right. It was like a millimeter away from blowing his head off.
Yeah.
The last time that happened to a president who has his head blown off, was John F. Kennedy. And because of the secrecy around that, because of the lack of candor in our institutions, because of the bizarre way that the Warren Commission was constituted, where they had the head of the CIA and others who were the suspects, and the minds of a lot of people on that commission decreeing the truth, 70 years later, people still suspect that our government might have had some role in that. And when someone like President Trump, who was so hated by many factions inside the government, particularly the deep state, as he himself and his movement has long maintained, and I certainly have as well, comes very close to having their head blown off in a way that suggests at least malfeasance on the part of those who are supposed to be protecting him, if not worse, then people do start wondering, was there the involvement of government agencies or foreign or domestic ones? And that's a natural curiosity to have. The problem is that gets exacerbated when the FBI does what it's doing in this case, which is not just stonewalling us, but even the elected members of our Congress, ones from the Republican Party, who can't be accused of acting politically or with a motive to get Trump. So to the extent their behavior is now under suspicion, they really have no one but themselves to blame. And we need an explanation.
And it's just eroding any trust we could have had.
And like, why is this information being hidden? What are the answers to these questions?
Long on it. What do you make of it? Because the FBI is now on defense, trying to defend the breadth of its investigation, trying to suggest they've done everything one would want them to do, and disputing that Thomas Crooks had much of an online footprint, though.
Okay, I think that's the beginning of it. That turned into more of an interesting chat than I thought, so I did want to hear the rest of it.
The hoax.
Scott Jennings explaining, what does the hoax mean? What was the hoax?
Hoax is Democrats and others who have gone on television and either implied or worse that he had something to do with it. There's not a shred of evidence that he had anything to do with it, but that's what they want people to believe. That's the narrative that they are trying to get out there. That's the hoax. He's never said what happened to them is a hoax. In fact, there seems to be some shards of evidence in here that Trump may have been one of the people that turned in Jeffrey Epstein, which is why Epstein, according to some of the documents, apparently hated Donald Trump. And so the hoax is not that it happened. The hoax is what people are trying to imply or worse about. The hoax is Democrats and others who have gone on television and either imply.
Well, then we need to clarify these statements a little bit. Take Naps has thoughts about the Sean Ryan interview.
I just watched the Sean Ryan interview with Charlie Kirk's head of security, and here are some takeaways. And some questions. First of all, this was Charlie's contracted security detail who had been with him for multiple years, and it seemed to have a lot of capable guys, including former Navy SEALs, snipers, and all the rest. The man who was interviewed, Brian Harpole, seems to be sincere and credible. To me, the biggest takeaway from the interview is that there was a very narrow line of sight that this guy could have taken, and the fact that it could be 7 to 10, maybe feet wide, where that shot could have actually been made, and that's it. Meaning the amount of time that he was on the roof is very important because he would have had to find that exact spot, which lends credibility to the idea that this was rehearsed. If it was rehearsed, that means there should be additional footage of him going to that spot beforehand. And it doesn't make sense why he'd be wearing dark clothing on a white roof in broad daylight. He also said the security detail was very aware that there was 180 degrees of open sight visible to where Charlie was sitting before the event even started, and that they identified this as a huge security risk, and that the security detail was unable to change the location of the event, that it was forced that they go to that spot. Other reports have suggested that this was originally scheduled to be inside, so who made the final call that that needed to be the spot? He also said that the security detail informed the campus security that there was a vulnerability on that open rooftop and that anyone could just jump over and enter this exact spot where the guy supposedly was. They specifically outlined that location in advance. According to him, the chief of police was informed that that spot was vulnerable, and they said they would cover it, and then they didn't. If he produced evidence that he informed the chief of police that that area needed to be covered and it wasn't, why wasn't it covered? Who made that decision? He also said that he wanted to run drones to survey the site in advance, but they were also not allowed to do that by law, and that only the police could have, or the campus police. But they didn't. Who made that decision?
Both Butler and this event, I'm going, where are the drones? Where are the overhead eyes in the skies looking at all the roofs? What in the world are we even talking about?
He also said that they had meticulous plans for what would happen in the event of an evacuation and the necessity to go to a hospital. If that is the case, and they actually went to the further hospital, as some other people have suggested, why did they go to the further hospital if there were plans in advance that they knew where to go? And one detail that I happen to find strangest of all from the entire interview is that he said when they arrived at the hospital that they didn't know that they were coming. So with all the employees, all of the
how could they not know they were on their way?
The personnel, all of the security detail, all of the people that were there on the ground working that day, nobody called the hospital to tell them that they were coming there? How is that possible? And his set of security details seemed to be very thorough, that they even identified large rocks that were located behind where Charlie was sitting, and they secured that area specifically in advance in case somebody threw rocks down onto him. So if they were this meticulous about the placement of rocks, but they had identified this specific location that was a specific threat that didn't get covered, how is that possible? Now, I'm not blaming this guy because he seemed to be credible and forthcoming, but these are real questions. And perhaps one of the most perplexing questions of all, how was George Zinn there and why? The timeline and coincidence of all these events and this very perfect, very meticulously placed, very narrow, under duress location brings up more questions than answers. And what seems most obvious to everyone is that a little bit more clarity and a little bit more trust in our institutions could come with just a little bit more revealing of how these questions could be answered ahead of time that won't jeopardize the trial. That's the least we could ask for, and they should and could do. I just watched the Sean Ryan interview with Charlie.
Lots of takeaways. Imagine if we had some a trustworthy source. I feel like everything I'm doing is just trying to decipher half-truths, partial propaganda, unanswered questions, misinformation, disinformation, deception. A lot of different stuff to worry about. A lot of different stuff to make sense of. Hey, Stefan Molyneux. Haven't seen him in a while. Interviewed him in the intro. Oh, I don't think Stefan Molyneux's in the intro. Is he? For the Agree to Disagree show, I think, or for the TNM Daily show. I know Mike Cernovich is, but I interviewed Stefan Molyneux. This post says, ladies, fact. The moment you welcomed Islam into the West, you lost the right to complain about the patriarchy. Agree or disagree with that? It's a good question. Question of the day, agree or disagree? Ladies, fact. The moment you welcomed Islam into the West, you lost your right to complain about the patriarchy. Type it in the comments, agree or disagree. What is this here? This is But as a Christian, you have to be tolerant of Islam, right?
No.
That's Conor McGregor saying no.
No.
What is this modern Christian crusader says? Being a Christian doesn't mean ignoring evil. Some forces exist to destroy, and we stand ready to confront them. Evil is real. And if someone wants to destroy you, that's an enemy invader. That's a threat. This lady here takes on this guy in a public debate. Radiant apologia. Schooling this guy on the Quran.
My issue is this. Can you show me a single verse in the Quran, the Hadith, and the Islamic literature where it says, go and kill innocent people? Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. What sounds like a song? I don't remember what I say. That'll be my, should I ever need to defend myself? I will say, I don't remember what I say. See, I found this clip of you saying that if you ever had to defend yourself, you're going to say that you don't know what you're saying. Right, because I'm accurately describing what it's like when you're juggling chainsaws, apples. You got to take a bite out of some of them. You got to watch your hand and only grab the proper. I'm juggling. I got comments. I got videos. I'm doing engineering, producing. In-show show prep. Yeah, it's all a little garbled. I do the best I can. But here this is where she schools this guy.
Hear it? You want to hear it? Yeah. I will cast terror into the hearts of the disbelievers. Therefore, cut off their necks and cut off every fingertip.
There you go. The Quran says, I will cast terror into the hearts of the disbelievers, strike above their necks, and strike all their fingertips. Violence.
That's one. Okay, that's one. That's one. Okay. That's one. There are 142. Go to Surah 5. Go to Surah 8. Go to Surah 12.
Okay,
they're in there. Don't come here and pretend to me that your book is any different to any other sect of Islam. I've studied the Quran. I've studied the Bible. Let me tell you one thing, and this is a fact.
This lady's awesome. Who is this?
You follow the Quran to the letter. You are obliged.
I do.
No, you don't. No, you don't. How many kuffar have you killed?
That's the point.
How many kuffar have you killed?
The Quran doesn't teach that.
Yes, it does.
It does not.
Listen,
it does not.
Don't make a prat of yourself, darling, because you're starting to look really silly. If you'd have come to me and said to me, there are verses in the Quran that say kill the kuffar, and I don't agree with them, I'd have said to you, fair play. You're probably not a Muslim, you're an apostate. But you haven't said that. What you said to me is, I'm a devout Muslim, and it doesn't say that in the Quran. Don't come over here and try and mug off people that have read your scriptures, right?
Okay, please tell me where it says go
in
and
Surah
kill.
5. In Surah 5.
Let's go to Surah 5.
Go to Surah 5. I will cast terror into the heart.
Okay, it reset there. Yeah, more verbal pushback is needed to save Earth and humanity from this violent push. It's a violent push. Will Kane has thoughts.
They are drumming up the drama.
Epstein stuff.
Question that's out there. Why wouldn't they have been released the last 4 years when President Biden was in office?
Well, that's the question every American is asking. Not every American, but so many Americans are asking. What the hell is he hiding?
Well, that is the question that you just did not answer, Senator Schumer. Why was this obsession with Epstein seemingly dropped in your lap out of nowhere? Where was this curiosity and this obsession where you were in power and Joe Biden was in power for 4 years? You've conveniently ignored the terrible things about Jeffrey Epstein that have been out there for years. Most notably, his guilty plea for soliciting prostitution from an underage girl in 2008. It's almost comical. They are drumming up the drama.
The question that's out there.
Schumer, loser. Marion, I recommend juggling only apples, no chainsaws. That sounds like a great plan. However, there's a lot on this side to keep it all rolling. This is a segment for David Bann. He's always asking about the arrests. Here we go. We're going to walk through the list here, and we're going to tally these up.
Of arrests, Russian collusion hoax, 0, right? They say now that there's been 1 or 2 or whatever. January 6th, 0. We can talk about the pipe bomb person that is now confirmed to be the CIA asset, right? We can talk about the Mar-a-Lago raid. Who's been arrested for that? 0. Biden auto pen situation, 0. 2020 election, 0. Epstein pedophile arrest, 0. COVID-19. We know now that in fact is the right thing. I mean, for God's sakes, the RFK is the one who's the HHS director who wrote the Anthony Fauci book. Where's the arrest? We have the proof. Benghazi? None. Doge findings? All the fraud, waste, and abuse that was uncovered? Where's the arrest for that?
Yeah.
0. Ukraine impeachment hoax? 0.
American people are coming together right now. When we're saying, hey, give us the Epstein list, we want to hold people accountable. Child trafficking is wrong. Child exploitation is wrong. It's evil. It's demonic. And we know things are taking place with children. Obviously, Pam Bondi, you said tens of thousands of videos of children. Who are they? Who made the videos? We should be able to go ahead and crack down on who these individuals are. You guys were ready to take down people from January 6th.
Yeah. And number of arrests, Russian collusion hoax? 0. Right? They say now that there's
been time. Political stunts from the left. This Nick Curley is suddenly everywhere. Now he's in Paris confronting scammers. Beware.
The battlefield of scammers out here. You are scamming her. This is a scam. You scammer. Do not give money. Do not give money. Scam. Scam. Don't give money to these people. They are scammers. You scam people.
I robbing your camera, okay?
You robbing my camera.
Go away!
You scam people.
Go away!
Hey.
That's assault right there.
You're crazy. She spit on me. Now they're running away. Yep. 3 of them. She just spit.
Go away. Let
you
me
scamming.
Know. Okay, go away, please.
You're
go
scamming
away.
people. Yes. They scam people. Pickpocketers.
You want to film me?
They're pickpocketers.
Okay, come.
Hey.
Come film me.
Hey.
Come.
Hey, what are you doing? You're scamming people. Why are you taking your clothes off? What the heck? She just started taking her clothes off.
He's not a scammer.
You're a scammer.
Okay, fuck.
You're a scammer. No, F you. You scam people.
Go away. You go. You go now. You go.
Hey.
No, you go. This is not your problem.
You scam people.
No, yeah, this is not your problem. You go away now.
These people are aggressive. You call them out for scamming, robbing tourists. Look at them. Look at them. Woo! These people are getting aggressive out here.
Good work, you guys.
Are you mad someone's calling you out for scamming people now? This is like the battlefield of
how does he know, though? How do you know that is happening? This video didn't show that happening. Pickpockets? Question mark? I don't know. But always beware when you're out in public, people. It's a little reminder. The AF Post is reporting that white births have increased from 49.75% of the population to 49.91% of the population. White births have seen the most significant rise in fertility in the U.S., accounting for nearly all of the country's birth increases this January to this August. Huh. To what do you attribute that? President Trump? I don't know. Charlie Kirk? I mean, those two things are probably telling a lot of people, hey, have some families. Have some babies. Pretty good idea. David, oh, that's fantastic. On the tally sheet, no one arrested. I know. Trash Panda reminds us we need to free Tina Peters. Yes. All she did was expose fraud in Colorado. She needs a Congressional Medal of Honor. Deception and misinformation to the tune of the Evil Lion and a Lion King. Yes. So what does this say? It's showing the states. How do we... NH, non-Hispanic, white, black, Asian, mult. Top birth percentage rate rises. Washington, D.C., Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, South Carolina. with a falling white population in Vermont, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Nevada, South Dakota, Minnesota. Huh. Not entirely certain what to make of this, but I think more American babies are good. White doesn't have to do with American, but American babies are good. We need more American babies birthed to two American parents. 100% accurate.
What they call.
Edward Snowden is here reminding us, beware about the algorithms. And once again, back to the digital footprint, the digital blueprint.
The social credit system. If any of these family photos, if any of your activities online, if your purchases, if your associations, if your friends are in any way different from what the government or the powers that be of the moment would like them to be, you're no longer able to purchase train tickets. You're no longer able to board an airplane. You may not be able to get a passport. You may not be eligible for a job. You might not be able to work for the government. All of these things are increasingly being created and programmed and decided by algorithms. And those algorithms are fueled by precisely the innocent data that our devices are creating all of the time, constantly, invisibly, quietly, right now. Our devices are casting all of these records that we do not see being created, that in aggregate seem very innocent. You were at Starbucks at this time. You went to the hospital afterwards. You spent a long time at the hospital. After you left the hospital, you made a phone call. You made a phone call to your mother. You talked to her until the middle of the night. The hospital was an oncology clinic. Even if you can't see the content of these communications, the activity records, what the government calls metadata.
Yeah, metadata. It could be pretty safely shown what you're up to based on who you're talking to, from where, and you kind of connect the dots. Metadata is like a way to spy on people without calling it spying. It's still spying.
Which they argue they do not need a warrant to collect. Tells the whole story. And these activity records are being created and shared and collected and intercepted constantly by companies and governments. And ultimately it means as they sell these, as they trade these, as they make their businesses on the backs of these records, what they are selling is not information. What they are selling is us. They're selling our future. They're selling our past. They are selling our history, our identity, and ultimately they are stealing our power and making our stories work for them. What they call the social credit system.
There you go. Glenn Beck has thoughts on Michelle Obama, who she's just out there being pretty mad about things. Just from the clips I'm watching, she just seems pretty upset.
Michelle Obama turned down the presidency. She's like, no.
We ain't ready. That's why I'm like, don't even look at me about running, because you all are lying. You're not ready for a woman. You are not. So don't waste my time. You know, we got a lot of growing up to do. And there's still, sadly, a lot of men who do not feel like they can be led by a woman, and we saw it.
No, we didn't want to be led by an incompetent woman, nor would we want to be led by a woman who just lectures us about how bad we are all the time.
All the time. Enough with it.
Everyone is created equal. It doesn't mean you have equal abilities and talents. It's not a woman. It's that one. Are you kidding me? No. And the one you proposed last time was Hillary Clinton, and she almost won. And now it didn't have anything to do with her being a woman. That had a lot to do with, I don't trust her, probably kind of corrupt. And like you, she lectures people all the time.
You're not ready because I'm a woman and I'm black. Like, that has nothing to do with why.
You're sexist or you're racist. Michelle Obama turned down the presidency. She's like, no.
Mm-hmm. Could you imagine Kamala right now? Let's not do that. Let's not imagine Kamala. All right, if I hit refresh, I think I'm going to have a new batch of stories here. I do, and we'll share those for tomorrow's program. She is very vain. Some say she... Some people make jokes about her having a main vein. All right, no, that's some say that stuff. That's just very vain. That's pretty wild. All right. Reminder to click on our X account and subscribe to our channel at American_media_. Programming note, make sure you tune in. Strictly Football this evening, 6 p.m. Eastern, about 3 hours from now. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, and Ezra L. Robinson. Strictly Football here on the New American Media. Looking back at last week. Tip jars are out. What is it? Rumble Rants and Super Chats available. You can also subscribe right here, pinned to the top of our X feed. That's my account there, where you can sign up to be a monthly Patreon member. Great way to support the show. And that's our interview with Mr. John B. Wells. A good chat. Let's take a watch. Jasmine Crockett makes an utter fool out of herself, says Eric Daughtry.
Foods. So listen, if you can have this honest conversation about Epstein now, let's just go ahead with this lame duck president and be honest about everything that the American people
I'm sorry, a lame duck president? What are you talking about?
honest about everything that the American people care about. They care about affordability. They care about the fact that literally people are starving in this country because we have 42 million people, and I don't remember any one of you during that almost 2-month break deciding to go on faux news or any other news outlet and say, you know what, it is wrong to have 42 million people that are relying on $6 a day to eat, and we have the money because somehow our president was able to find under the couch cushion, the one that JD wasn't sitting on, under the couch cushion, he was able to find 40, how much did he find to send to Argentina? 40, there we go. 40 billion to send to Argentina. But those emergency funds, he couldn't find them emergency funds so that.
What is she even talking about? All that to try to say a JD couch joke?
Americans could eat. So listen, if y'all are gonna be honest and talk about Epstein right now, let's be honest about everything that is causing y'all to lose real bad. Did y'all see the election results on November 4th? It didn't go very well. So let's just.
It didn't go very well. She talks interesting. It didn't go very well.
It didn't go very well.
It didn't go very well.
4th, it didn't go very well. So let's just start having honest conversations so that hopefully some of y'all in some of these tight seats.
Honest conversations.
Maybe y'all can get reelected and we can just work together.
Ms. Crockett.
Would the gentlelady yield? Who, what, both of y'all want? Y'all want some?
Duh, boy. This is going viral now. Disturbing video. Group of students jump a sickly mother with sickle cell and her 2 children on the south side of Chicago. These are elementary school kids. Attacking a sick mom? Kids, what the heck is going on?
Hey, fool, don't touch my brother, fool. Oh, hell no, those ankles ashy as fuck. Look at them bitches, man, crackhead. Other bitches more. What's that?
You know, I'm getting really tired of these mob videos where 20 people surround 1 or 2 people. I'm getting really tired of seeing 30 on 1, 30 on 3. Getting really tired of it, even if they're kids. They're punching and kicking and filming and cheering it on.
Not the big kids. The big kids not touching them. I'm saying, what? Smash that bitch on my brother.
That person with the says smash her or something.
We're not idiots. The little kids in them, not the big kids.
We're talking about the big kids.
Kids not touching them. I'm saying, what? Smash that bitch.
Smash that something. What a gross.
Smash that bitch on my brother.
He starts punching, and now someone else is punching this mom in the face. They're all just reaching in and throwing. Punching her in the face. Jumping and stomping. This is like a band of hyenas, a band of jackals or wolves. What is this urge to pile on, to jump in and throw? What is this urge to mob violence? Where does this come from? Cheering it, filming it, laughing about it, 10, 15, 20 on 2.
They working it. They working it.
This is gross. Well, people are talking about that, so we showed it. Natalie here from beat reporter, NEO Sports Inside. Bernie Kosar on his road to recovery. Prayers up to Bernie Kosar. He's got to give, send, go if you can help in the recovery. President Trump lands with Marine One. U.S. flag has been lowered into a protective container, protecting it from high wind wash caused by the helicopter. Democrats say it's carelessly dropped on the ground, but this follows U.S. flag code guidelines that prioritize preventing damage. You know, in case you happen to see this while scrolling, fake news. Stephen Miller erupts on the revelation that 40% of rent-controlled New York City housing is occupied by non-Americans.
40% of the population of rent-controlled housing in New York City are foreign-born. Think about that. In one of the largest metropolitan areas in the world, 40% of rent-controlled properties are being lived in by people who weren't even born in the country. What kind of system is this? We bring in people from foreign countries, and then we pay to lower the cost of their housing, while people who were born here have to pay higher prices. So when President Trump is reducing net migration, that is what's going to ultimately, along with all these other steps, deregulation, historic tax cuts, going to bring down the cost of housing.
Yeah. Let me ask you about this.
40% of the population.
Seems like the assistance should be going to Americans. Illegal alien from El Salvador convicted of first-degree R of a child under the age of 13 in Louisiana. Took the jury just 30 minutes to find him guilty after hearing how he first tortured the child. Oh, God. There's only one penalty for someone that's going to harm a kid.
Jury has convicted a 35-year-old man of first-degree rape involving a victim under the age of 13. Welner Sura, originally from El Salvador, was found guilty Friday. Investigators say key evidence from the trial made for a quick decision by the jury, only spending just over half an hour on deliberation. Sura is expected to be sentenced on January 20th. Jury has convicted a
follow the lead of Florida. That should be capital punishment. Bill Malugin says DHS confirms to Fox News ICE assisted in an Uzbeki illegal alien, wanted alleged terrorist, who was driving an 18-wheeler in Kansas and had been given a CDL by Pennsylvania. Oh, that's great. 31-year-old Akhorur Bazarov has an arrest warrant in Uzbekistan since 22 for being a member of a terrorist org and is accused of distributing terrorist propaganda, calling for jihad online and recruiting terrorists. Oh, per DHS, he was caught and released at the border by the Biden administration. Obama's puppet strings, February 23. Wow, that's super. ICE arrested him November 9th while he was working as a commercial truck driver. He was granted work authorization by the Biden admin in January of 24 and has a commercial driver's license issued by the state of Pennsylvania. DHS statement to Fox says not only was Akhor Bazarov a wanted terrorist released into the country by the Biden admin, but he was also given a commercial CDL or a CDL by Governor Shapiro's Pennsylvania. This should go without saying, but terrorist illegal aliens should not be operating 18-wheelers on America's highways. Oh my God. You want to talk about a sleeper cell in the waiting to fill something up and drive your truck somewhere and leave it, walk away and have it go boom? Oh my God. It's almost as if the invading force was invited in on purpose, huh? Biden and Mayorkas allowed countless terrorists to come into our country. President Trump and Secretary Noem unleashed ICE to target these national security threats. Anti-Islam activist, according to Frontline's TPSA, Ryan Williams could be facing terrorism charges after being detained at London's Heathrow Airport late Monday. He's accused of making fun of Muslims and calling out the migrant invasion in Europe. And where's the crime? After a lengthy interrogation and seizure of his laptop and cell phone, the UK's free speech cops just released him until a court date is determined. Protect this man. Libs of TikTok, tell us about Sergio Noe de Nova Duarte, illegal arrested for assaulting a jogger with a hammer, and then trying to tie her up with duct tape and do God knows what. Previously arrested by ICE, but why keep arrested people? Just dump them back into America. Biden regime released him. 17-year-old. John Strand says, wow, Tina Peters backing up the elections data before they wiped the systems gave the public a rare opportunity to analyze before and after the tampering, and it shows clear and deliberate manipulation of the voting systems. According to John Strand, USA. Audit trail was deleted, system logs deleted, voting files replaced with new files, allegedly. Now we know why the Democrat judge in her case refused nearly all of her witnesses and excluded virtually all of her defenses. Then sentenced her to 9 years in prison because if this became a nationwide story, the entire house of cards with Dominion could fall, according to John Strand. Not me, John Strand. What's this? Hunter Biden in major debt? Officially broke, he just asked a judge to toss a laptop lawsuit because he's millions in debt and can't afford his lawyers. Nobody's buying his paintings now that daddy's back in Delaware. Funny how the Bidens cry poor as soon as they're out of government. When Joe was sitting in the Oval Office, he multiplied fraud and waste. Biden's Inflation Reduction Act was a Trojan horse for the Green New Scam, run by Hillary's hatchet man, John Podesta, who says he has nothing to do with who got money. But big surprise, Biden and Obama's friends got rich. You won't believe who some of the people are. Dearborn Mayor Mark Hammond says the entire point of America is not assimilating to culture and language. What? Theo Wold says mass immigration has resulted in waves of people who completely reject America's unique history and cultural identity in favor of establishing their own third world cultural enclaves in different parts of the country. Very bad. In his own words, is this him?
Because what you often hear that's accompanied with that as well, you must assimilate. I shouldn't put out a magazine that's in 2 languages. Why can't you speak English? Why are my videos subtitled in Arabic? Why is my caption both in English and Arabic? People get frustrated by this. But to me, it's like, I actually disavow the use of the term the melting pot. I actually don't like it. Why? Because
oh, you don't like it.
In a melting pot, when you're talking about like a soup, everything looks the same.
Right.
We're the salad bowl. The lettuce is lettuce, the tomato is tomato, the cucumber is cucumber, and they all complement each other.
I don't think they do complement each other. I think a lot of the people in your enclave say assimilate to us or else. Oh, I totally missed this. What? Kenneth. Not strictly football, strictly footloose. I couldn't say that. Strictly footloose. Strictly footloose. Strictly Footloose. No, Strictly Football. Kenneth, off the top rope with a super chat. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. David saying Crockett is just awful. Kenneth, Miss Crockett of She-It. She's a crock. David saying everything's out of control. Please, white hats, take it down. I know those fights, sick people. Trash warning people, carry and protect yourself. Yeah, I mean, you know it would have worked wonders? A little bit of pepper spray right there. Just blast it everywhere while those kids choke. Get out of that situation. Please carry. Jeanette says that's what these people see, and that's what they emulate. It's sick. Can somewhere, anywhere, anyone hold these people accountable for anything already? Nate Friedman says illegal immigrant Uber Eats driver says they love to drive for Uber because they can earn $40 an hour and not know any English. I would love to get to the bottom of Uber and Lyft. I've had Lyft and Uber drivers pick me up and not be the person they say they are, not the right vehicle, don't speak a word of English. It makes me incredibly uncomfortable and angry. That's not what Uber and Lyft are selling to their customers, and they're giving us God knows who from God knows where with God knows what background check. I'm not okay with that. These people say they fled socialist Venezuela and now support Mamdani. They pledge to vote for similar candidates to Mamdani when they become citizens. New York City has funneled $7 billion taxpayer dollars to the migrant crisis, and Mamdani pledges to use his NYPD to stop ICE from terrorizing New Yorkers. If you come to New York City, you'll see 99% of delivery drivers are illegal immigrants. Oh, my God. They rent and buy their DoorDash accounts since all you need is a social security number, which the majority got under Biden after applying for asylum. But if they didn't, they can simply rent or buy the account. New York City is falling, Nate Friedman says. Owner of a Charlotte bakery says he's shutting down business to protect his customers and the immigrant community from Federal Border Patrol conducting operations in the area. He says he'll open back up when we stop the racism. Okay, AKA when we stop deporting foreign criminals. Let's be real. The only reason he's closing is because he has illegal workers and his customers are illegal too. I should stick around and scoop them all up.
You know, and I'm going to close the doors. I don't know when I'm going to open back. Thank you to all the community and to all the people that have support.
Okay. Wall Street Apes shows this woman on food stamps saying her EBT was only partially loaded. So unfortunately, she'll have to save her leftovers for another night. You know, I live off leftovers. Always have. That's what you eat first. You don't let food go to waste. This is how most Americans who pay for their own food already live in the real world. The EBT program should end and switch to food boxes. But that is taco pasta, having leftovers and freezing the rest for another night. I didn't see her say unfortunately. But that's how you're supposed to do it. That's how smart people do it. That's how you have to do it. I have had a problem with America first and America only, but Matt Walsh kind of sums up a different explanation of America only. This one I could probably get behind.
You know, I'm America only in the same sort of sense that I am my family only. My priority is my family. I will never put any other family above my own. I will help other families only to the extent that it brings no harm to my own family. My family is the only family that I treat as my family because it is my only family. There will never be a time when the interests of another family will come before my own. If I had to choose between rescuing 1,000 strangers from a fire or just one of my children, I would choose my child without hesitation. It could be 1,000,000 strangers that I could rescue or just one of my children, and I will choose my child. I'd say that's my family only. And I also think that every parent would do the same. Now, our leaders are not our parents, and we're not their children, so I hesitate a little bit to make those kinds of analogies, but the same general principle should apply. They should prioritize their people, Americans, above all other people on earth. They should concern themselves with other nations only to the degree that it benefits Americans. If they could choose between helping 10 million foreigners or one American family, they should choose the American family without hesitation. If they could help 10 million foreigners, but it would harm one American family, then they should not help those 10 million foreigners. Okay, this is what it means to be a nation, a people, or what it should mean. And from the time George Washington was president, no American, no one who truly cared about conserving and protecting this country disagreed with this. It's obvious. Now, from the responses I received over the weekend, it is clear that my statements are now considered highly incendiary, even among some conservatives, for stating that our leaders should exclusively prioritize America's interests only. That's what we mean by American only. The only interests that matter are our own. And for saying that, I was criticized from many directions. And I also received some words of concern, or perhaps more eager anticipation from other commentators who prophesied that I would be fired for that video that I just played. A lot of comments like that. Well, if you're hearing this and you're watching it, it seems safe to say that I was not, in fact, fired from my job for saying that we should prioritize America's interests. Nor would it have made much sense if I had been, because I've been saying the same thing for many years now, and it's also just really obvious.
Yeah, I agree. I saw a concerning video that said it was a bunch of mothers holding their children, and they were asked, "Would you kill to save your kid's life?" Like, oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. It's like, huh? Yeah, without hesitation. Everybody, if you had to. You do whatever's needed to protect your own. That's why you have a very robust checkpoint screening apparatus to not get enclaves of people to bring different cultures here. It's people that want to assimilate. That mayor of Dearborn hates that. Well, tough for you. We have freedoms and liberties here, and if you want to bring in ideology that's not compatible, there's the door. You want to come in here and cause harm? I'm all for making it a nationwide penalty. Corporal punishment. Capital punishment, rather. Corporal school. Right? Capital punishment for any illegal alien that comes in here and harms an American. Let's set the tone. How dare you? Danette currently lives off potato and eggs. Yeah, I'm not far away from that. A lot of eggs. I've really ramped up the egg. High protein, pretty straightforward. 2 ingredient, egg and butter, you know. Marion, dang straight I would. Yeah, same here with me too. This is our show. Shedeur Sanders is starting for the Browns versus the Raiders. Game 1 was not fantastic, but he had no time to prepare.
To anybody.
See, look, here's our show. No, thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and
just to you. I don't know if it's all 100 on both. I don't know if it's 100 yards on both. You know.
So check out that show. That's the Unhappy Hour. Woman in Charlotte, North Carolina records ICE conducting operations in a Home Depot parking lot. Oh, there's music. Am I allowed to play it? She says something to him.
God, they're really here?
Yep. They're really here? Yep. They got music playing. Well, well, well. Woodworker says Home Depot's dead during peak morning hours. I'm convinced more than ever that it's more than 80 million illegal alien invaders in this country. This is for David. It says crime in Canada is so bad, everything is behind metal bars at the Home Depot in Vancouver. I mean, come on. Jeff says back in March, there were hysterical warnings that the price of lumber would skyrocket because of tariffs against Canada. I went to Home Depot and took photos of the prices, the first 4 lumber bins nearest the entrance. Last week, I went back and took photos of the same bins again. And he's saying that everything went down. $385 down to $355, $374 to $347, $382 to $348, $842 to $667. There you go. Sid says X and many other platforms were down for a while due to a Cloudflare issue. Funny part, even Down Detector was down. So you couldn't detect what was down because Down Defender was down. That happened to me today. And Grok has been very temperamental the past few days. Cloudflare down, websites such as X not working amid technical problems with the internet. Cloudflare, they're just calling it a crash. They didn't say it was a terroristic attack, but I'm not entirely certain. Well, what is this? They're saying Clay Higgins, who compares his love for Israel to his love for his wife and daughter, was the only member of Congress to vote no on the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Is this real?
Okay, so can you answer the original question? Who do you care about more, U.S. or Israel?
There's no variance. It's like you're asking, more than your daughter.
Well,
do you love your wife more than your daughter?
Okay. Well, it has music, so I got to move on. They're saying investigate Clay Higgins. Uh-oh. Huh. 2 no votes from Republicans, 3 for Democrats.
The yeas are 427. The nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Okay, then. So that's happening. 16 minutes ago, U.S. House votes to release the Epstein files, 427 to 1. Now it goes to the U.S. Senate. Okay, now. All right, and that is what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you all for being here. Actually, eggs and potato salad, like those are good when you put eggs into the potato salad. Oh, a lot of mayo. Got to get like that avocado oil mayo. I don't want any of that seed oil stuff. I'll pass. Speaking of pass, we'll have our football show on today. Kenneth, what did you call it? Strictly Footloose? On the super chat, $5. Thank you, sir. Strictly Footloose? No, Strictly Football. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezra L. Robinson. Today at 6 p.m. Eastern, Strictly Football here on the New American Media. Also check out the Unhappy Hour sports show earlier today, covering Bernie Kosar's liver transplant, the new Cleveland Browns Stadium, Shadur Sanders getting his first start in Las Vegas this week, as well as some Cleveland Guardians talk, some Cleveland Cavaliers talk, and the number 1 team in the nation, the Ohio State Buckeyes talk. All right? Check out them shows. What I'm going to do now is I am going to deliver a rebroadcast of yesterday's program. Please, keep the show on in the background if you have other things to do, or watch it if you missed yesterday's show, or if it's such a doggone good show, watch it twice. But it'll be there. And I am going to make your own mayo. I've never made my own mayo, but looking at the price of these things, it's like $15 for a jar of mayo. It's because they're devaluing your currency. Also, good ingredients cost more, but Yeah. Make your own mayo. I need to do that. I really do want to do that. It's just like avocado oil, a little vinegar, a little an egg or something. I've never made it, but I'm open to it. I'm open to it. Please hit like, please hit subscribe, please share the show, Super Chat, Rumble Rant, and all the other places you get to make the donations at the bottom of the screen. Thank you very much. And then we are going to go to yesterday's show here. As soon as let's see, what do I need to click? Oh, health subsidies to Americans. Wait a second now. Hold on. I wanted to get to that story. It's like kind of my number one story. Hang on a second. I thought I got to the stories I need to. They're saying this is Irving time, by the way. They say there's 2 Sharia courts operating, already ruling on over 300 cases. Do you understand how serious this Islam situation is in America, says Wall Street Apes. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., shortly before being shot and ended, exposes his own party's plan to destroy the black community. He didn't like the culture of dependency that was emerging from the Great Society.
We don't want to destroy financially every city in the United States. We're going to have to get people off welfare.
Look at that. We're going to have to get people off welfare.
Welfare is not the answer. It destroys the individual and destroys his family.
Welfare destroys the individual and destroys the families.
The only answer to that is to find jobs, make jobs available.
And the only answer is you got to make jobs available and find jobs for people.
You can't just tell them to go to work if there are no jobs available.
Huh. Very interesting. What is this? Canada police forcibly turn off the Canadian anthem in Toronto City Hall in opt of hearing the Palestinian anthem in the distance? I wonder if I'm going to get a copyright strike for this. This lady's telling him you can't listen to the Canadian national anthem. There's another lady. Yeah, here's a bunch of ladies saying you're not allowed to play the national anthem of your own country in your own country. I really don't know if I'm going to get a copyright strike for Oh Canada.
Excuse me, don't touch my property, first of all. That's Oh Canada you just disrespected. Do you understand that? You understand what you just did? You disrespected our country, ma'am. God keep our land glorious and free. There's no amplification. Oh, Canada.
I think he's saying there's no amplification.
Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God bless Canada.
Look at these looks. They hate that people want to keep national identity. Unlimited L's tells you about this. This is in Panama City, Florida. New a teen who was released early from prison for 3 attempted M's, arrested days later in a deadly mistaken identity shooting. Tammy Chambers found deceased in her car in Panama City, Florida. She was on the phone with her husband during the incident. Davion Sutton has been released from state prison just 9 days before. Now he faces M charges and firearm charges. Camila Armstead, 33, charged with accessory after the fact. Uriah Armstead, charged with the M. Sutton served 18 months of a 4-year sentence for a 22 attempted M and was on probation. Why are you letting these people out? Matt Van Swole's starting to lose it. None of these people gave a good goddamn about Irina Zarutska being stabbed to death on the light rail line in their city. They didn't protest her, but when illegal alien criminals get arrested, They all show up? I don't get it. Uh-huh. Aaliyah Scootercaster is there. Met her in D.C. and Chicago, and it's this whole industry of activism for hire, activism, constant activism. Got to film it to disseminate it, or else, if it's a tree falling in the woods. In case you missed it, Charlotte reelected the mayor who presided over Irina Zarutska. Lady should have been ran out of town on a rail. Bernie Kosar gives an update after his successful liver transplant.
Hey, I'm out and I'm feeling good. It's ready to enjoy the rest of the week and the rest of our lives. You matter.
There you go. Congrats. Chad Prather says, here's a guy with a giant net chasing pigeons. Like knocking up dinner. I'm updating a line about dogs and cats. They include they're eating the pigeons, they're eating At this point, the birds are filing their own asylum claims. Where is the story that I could have swore I shared this, but I don't see it in my stack. Healthcare payments to Americans. I want to play you this clip from President Trump. Trump subsidy Americans health. I did put it as the top topic, and I can see like the video. President Trump is pushing a shift in healthcare, arguing that money now tied to the ACA subsidies should go directly into individual accounts for people to buy their own coverage, cutting out insurance middle layers and giving families clearer control of their costs. Okay, that is what I wanted to share with you. President Trump recommends to Senate Republicans that the hundreds of billions of dollars currently being sent to money-sucking insurance companies in order to save the bad health care provided by Obamacare be sent directly to the people so that they can purchase their own much better health care and have money left over. In other words, take from the big bad insurance companies, give it to the people, and terminate, per dollar spent, the worst health care anywhere in the world, Obamacare. Unrelated, we must still terminate the filibuster. There we go. That's the story that I had as the top story. It seems relevant. It seems important. It seems helpful. Seems like it's something worth trying. Kenneth calls it can of duh. Yeah, a lot of people feel like they're being run by can of duh people. Pray for our neighbors to the north if they get their act together. Once again, Cleveland being a border city with Canada. Something you don't think about much. All right, that was the extent of what I wanted to share with you today. I am going to go live in about 2 hours, 45 minutes. And for now, I'm going to pull up this tab and play you yesterday's program. Thank you all for being here. I knew I had more stories, and I was able to finally deliver them to you. Yes, Nimbus, I know. All right, so thank you. I appreciate you. I love you. We'll talk to you again soon. Here is yesterday's program. Thanks, everyone. Here it goes. Coffee. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, show after show, North America, the United States of America, somewhere out there. Thank you for being with us today, Monday, November 17th, 2025, because you have located us here on the T-Dam Daily Show. Here, I can do this better. You've located us on the T-Dam Daily Show. T-Dam. What's that stand for? The new American media, because the old American media has failed you. Yes, Trump has reversed course. That's President Trump. For those of you in Rio Linda, California, that's President Trump. It's weird not having Rush Limbaugh around. Such a prominent voice in the daily political movement. For those of you in Rio Linda, California, holding this in my formerly nicotine-stained hands. Always crumple the paper. Thank you all for being here. We're going to talk about Trump reversing course on releasing Epstein documents. We're going to talk about the President Trump alleged pew-pewer, Tucker Carlson, and now more information is coming out. It seems like some information wasn't really put out there properly, huh? False reports, no digital footprint. Remember when you were told there was no digital footprint? Remember all of these? Well, maybe that's not quite accurate. And of course, the grab bag of whatever dumps out onto the desk when our T-Dam trash pandas, the raccoons, when we have a chance to rifle through the rubbish, trying to separate fake news from fact. That's what we do here. And that's why we appreciate you being around for, if today's your first day, or if you've been around for 15 years of us trying to build a reputation by trying to get things mostly accurate and having interesting conversations with interesting people. Well, thank you. Be it day one, be it year 15. Regardless, this is the time that we launch the program, so let it begin right now.
Guide to the Truth, the new AmericanMedia.com.
Hello there. Hey. Howdy. Sup, everybody. Let's welcome you into the chat, everyone. Howdy, Marion. Howdy, Trash. Trash Panda. Files? What files? The files in Pam's desk? There are no files. We have a truckload of them. We will never release the files. The files are fake news. Release the files. What movie is this? Seriously. And look, we're not going to re-victimize the women on those videos. Also, there are no videos. Okay, Cash. I mean, this is dragged on for how many years now? Year after year after. What are we on? 5 years of this Epstein stuff? It's not to say it's less important. It's just to say, WTF, mate. What the farfig-nugan? Hello, John. Droopy Dog. Lake Leon. Winners, RIP L. Rushbo. Oh, I got to change the design on this screen because, I need to. I have told them to fix that, but they will not fix it. I'm not in charge of this Restream software. I just do the best I can. And part of doing the best that I can includes asking you to follow us on the following locations for the New American Media. The New American Media is on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odysee, Twitch, Kick, D Live, Locals, and YouTube. At the New American Media, we're on Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat, on X at American_Media_, and subscribe to our podcasts, The Agree to Disagree Show, and The Unhappy Hour on Spotify and Apple. Also, quick reminder, welcome to the bar. We're going to talk about all the stories on the television screens behind us. We're going to have a good time chatting about what's happening in the universe. The tip jars are out if anybody is feeling like replenishing the coffers in the TNAM universe. We're just like anything else. We require daily fuel. We're like that. Hey, do you remember going to like a Kmart back in the day? I'm trying to remember what else had them. Maybe a Big Lots, like strip mall, big store type locations. And they'd have that thing outside where you'd put I don't know, what would you put in there? A nickel, a dime, a quarter? And it would be like a horse or like a rocket ship, and it would kind of like rock back and forth, and you'd put your kid on there and take a picture, or they'd get to have some fun. Yeah, we're like that. You walk into the store, clank something into the tip jar. It's always appreciated. But yeah, we're on Patreon, monthly subscriptions there, monthly on YouTube memberships, and monthly on Rumble memberships. If anyone would be so kind, they do exist, and they're super appreciated. Rumble rants and super chats. Great way to get a highlighted message across and to just publicly throw something in, because, I used to do this when I would bartend. And then I would do this as a guest while other people were bartending, usually like weddings or special events. I would take some money out and I would leave it on the table. I would leave it up on the bar. As a guest, I would say, hey, did your manager tell you that you can't have money out? Did your manager tell you that I can't put money out? Can I put this out here to remind other people to throw a few bucks into your tip jar? They're like, yeah, man, I can't, but if you could, that'd be awesome. And sometimes you would. You just leave a couple dollars laying around your workstation, so when you hand them your drink, you this is the right here. So thank you to everyone supporting us there. We're also on Venmo and Cash App. That's just my name, BrianEngelman, ENGELMAN. And then our PayPal is fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. Yeah, special thanks to John and the people who have been watching our videos over the past 2.5 years on Rumble, I think. Maybe 3 years, coming up on 3 years, maybe. Blake sort of got me back into it. Just when I was out, he brought me back in. And yeah, we just processed our first transfer from Rumble to one of our accounts. Now we got to get it from that account to another account, but we're at least establishing pathways. Space travel, it's going to be like, okay, we got Earth, cool. Can we get to the moon? Can we get our base? What can we do here? Okay, that's a station. Now we can move from that. So a quick note here. I'm getting a message. Yeah, just quick prayer. Dear Lord, Heavenly Father, Grand Architect of the Universe, thank you so much for this day. Please be with Bernie Kosar, legendary Browns quarterback, and the team of University Hospitals, and the family of Bryce Dunlap. Bernie is set to receive a much-needed liver transplant today. So please guide their hands and give them strength and watch over them. Send your best angels to make sure we get to keep Bernie Kosar on this universal plane for just a little bit longer, hopefully a lot longer. But let's get this done today. In your name we pray, amen. Yeah, Bernie Kosar, man. I'm a huge sports fan. Yesterday we did a live stream. I think John popped in. Thanks for popping in, John. John Popper, they call him. Because the hug brings you back. Lie telling you no lies. Some strange notes up there. John Popper. That's a great nickname. Anyway. The hell was I even talking about? Bernie Kosar. Yeah, we did a live stream yesterday. I do a sports show called The Unhappy Hour Sports Show. That is the name of the podcast. Please link up with us there. We also do Strictly Football with myself, Mike Barra, Ezrael Mitchell, Jim Mitchell, and Ezrael Robinson. Sorry. Strictly Football. I think we'll be doing that tomorrow. I hope tomorrow. I loved that we split it into 2 episodes. So, yeah, huge sports fan, huge Bernie Kosar fan, and really hoping for the best there. Would love to get a fantastic update. Fingers crossed. Yeah, tough loss yesterday. Browns found a way to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Shedeur Sanders got his first playing time. Turns out he'd never got any practice with the first-team offense this whole year. I consider that to be dereliction of duty, but I digress. All right, everybody, let's jump into the news and see what people are talking about, and then we'll offer our opinions, shall we? I think we have this on the screen. Let's go side by side. And let's listen to Batya Unger Sargon, who said she used to have Trump derangement syndrome. How did she cure it?
Woke. I had the TDS, the Trump derangement syndrome. I thought everybody who voted for Donald Trump was a racist. All that changed when I encountered a Yale study in 2018. The study found that there was a difference between how white liberals and white conservatives talk when they talk to black people. And when I saw the headline, I was jubilant. We got them. That's what I thought.
It was the opposite.
Turns out the opposite was true. The study found that when white liberals talk to black people, they do something called presenting lower competence.
Presenting lower competence. You can say infantilizing. These are the white knights, the wimpy whites that we've talked about, the ones ruining America, the wimpy whites. Thinking people who are not exactly like them, well, bless them. They just have no chance without our help, huh? No, they got plenty of help if you just get out of their way and stop treating them like infants and stop lying to them and rage baiting them all the time, whoever they are, anyone who's not a wimpy white. This is like a blanket that they just throw over top of anyone who's not a wimpy white. So what was it called? Present themselves less competent in interactions. I can't rewind it, but okay. Presenting lower competence. I'm sorry, I was trying to read the middle, not the bottom. Presenting lower competence. They dumb down their vocab.
Dumb down their vocabulary using fewer syllables than they do when they talk to white people.
And by the way, I think using more syllables is one of the best things you can do. It's one of my favorite things on earth. And I do miss you, John Chatro. Haven't been able to find you for years. Hope you're out there. Say hello. You were always so fun to talk to. But yeah, trying to say that like nobody has a chance unless you get all of our help. It's like, nah, man, you can take your God complex elsewhere. Teach people the core competence. Teach people the core competencies. There we go. Competencies. How to stay out of trouble. The big pitfalls to avoid. Just do it. Yeah, Democrats, they don't act that way.
And white conservatives don't do this. I remember seeing the study and thinking with horror. And we liberals call conservatives racist? What could be more racist than the patronizing view that black people need to be protected from our big vocabularies?
And like I said, I don't think this is just about black people. I think it's about anybody who's not a wimpy white. Oh, you're brown, you're yellow, you're peach. I don't know. Peach is, I guess, white. The whole color thing's just so stupid. But that being said, I think it's about anyone non-white for the wimpy whites.
Yet it was this patronizing view that minorities are oppressed and in need of saving that I could suddenly see was at play in much of the progressive worldview. It caused me to think, well, if I'm wrong about conservatives being racist.
I love the sound behind her. It sounds like someone's walking a dog. I'm listening to all sorts of stuff.
What else might I be wrong about? A lot, it turns out. I used to be pretty woke. I had.
No. Welcome back. Welcome back to sanity. There we go. I was going to say welcome back from the dark side, but I think there's a few too many political implications, racial implications, given the context of this conversation that she's having for me to use the dark side. I got a Busch Gardens Dark Continent mug, and I'm like, the Dark Continent of Africa. Now there's some interesting terminology. I was going to say something a couple of days ago on the show. I'm constantly trying to not self-censor or not self-edit, but like maybe self-edit is fair. I try to hear what's about to happen, but I don't have this show mapped out. I don't have a script. I'm not sitting here reading you something that I typed up and the producer kind of tightened up and it's going to be scrolling right in front of me. You know, maybe I could read a teleprompter. But I'm constantly trying to find better ways to say things and constantly trying to find ways to catch myself from saying something that might be a little inarticulate. But yeah, I was a couple days ago. I think I believe the phrase I was going to say was he stuck his neck out or risked his neck or put his neck on the line or something like that. But I was actually mid-sentence talking about Charlie Kirk. And I'm like, no, that's not where I'm intending to take this conversation. Let me find a way to immediately self-censor, self-edit. Whatever the thought I had was, I can find a better way to articulate that message. Anyway. Welcome back, Batya Unger Sargon, from that side of things. All right, this story no longer available. I guess I must have missed the 24-hour window trying to catch these stories. Here's another one. Let's take a listen. It's about Sharia law. This is Peter McIlvenna on Real America's Voice. I believe, yeah, it's War Room with, well, you know the guy.
By the end of the decade,
Steve Bannon.
Kate will have more mosques than any other state in the U.S. At the moment, California, I think, has got around 400 mosques. Texas is around 350.
It's a thick accent, but mosque. That's mosque. Mosque.
But Texas added 50 mosques.
Elon Musk. Texas added one mosque. Elon Musk. No, mosque. Like mosquito.
Over the last 24 months, and that is rapidly increasing. In Irving, where I was...
Hang on, slow down.
I love when Bannon does that. Because of the tape delay. The tape delay is so tough to get used to. But hang on. It is an art form. Like, it is a good method. I've noticed he does that every now and then. He'll have to repeat something 6 to 15 times.
They've added how many mosques in the last 24 months?
In 2 years, Texas added...
How many?
48 mosques in the last 24 months.
48 mosques. They're all Elon's children. 48 mosques. You have X mosque, Y mosque, Z mosque, Danny mosque, Mosque Jr., and a whole bunch of more mosques. No, mosque, not musk. Oh, crikey.
and that is rapidly increasing. And where I was,
hang on, they're opening multiple mosques per month in the state of Texas.
yes, and this is not Epic City issue, which is one area that everyone is focusing on, thank God. This is across, and this is primarily in the Dallas, Houston area, and of course down in Austin. This is in the
Yes, down in Austin where Elon Musk moved. So that's one mosque in Austin. We call it Mosqueton. No, not mosque, mosque.
urban areas. I think they're the huge amount of, I need to look at my figures, but they're around 200 mosques, 250.
All of Elon's children wants to send them to Mars.
15 mosques, I think, that are now in
48 mosques, all Elon's babies' mamas.
the Dallas, Houston area, and around 100 plus mosques in Austin.
It's a mosque family reunion.
And where I was in Irving, which is kind of between Fort Worth and Dallas.
By the way, just a reference, blue light special at Kmart and the popcorn machine. Oh yeah, and the ices. Come on, going to Kmart was like a big deal. That was so fun back in the day. Trash Panda gave us an amen for Bernie Kosar. Fantastic. Marion says, no, Bannon repeats that too often. That I can hardly listen to. Yeah, he does do that a lot, doesn't he? Hang on. I don't binge a lot of content. I don't really watch a lot of TV. So I guess maybe if I watched War Room, they used my segment on War Room. I talked with Posobiec in the Bronx about the Trump rally. That was awesome. I didn't binge watch Charlie Kirk. He has a Charlie Kirk show on Real America's Voice. The Five, Greg Gutfeld. It's a good daily, well-produced segment of stuff, but like I just don't watch a lot. I don't consume a lot. I've tried to structure my days so that I am giving. You know what I love? I love what's the Mitch Hedberg joke? You know what I love? Baked potatoes. Oh, come on, man. You had to give me time to guess. There was no time in between the end of your question and the answer. You know what I love? Mashed potatoes, baked potatoes. Oh, I love a lot of stuff. I love reaction videos. I love music reaction videos. Play a song, get the reaction, call it a day. It's pretty cool. I love watching people react to stuff for the first time. It's like, oh, right. Especially the band Tool. There's so many layers to the songwriting. It's such an impressive catalog of music. Best band ever created. To anyone in the comments, please, question of the day, who's the best band ever created? QOTD-BBE, best band ever. Who's the best band of all time? But I love watching reaction videos. So in a way, what you're getting from me, I will listen to some podcasts. I'll have some things on, maybe hour and a half long shows that I'll listen to. They'll be on while I'm, tending to my cats, going about chores, daily life, travel. Like I'll listen to shows, but I don't sit and watch TV. And with social media, I'll scroll, and if it looks interesting enough, I kind of just send it. And then when we get on the TNAM Daily Show, it's like, all right, cracks knuckles. Time to unpack the news. And now it's like me really sitting down and seeing content for the first time. So anyway, the point being, I haven't until recently noticed how many times Bannon will say something similar to hang on, or hold on. I didn't know that you, Marion, also felt the same way. Or do a lot of people note, is that like a known catchphrase of his, or a known idiosyncrasy or defining characteristic, because he broadcasts a lot. Like I said, I just don't do a ton of consumption. Okay, Bannon, yes. Hang on. Get them marbles out your mouth when you say Musk, Mosks. The Fook. Okay, enough already. Fine. Yeah. After the last hang on, he always says, back in a minute. Back in a minute after this break. Oh, that's right. Well, but look, to be fair, and I had to... Number one, my tiny viewfinder was difficult to gauge what was happening in the Bronx on a live feed with several Real America's Voice shows. My earpiece was not loud enough to... Some guy had set up right behind me with like a speaker system. Turned out to be quite challenging. You're kind of flying blind. But when you're trying to hit hard studio breaks, you're trying to hit hard commercial breaks. And I'm not super versed at this because my shows are freeform. I deliver I don't want to say a Rogan style or a Corolla style, but I mean, the show can be an hour long, can be 4 hours long. I don't care, whatever. I'm an innings eater. You know, if a starting pitcher goes out after the third, fourth inning, like, put me in, coach. I'll pitch 1 inning, 2 inning, 3 inning, 4 inning, 5 inning. I'll pitch 7 innings out of the bullpen. I don't care. I'm a pitcher. Let me pitch. But yeah, just difference in styles and practice and technique. But yeah, I guess if he's always adding, back in a minute after this break, it's because he's got someone in his ear going 10, 9, 6. And maybe they do it every other, like 10, 8, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's a hard break. So if you can't get the guest to wrap it up, put a bow on that sentence and like press pause, like you're coming up on. So it was tough for me when I was reporting because I couldn't see a countdown. I couldn't hear my producer. My camera guy's over here. I'm trying to communicate with him barely. I got 1 in, 1 out, like with the earbuds. I think he was listening on one. I was listening on one. It was not ideal. But whatever, you make it work. You do the best you can with what you got where you are. And I love it. I'll do that. I'll do all of that. I enjoy that. But yeah, that's why he says back in a minute after this break, because he literally has to wrap it up. So I get it. I just don't have a lot of experience with it. Question of the day, Marion says, I enjoy the Eagles, but probably not the best band ever. Fun fact of the day, I used to work at the Eagles agency, the agency that represented the Eagles and all the other world's largest performing artists. Not all of them, but, you know, we were the world's largest. Then there was a merger with Endeavor. William Morris Endeavor, and then it's just Endeavor. Yes, Bannon does that multiple times a day. He can't help himself. But like I said, he's trying to coordinate on a tape delay. That's the other thing. If he doesn't start when he gets the 15-second warning at 10 seconds, to give them 5 seconds to catch up to the tape delay, to finish in 5 seconds, they're not going to finish the thought. They're going to jump into commercial mid-sentence. It's sloppy. So I get why he does it. I totally get why he does it. Trash Panda would do Led Zeppelin or Pink Floyd. Trapped on a desert island, only one band's entire catalog of music. But when you have 30 seconds of hang-ons, you could have had the last words already. I know, that's... I definitely understand the dilemma there. Anyway, let's finish up with Peter McElvenna warning about a mosque a month.
Just by the airport, by DFW, there are 2 Sharia courts operating, and I know that your viewers and listeners, Steve, will think because of the rhetoric coming out from the Republican Party that actually there's a stop on any Sharia courts. That is not happening. There's a stop on Epic City. This is not happening in Texas. But yet there are two Sharia courts. One of them has, I think, ruled on 200 cases in the last year. The other one ruled on 100. And these are voluntary.
Hang on. You can't have Sharia courts here in the United States of America. How do we have two Sharia courts that are actually, handing down decisions and verdicts in the great state of Texas, sir?
Because as in the UK, we have moved away as natives from certain areas because the police are too busy, the courts are too busy, the local authorities are too busy. And if a community will deal with their issues, then we will accept that. Now, these verdicts are not legally binding, just as in the UK in 85 Sharia courts, they're not legally binding, but they are binding for those communities because these women, they don't speak English. They don't have any clue that there is a world outside. They may live in Texas, but really they live in 7th century Arabia. That's all they know. So positionally they're in the USA, but mentally, by the end of the decade, we'll have more mosques than...
Oh, it cuts this off, but he says, I forget. Sorry, I was typing and reading and listening. He said physically they're in Texas, the United States, but mentally they're in Arabia. They're in some sandy, backward, oppressive place. And that's just stunning to think about. David Ban. Hello, David Ban. Welcome from Ontario. Saw the Eagles years ago. Close your eyes while you're at their show and you think you're listening to the CD. Oh, yeah. They're fantastic. What happened with your Browns yesterday? You almost had it. It's like that Geico. I think it's Geico, and it's like the old man fishing. He's like, almost got it. Almost got it. And it's like someone trying to reach down and pick up some money. Yeah, Josh didn't look great, but still had 6 TDs. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter how... If you don't look great, I'll take a not looking great 6 TDs. Like, that's not even a thing. Please. I'm all in on 6 TDs. Browns were winning with Dylan Gabriel, but they got the injury. Anyway. Let's keep plowing forward because I'm starting to miss some of these stories. Okay, this is not good. A large section of a copper mine collapsed on workers in the Democratic Republic of Congo, killing an estimated 30 to 50 people and leaving dozens more trapped under the rubble. So let me jump over to X and find out what we know about this. Who, what, where, when, why. The when of this was November 15th. Okay, this was 2 days ago. Rescue operations began immediately. Dear Lord, send your angels to look over the people impacted by this. Help them the best you can. Amen. Death toll updates emerging as recoveries from the flooded pit begin. Chain of preventable factors rooted in DRC's hazardous artisanal mining sector. Panic and overcrowding, gunfire from military personnel secured the site against illegal entry, sparked a mass panic. Caused hundreds of miners to rush onto the overloaded bridge. Rains flooded the pit and prompted an access ban, but the makeshift bridge, likely poorly constructed, was not reinforced for such loads. 10,000 informal miners operating without safety equipment or training. DRC's mineral wealth fuels global supply chains but exacerbates local poverty, conflict, and environmental risks, with similar collapses reoccurring yearly. That's not good. Kawama or Kalando semi-industrial copper and cobalt mine in Lualaba province, Democratic Republic of the Congo, near the city of Kolwezi. Global hub for mineral extraction, produces 70% of the world's cobalt, vital for EV batteries and electronics. Insignificant copper, but it's plagued by unregulated artisanal sites amid decades of conflict and corruption. All right, so it sounds like this whole thing needs it sounds like it needs Elon to get his ass in there and figure out how to make it safe. If there's somebody that understands the need for electronic batteries, getting all of the mineral resources, and digging into the earth, you want to see that stuff get cleaned up. But I saw the video and I didn't know. All right. How many? Uh, 32 people. Some reports show 70 or more, with people missing or in flooded areas. Ongoing rescue. 20 critically injured. All right, yes, that was bad. But as we're digging around for these necessary rare earth minerals, I don't know if this, I don't know, does cobalt, you know what, let me just ask, instead of asking you. Cobalt and copper count as rare earth minerals? No. They're critical minerals. Cobalt, copper, nickel. By the way, we're done with the penny. How do you feel? Question of the day. How do you feel about being done with the penny? The penny just ceased production. Talking about thanks, Abbott, or thanks, Obama. Thanks, Biden. Thanks, Mayorkas. Thanks, Harris. Kenneth. Hello, Kenneth. Was Barney part of the rubble? What was Barney's catchphrase? I know Fred did the yabba dabba do, but what were the other Flintstones catchphrases? I haven't watched the Flintstones in so long. David the band leader. And Marion Cook. Well, what does Marion cook? Okay, here's a good question of the day. Give me one meal that you're famous for making. Type it in the comments. QOTD, what's one thing that you do cook well? What is one thing I do well? I don't cook all that regularly. I could cook more regularly. I can make a good omelet. What do I make well? I got like a 4-ingredient chili that's pretty doggone good. All right. Here is President Trump on Fox. You know, the Democrats with their 43-day government shutdown, pointlessly inflicting harm on American citizens and trying to disrupt a successful term for President Trump. So now they got to pivot onto something else to make Trump look bad for us. So here's the latest.
Mr. President, Tucker Carlson recently had a friendly interview with anti-Semite Nick Fuentes.
Oh, there you go. Tucker Carlson recently had a friendly interview with anti-Semite Nick Fuentes, is said.
Tucker Carlson, what role do you think Tucker Carlson should play in the Republican Party and the conservative movement going forward?
What role should Tucker Carlson play in the Republican Party? He's in his own lane. Tucker is his own lane. What do you mean play in the Republican? The Republican Party needs Tucker. Tucker doesn't need the Republican Party. It's like they used to say back in 08. What year are we even talking? when LeBron James, when he left the Cavaliers the first time and went down to Miami. I'm taking my talents to South Beach, jerk. I said it at the time. LeBron is bigger than a big market. He doesn't need Miami. Miami needs him. New York, LA, LeBron doesn't need New York and LA. New York and LA need LeBron. And if you're really the greatest of all time, the GOAT, as I consider him to be, longevity, just the all-around prowess, I think he's the most complete basketball player in the history of basketball. But that being said, there was talk, well, he needs to get out of Cleveland. He needs to go to a bigger market. No. It's, you got it flipped. You got it twisted. LeBron is the market. So when this reporter's trying to ask, what role does Tucker Carlson have in the Republican Party? It's like, you think Tucker gives a flying crap about the Republican Party? I don't get that sense. I don't get him as a party man. Okay, he used to be a party man, but I don't mean political party. You know, little drinky drink, a little party. Yeah, it's an interesting question, and here's Trump's response, President Trump's response.
Well, I found him to be good. I mean, he said good things about me over the years.
And there's Trump's go-to. If you say good things about Trump, he likes you. That is a dangerous place to be, where you start to surround yourself with sycophants. I think that's what I was aiming for. Yes men. You know, fluffers. You do need people in the inner circle that are going to tell you some uncomfortable truths. But yeah, Trump's go-to is usually, if he said something nice about me, then I like him. There's a lot more to it, but he continues.
I think he's good. We've had some good interviews.
I think he's good. We've had some good interviews.
I did an interview with him. We had 300 million hits. You know that.
And what does a good interview mean? It means lots of coverage, lots of views. It's all about data and statistics and view count.
Look, I can't tell him. Will you let me finish my statement? You are the worst. You're with Bloomberg, right? You are the worst. I don't know why they even have you. We've had some great interviews with Tucker Carlson. But you can't tell him who to interview. I mean, if he wants to interview Nick Fuentes, I don't know much about him, but if he wants to do it, get the word out. Let him, you know, people have to decide. Ultimately, people have to decide the formula, yeah.
Mr. President, Tucker Carlson recently had a friendly interview with anti-Semite.
Anti-Semite, they say. Framing things into neat little boxes. I don't like blanket terms like anti-Semite or racist or comma ... You know, it's very easy to just try to put somebody into a box and say, no, here's what you are. Oh, is this what I is? Is it? You can be critical of people's actions without hating the entire group, right? You can be critical of military or undercover operations and not hate every member of a group. You can be very critical of people's actions and not hate every member of a group. So it's just lazy to call someone a racist or an anti this or a phobic that. I don't like it. It's very dismissive of the actual point of the feeling behind why they're bringing that stuff up. Fluffer Carlson. I heard Carlson went trans. Now they're back to calling him Tucker Carlson. Wow, Trash Panda. Your wife, Fluffer. My wife does that when I crawl into the bed. Fluffer the sheets. Okay. That's also a terminology for certain movies that keep certain actors ready to go. You could have went a different direction with that joke, but I do appreciate it. Marion makes a homemade chicken pot pie. Are these homemade chickens? Are these farm-raised chickens? Yeah, it costs 3 cents to make a penny. Actually, I read today it costs 4 cents to make a penny. How about we just revalue instead of devalue the price of our currency? Huh? Maybe make the money that we use worth something, worth a damn? No. Just got to keep crushing inflation, keep raising prices everywhere, devaluing our currency by printing trillions of it. I think the penny is done already. I do have some information in the stack if I can get to it. So, David, Barney had the drunk sounding voice. Oh, I used to do a Barney. I can't even hear him in my mind's eye. What did Barney even sound like? Anyway, yes, I do think I do think that's the case. Yeah, but look, when Trump says get the word out, did you hear the latest? What President Trump said? He said anti-Semites need to get the word out. No, you dorks. He called Nazis very fine people. No, he didn't. Get the word out. Have conversations. Let the people decide. More conversation, please. I'm going to instantly oppose you if you tell me I'm not allowed to discuss a topic. Like when I was censored from talking about the lab release, the potentially intentional lab release from Wuhan, China. That was censored out. That was edited out. Well, excuse me. Because it is reality. More conversation, the better. And if you don't like what people have to say, there you go. Now you know. All right. This is, I suppose, the top story of the day. Toria Brooks saying President Trump calls on House Republicans to release the Epstein files. There we go. From President Trump's Truth Social. As I said on Friday night aboard Air Force One to the fake news media, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. And it's time to move on from this Democrat hoax perpetrated by radical left lunatics in order to deflect from the great success of the Republican Party, including our recent victory on the Democrat shutdown. The Department of Justice has already turned over tens of thousands of pages to the public on Epstein, are looking at various Democrat operatives, Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, Larry Summers, etc., and the relationship to Epstein. And the House Oversight Committee can have whatever they are legally entitled to. I don't care. All I do care about is that the Republicans get back on point, which is the economy, affordability, where we are winning big. Our victory on reducing inflation from the highest level in history to practically nothing, bringing down prices for the American people, delivering historic tax cuts, gaining trillions of dollars of investment into America, a record, the rebuilding of our military, securing our border, deporting criminal illegal aliens, ending men and women's sports, stopping transgender for everyone, and so much more. Nobody cared about Jeffrey Epstein when he was alive, and if Democrats had anything, they would have released it before our landslide election victory. Some members of the Republican Party are being used, and we can't let that happen. Let's start, and that's Massey, and that's Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's several that he's referencing there. Let's start talking about the Republican Party's record-setting achievements and not fall into the Epstein trap, which is actually a curse on the Democrats, not us. Make America great again. Toria Brooks says, North Carolina, at least 81 illegal migrants were arrested this weekend by federal agents in Charlotte during Operation Charlotte's Web. President Trump said on the 16th, yesterday, wacky Marjorie Traitor Brown. Remember, green turns to brown where there is rot involved. It's a bit of a stretch there on the nickname, is working overtime to try and portray herself as a victim, when in actuality she is the cause of all her own problems. The fact is, nobody cares about this traitor to our country. U.S. Army veteran says, let me get this straight. Trump comes out on national TV saying Tucker Carlson can interview anyone he wants, including Nick Fuentes, but then attacks Marjorie Taylor Greene for being interviewed by anyone she wants? Will not compute with some. It's just getting a little ugly and sloppy out there, people. President Trump taken by surprise in this interview.
You're obviously a really good dad. Your children really like you, which is obvious, and
or love
you. But everybody loves their
They like you very much, or love
parents, but they don't all like their parents.
That's true.
When they're adults, and they clearly have so much respect and warmth towards you. And I often think, watching you, that actually being a good president is a bit like being a good father.
Yeah.
Tough love, clear boundaries, in the interests of the people that you're looking after. Does it ever occur to you how much the role is like being a father, being a president?
I've never thought of it that way. I can't believe I'm getting a question I've never thought of or never been asked before.
That's a nice compliment. Well said.
If you think about it, I love this country. I love the people of the country. But people do say, what do you recommend for growing your children? And I've seen so many children. I've seen so many brilliant children of brilliant people go bad and become tremendous failures. And I find that so much of it's caused by drugs, alcohol. I always would say to my kids, no drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. Ivanka said to me, she said, Dad, you're driving me crazy. Stop saying that. I'd say it all the time. Whenever I see him, no drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. So I think it worked, but who knows?
Yeah.
You know, you never know.
You're obviously a really good dad. Your children really like.
Why did I think that he was talking about Donald Trump Jr. in that moment? You think they didn't start all that stuff, but who knows? Good question. It kind of took him in another direction. I enjoyed that interaction. Okay, yeah, this is the Epstein trap. Is this music? Yep, can't play it, so let's watch this. DHS just released this video, according to Nick Sorter, of ICE and Border Patrol taking Charlotte by storm. Massive convoys of agents have descended upon the Blue City and arrests are already underway. Keep pushing, DHS. We need millions and millions of deportations. Matt Van Swole says, send them into every city in North Carolina. Bring them all here. Arrest every single illegal. Send them home. And that's part of the point here. The CBP One app has been turned into CBP Home. They will send you back to where you came from. You're not in here legally. And if you go out that way, it would be cheaper to send you for you to self-identify, to meet at a location, transportation, then you get your plane or your bus, and then you get to go back. And if you do it, you raise your hand and go, hey, I'd like to come back here. Like I'm here to work. I'm a good guy. You know, can you look at my criminal background? I'm not a problem. I'm one of the good people that would help your country do better. And no, I'm not going to take handouts. I'm not coming here to reach into your pockets and take your shit. Because too many people are oh, hey, we'll give you free stuff if you come on, tell your friend. Now all of a sudden you got a caravan, a migrant caravan stretching into Guatemala. That's not good. Hey, they're giving out free shit. Go get it. How do the Democrats have so much to give away? Well, they steal it from regular Americans. Then they lie about taking it. Then they tell you you're racist if you point it out. So, you know, you can never stop it. Well, thank God we're stopping it. Yeah, the smart thing to do is to raise your hand, go to the CBP Home app, say, hey, I'm in from Honduras. I want to be here. I would love to work in construction. There's people that they're hiring. I was told I could come here. I went through the front gate. They said, do your thing. I don't know. I don't want to be in trouble. I didn't do anything wrong. Can I come back in? I think the way to do that is to not to just put your head down and pretend you're not here. Raise your hand and say, hey, I'd like to come back. You know, I'm not hurting anybody here. I'm improving the country. I'd love to. Kenneth, free flight with beverage and peanuts too. No, not in 2025. Too many peanut allergies. Maybe pretzels. Gluten allergies. Anyway. Benny Johnson talking about Bill Maher here in this clip where he lays out exactly what happens when people trade capitalism for crapitalism, a.k.a. socialism. I added that. That's kind of funny.
Here's capitalist South Korea at night from space. Here's socialist North Korea. Yeah,
In 1990, Venezuela was wealthier than Poland. But then Poland, finally free of Soviet-style economics, went all in on capitalism. And now their economy is as big as Japan. And people there have high wages, low inflation, cars, vacations, homes. Meanwhile, Venezuela traded capitalism for Hugo Chavez's socialism for the 21st century, which turned out to be like socialism in the last century or any century, a fucking mess.
That was aggressive clapping. I wonder if that was the show producer, because he wasn't getting laughs in these middle, like those were like little laugh points. Crowd silent, like, wait a minute. This guy sounds like a Trump MAGA person. No, he sounds like a normal person pointing out reality. It's okay to have frustrations. It's not okay to become a socialist, a Marxist, a Leninist, and just try to steal from your neighbors. And wreck the entire country, freedoms and liberties in the process, because that's what always happens.
It turned one of Latin America's richest countries into one of its poorest. Low wages, high inflation, shortages, outages, 8 million people fleeing. If you think New York can somehow reinvent this wheel, you're in for a rude awakening. Zoran can't make your wishes come true. You're thinking of Zoltar.
That's a good joke. That's a good joke. I like that. I'm telling you, folks, it takes a lot of joke writing. Doesn't have to take long. But I would love to do monologues like these guys do. Bill Maher doesn't hit 100%. Nobody does. In baseball, you hit 3 out of 10, you're in the Hall of Fame. But I would love to write jokes like that and just knock out. It takes a lot of show preparation. You spend more time preparing, 3 times more time preparing. But that's where you have a staff. He's got a writing room of 20 people. You know, like that's what you get. That's good. No, that's Zoltar.
Here's capital.
Okay, that Zoltar joke actually slapped. Yeah. David was saying Trump's acting weird lately, and the Black Spider-Man here says, wow, Bill is making sense these days. Great to see. Yeah, so Trump's acting funny, and Bill Maher's acting normal. Okay, this is FBI agent John Guandolo following up on what the Bannon War Room show was talking about what Islam intends to do and whether we pay attention to that or not. Take a listen.
The entire purpose of Islam, according to all Islamic doctrine, is to ensure that there is an Islamic state throughout the entire world called a caliphate, and under that, Sharia or Islamic law is the law of the land. That's it. Islam is no more complicated than that. Islam breaks the entire world into 2 parts. The Dar al-Islam, where Sharia is the law of the land, and the Dar al-Harb, the house or abode of war, where there is not Sharia as the law of the land. The function of Islam is to eliminate the Dar al-Harb until the entire world is a Dar al-Islam. And the vehicle to do that is called what? Jihad, which in 100% of all published Islamic law is only defined as warfare against non-Muslims. So let's just put that on the line. And so we're
warfare against people that don't want to join your cult, because everything's a cult to someone who's on the outside of it. So I think it's fair to say it. But yeah, I'm a Cleveland Browns fan, but I'm not going to force you to like and root for my team, or else I'm going to end you. That's insanity. That's madness. No, you don't tolerate. Those are not football fans. Those are football fanatics. I know fan is short for fanatic, but like literal fanatic.
Here talking national security issues. We have people here that are running for the office of President of the United States, and we have to begin there. And what I would put forth is that since, and actually prior to, but since 9/11, Our entire national security apparatus has been unprofessional in its approach to this war, from the 4-star generals to the office of the president to the national security staff to the leaders of DHS when it was created, the FBI, the CIA, and other agencies. Because we have said this has nothing to do with Islam, despite the fact that our warfighting doctrine says when you analyze an enemy, you start with who he says he is and why he's fighting. And 100% of this enemy that we're facing, from the jihadi in Chattanooga to the 9/11 hijackers and everybody before and in between, have all said we're Muslims waging jihad in the cause of Allah in order to impose Islamic law and establish caliphate, period. So that's what it is. And if we look in Islamic law, authoritative Islamic law, the kind you get at mosque bookstores, not at Barnes & Noble, you will see that 100% of them say that jihad is warfare against non-Muslims. And it's total warfare. It's not just guns and bombs. It's psychological warfare. It is political warfare. It's subversion. It is the whole 9 yards.
Suppression of speech.
It's total warfare, something that our DOD has not been practicing. I would say you'd have to go back towards Reagan administration and maybe even beyond that. Complete and total war against the entire purpose of Islam, according to all Islamic doctrine, is to...
I think that's the reset there.
...to ensure that there is an Islamic state throughout the entire world called a caliphate. And
that's the game plan, global invasion. Barack Hussein Obama has been orchestrating this for 20 years, flooding sovereign nations with non-citizens.
And under that, Sharia or Islamic law is the law of the land. That's it. Islam is no more complicated than that. Islam breaks the entire world into 2 parts. The Dar al-Islam.
All right. That's where we find ourselves. All right, here's a 2015 clip of Trump resurfacing where he exposes Epstein Island years before it was uncovered.
You raised the question.
Look at that haircut from Trump. Whoa. Gotta say the haircut's improved. Oof.
Of Jeffrey Epstein in your remarks about in the Q&A.
Well, I think he's got a problem. I mean,
what do you think the problem will be?
I don't know, but that island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew. He'll tell you about it. The island was an absolute cesspool. So,
the Clintons are friends
and he's
of
been
yours,
there
right?
for many times.
The Clintons are friends.
Well, I can't say friends, but I know
You're friendly. You know them.
They play at my clubs a lot. I have clubs, and everybody likes to play at my clubs.
Are you saying there's a political problem for her if she runs for president?
It could be a political problem. Look, he could be a political problem. Right now, he's Teflon, and right now, maybe not. But he could end up being a political problem.
That's one question. You raised the question of Jeffrey.
5D chess. We shall see. All right. You took Charlie away, so I'm going to listen to everything Candace has to say. You took Charlie away, so now Nick Fuentes is being heard everywhere. Okay.
Your good friend Candace Owens has been putting out some pretty wacko stuff, I would say, would be my opinion, on the death of Charlie. It's not helpful, is it, that, you know, at that time of incredible national upheaval, and obviously personal and familial family tragedy, to have someone like that picking apart the argument and suggesting that there are darker forces at play here that the US government would have a hand in covering up. It just, can you see why people get upset by that and would like you perhaps to sort of distance yourself from that sort of thing?
Pretty funny. So am I?
I got to get a compilation of Tucker laughs and like learn them all.
Going to attack Candace Owens because you
I'm
think
not asking you to attack. I'm not asking you to attack her.
Probably not going to do that, Harry.
No,
probably not going to do that. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt as a foreigner of not understanding our politics. But the whole ritual of, you know, this person said something I don't like. In order to be a good person, you must denounce this person. Obviously, I would die before I played along with that.
And it's so stupid. I don't play that game either, and you all need to reject that shit. It is such a backhanded trick that's played. Kenneth, that guy looks like an aging British rock star. Wait, who looks? Oh, Trump looks like an aging British rock star. Mine goes to 11.
I don't know anyone who's saying that who has the moral authority to compel me.
Your very good friend Candy's.
That's how you properly handle cancel culture. Laugh in its face. All right, everybody. Thank you for watching the replay of our show, the TNAM Daily Show. Appreciate you hanging out here. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. We have donation tip jars on Venmo and Cash App. That's my name, BrianEngelman, BrianEngelman. On PayPal, fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. We also have Rumble Rants and Super Chats. If you enjoyed the programming, please shoot it over. We try to sift through so many things to deliver you interesting things to consider, and we hope you value that service. But yeah, please hit like, subscribe, tell your friends about the program. Check out some of our previous content. We got about 2,000 videos. And I'll be back tomorrow at noon. And then after our noon show, the TNAM Daily Show, we'll be back with Strictly Football. That'll be at 4 p.m. Eastern. Signing out for everybody here in the TNAM universe. I appreciate you. I love you. And we'll talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.